starting off on Abyss. Onside Gaming's map pick. Take a look at the compositions here. For Onside, they're playing what they played towards the start of the year. It is that double initiator style, but they've shifted around some roles here to accommodate Hermes on that KO.
Yeah, it's something he's played before. I'm interested by the Vice not being subbed out for something else. I'm not sure how much value that's really going to get against PRX, particularly starting out on the attacking side.
ช้าว่ะโอ้
No changes.
เฮ้ยเอ้ยนั่งดูเมกาไอสัตว์กูระเบิดเลยอ่ะมวยบีสวัสดีครับโอ้โหเฮีย
There is no shame in losing to Nongshim, and I think if they just play the same game that they played against Nongshim, they can definitely beat this onside squad, especially given that they're playing double E-Nit. PRX has played the best double E-Nit teams in the world and beaten them at
เมกาฆ่าคุณจันอ่ะกูบอกเลย โอ้ my god โรซี่สวัสดีครับมาคิซิโร่สวัสดีครับโปรเฟสเซอร์สวัสดีครับหนูจะเป็นซอมบี้เคนโซสวัสดีครับโซไดสวัสดีครับปุ้มคุ้มสวัสดีนะครับผมคอนดิเคิร์สสวัสดีครับโมจิสวัสดีครับเคออสสวัสดีครับโอเคสวัสดีครับคาสกิสวัสดีครับปาราเม่สวัสดีครับท็อปดัมมอนสวัสดีครับกิลเลอร์สวัสดีครับคิสซันสวัสดีครับเลดี้สวัสดีครับเนมซินสวัสดีครับ
We're sitting next to each other again, and it's just nice. It feels like I'm back home, you know.
ออบบี้สวัสดีครับคิวซี่สวัสดีครับเมกาลืมตั้งปลุกหลับยาวชิลดีแล้วไอ้เหี้ยนอนดีกว่าไม่นอนไม่เชื่อกู
But I mean, we've got PRX versus onside
วงสกอร์สวัสดีครับผม
I mean, I tell you what, that's a bit of a bang.
อยากกลับไปแรงงานแต่แบบนั้นก็ไร้เงินตายอย่างนั้น
Obviously, for onside, you go down into this lower bracket match, and hey, who do you have to play? We have to
รุ่ง
play
สวัสดีครับ How are you คุณครับผม
the lower bracket demons here in the playoffs, obviously on stage 2 of VCT Pacific, and I think everyone is expecting PRX to come out today. Kind of swinging. I mean, they're kind of a plucky team. They've seen some good results so far in the play-ins, so I'm hoping I certainly hope that we're going to get an exciting match. But man, it's going to be tough to beat PRX.
It definitely is. So let's get this game going, baby. I mean, like you have onside and just the comparison with Firefox that the desk was making as well. You know, you can see this going both ways.
เอามาดิครับ
If
NBLT สวัสดีครับผม
goes off on a Captain Kachowski-esque run, this could be insane. But at the same time, for PRX, like
เสียขนองสวัสดีครับหวานเจี๊ยบสวัสดีครับแบมสวัสดีครับเลิกเรียนมาพร้อมดูพี่ตูนมาสวัสดีครับทุกคนยินดีต้อนรับสู่ VCT PACIFIC นะครับผมวันนี้เราอยู่กับคู่เปเปอร์เล็กเตอร์ ONG นะครับสายล่างใครแพ้
Curiously enough, though,
กลับบ้านนะทุกคน
onside pushing down middle.
Yeah, happy to work their way forward relatively
กลับบ้าน
slowly.
นะแพ้
They
เนี่ย
are being
บอกไว้ก่อน
watched for. Something has got multiple lines to keep an eye on. If he gets his timing wrong here, he gets shot in the side of the head, but he gets his info early on in the piece and just looks to make himself scarce potentially with that game crash if necessary. Meanwhile, the rest of PRX push their way in towards B, where Wolverine has a headshot waiting for G. That will prompt the rotate across as well from onside. Paranoia doing nobody any favors there. Finally, we start to see some inroads from PRX, but they've just not had any success on this B side. Hermes locking it down, and it's only something to grab a consolation prize towards the back end here. Has to try to put out a 1-on-4,
which is going to be a hell of a tough fight. He's done a good job at taking down the first, but always concerned, or at least paranoid, about a potential side flank. Siesta in position for it, of course, just waiting for contact from his teammates. Little jiggle swing, and then Siesta will come and pop up from behind, just clean as ever. So onside with the pistol, and he just wrapped around so quick.
ปื้มคงจะ290ชูชีครับ
It just comes down to the fact that at this point, PRX they struggle to get those
คู่
entries.
2เมกาใครชนะ
Dance around those
วันนี้
boxes
หรอ
for such a long time that
เลฟครับ
rotation comes across and
สีฟ้าสวัสดีครับ
does all the work that he needs to do.
มิลลิมสวัสดีครับผม
Nice and clean from him.
บิกินี่จริงไหมบิ
Really
กิ
a
นี่
whole lot
จ
in
ริ
that
ง
round, unfortunately for PRX, but
ไม่โม้
they'll be that kind of team that I think we'll give them the liberty of a few rounds here to get warmed up.
I don't know. Feels like it. You know, you just kind of want to still have that hope and expectation for PRX, but if this map goes flop-sided, you might want to start sounding off the alarm bells. Just watching the execution, at least for this one now, of course, just on the pistols. We'll see what they can get away with, but onside looking to play the long game as well with all the rifles that they've purchased up on.
แบมสวัสดีครับ
comes unstuck eventually, right? Nothing lasts forever, and PRX with
แตง
their
กวา
sort of
เขาเป็น
domination
ส
of
ตรีมสติ
VCT
ครับแตงก
PACIFIC,
วา
that also will not last forever necessarily. But it never really feels like today will be the day. Do you know what I mean? No, you don't come into this match and go, oh yeah, PRX will lose this and they're not going to make it into playoffs or finals or whatever.
Even their form, going to champs.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about. We'll see for now, though. I mean, just kind of retrieving some information around the map. It's just the execution in the beginning with the harbor, high tide. If Onside just kind of has the confidence to disrespect that, sometimes it's still going to be a tough game nonetheless. And looking at the position that Onside have right now, their own scouting work done. They're able to hold it.
That's a good read from Onside. Got the players where they need them. Ray unable to connect, goes for the knife. Forsaken will put him down. Siesta has it locked in.
ครับ
Good start
ครับ
for
มิสเตอร์
Onside
ปักเก
here.
อร์ครับ
Bit of decent damage, though. 2
รอ
kills.
20,000นี่คือครับ
Gun still
ค่า
preserved
ประกัน
over
ใช่ไหม
Onside, of course. But
เพื่อกูติด
having
ตำรวจ
4, I mean,
ไอ้กู
that's
ติด
a
คุก
potential
ที่เกาหลีไง
potential operator at some point in this first half, and with Onside on the defense as well.
คือผมว่า
Jet
ดาวาย
like
กับ
that
เชลิฟคือเห็นไหมมี 2-3 ตัว
a potential threat that
ตัว
PRX
คิดว่า
will
ไง
have to consider for some of the
เซ็ก
upcoming
คิดไม่ไหว
rounds.
เราจุดเมื่อเช้า
Not
ไม่ไหว
right now,
ครับ
at least.
เซ็กคิดบอกแบบคนเดียว
We
ไม่ไหว
still
ดิ
need to get so much
หน้าฟ้าไม่ดีค
legwork
รับ
done, like just to build up a bit of a foundation with their own full buy. PRX 2 and
โอ้ย
3.
งานคำศัพท์ร้อยสติสติครับพี่นะ thank you ครับโบ
Good start here. See those guns out in hand
บุ
for
ยสวัสดีครับ
PRX, and
คุณซับโบ
immediately
Ui,
things
khổ.
turn back on their heads. Nice shot from Wolverine. Will slow things down over towards B, but he still has a little more work that he needs to do.
ONG
Forsaken
1-2
creeping up on the line. Crosshair placement wasn't quite there. So Wolverine survives, but not for long, as he is wrapped in on by Davai, and something getting work done elsewhere. Cuts off the rotate.
อุ้ย
Also finishes off Ray as
โอ้
well.
ย
So
พอมีปืนใหญ่ก็
immediate
อย่าง
response
นี้เลยนะ
from PRX.
Yeah, he gets it done with a tap at the end as well, which is very lovely.
เกรดสวัสดีครับน้อง
But
ที
to
มไหน
kick
คนละ
things
เกม
off,
น้อง
I
อะ
mean, all
วัน
things
นี้ไม่ดูอเมริกา
considered,
ใช่ไหม
you do love
เดี๋ยวว่า
that,
กันเอา
or
ยุโรปก่อน
you do have to respect how
เดี๋ยวอ
Onside
เมริกาว่า
are
กันใครไม่รู้เราจะมาราธอนยาวๆแม่งเลย
defense side, pushing down and trying to make themselves a bit more unreadable for PRX. It's tough, but in this one, PRX just managed to, with firepower and getting the flashes in. That's the kind of kills that
เป็นไปเล่น
PRX
เกมแผนไหมหรอ
needs to start off round strong.
ไม่นะซัมติงให้สัมภาษณ์ล่าสุดก็พยายามเต็ม
I
ที่
like
นะ
that from
เพราะอยากได้ถ้วย
PRX. See how they go here as they start to put together their first gun round.
ซัมติงกูเพิ่งพูดไป
Listening to PRX.
ทีมไทยเก็บแผนไหมทีมไทยเก็บแผนครับ เก็บเป๋ากันบ้านนะ
Jet opening probably.
He was here. Jet. Top. No, not Jet.
No. We killed topping.
KAï was here. Yeah, KAï was here. He was
they
push.
Dude, listen. No. Listen.
Left side. Top. Left. He's still stuck there.
I'm walking up.
I can flash him. Oh, one van. Oh, the wall is somewhere. Okay. Deliver wall. Maybe clear though.
We need to execute them, guys.
Yeah, I want to use my ulti on ARB though. Wait, guys, listen to me. My ulti is on.
เอาแล้วอะไรเครียดแล้ว
And as expected, it's that round
เม
4
ษาสวัสดีครับ
op
โมตีสวัสดี
investment.
ครับ
Siesta
ติ
just
ชวั
being
ส
able to
วัส
mark
ดีครับ
down
โมตี
middle, and everyone from onside just working around that information as
ไอ้แมน
well.
อยาก
Just
เก็บแผน
being
กันไม่
able
รออะไร
to
อ่ะ
read PRX's positions.
ฉันอยากเห็นแกเล่นพัทยาซิมูเลเตอร์เคยเล่นไปแล้วนะพัทยาซิมูเลเตอร์
Still feels like sometimes the form, the mechanical skills, it's not quite there yet for PRX.
ผมเครียดเลย
Couple of headshakes to start things
So,
off.
what do you have?
PRX, maybe things will get
That
under
is
their
the thing
skin
about
early
GTA
on in the PC.
what?
It is a bit, so, some question marks I
กิน
think
ข้าวอะไร
need to
ดี
be
อะกิน
asked
ก๋วยเตี๋ยว
about
อ่ะ
the map.
แต่จะใส่บิกินี่เหรอ ใช่
PRX. Onside
แต่เอาครบ
certainly
ก่อนไป
looking
เกาหลีนะ
pretty comfortable on it so
ที่ไม่ได้
far.
ครับ
We'll get that reinvestment through though. Just a eye down to a sheriff, but he's usually pretty handy with that, and it's a good start for PRX as they work their way in towards B.
น่าจะดู
Wolves
ได้
on.
พัทยาซิมูเลเตอร์ใช่ป่ะที่เราเคยเล่น
Should be a plan to come here, and it will require a 4-on-5 retake for onside.
Much better, much quicker this time around from PRX. Just a high
เอา
tide.
ก็มีคนบอกให้กูเปิดกูก็เปิดเนี่ย
Position still for onside.
And Divide caught, kind of napping there, but still Forsaken starting to power up in this round. His second brings it back into a 3-on-3, and now onside
เฮ้ย
wants to
วัน
slow
พอ
down a
ดี
little
เฮ้ย
bit. Wolverine's been spotted out. Forsaken could be on for a third, misses that slight opportunity. Now will be found out, tucked in underneath. It won't matter. He's got the coverage from his teammates. The crossfire, though, just not good enough. And exactly what you're saying there.
เอาไม่จับเลย
The mechanics just not on point there for PRX. A couple too many missed shots, and onside will claim the round.
I mean, look, like, this is one of the biggest things that Alex was quite concerned about. He mentioned it in the post-game scrum several times throughout the interview. Talking about how it just kind of feels like the effect of them not having played any games throughout the play. They were taking scrims a little bit more seriously, yes, but it's just not quite the same. So going into some of these matches, they're a little bit cold. That's the mechanical skill. But apart from that, they have you know run through the strat book a little bit,
ไม่ควรเลยว่ะ
which is why they leave Abyss open. But at the same time, it just feels like the players sometimes.
เป็นเล็กเกมแผนใช่ไหมหรอโอ้โห
They have these big grand plans, but they skip the fundamental steps to get them done. So like the reckoning in that round, pushing that far deep, but it's just a little bit too eager. So for now, progression smoke looking to burst through the A site. They'll just dive in.
Oh, okay, Hermes not quite able to land the shots there initially. Xing, 11 HP able to refract back out. PRX though still struggling to get their way into the site. Ray for the double Hermes as well. And backed up nicely by KAÐ onside. Dominant right now on this defensive Abyss.
ดูมันเล่นอยู่คุณน่ากลัว
Yeah, I mean onside, just picking the right spots to be in. You know, just tucking inside of corners, reading the strokes and everything. Just kind of anticipating what PRX might look to do. You know, knowing PRX tendencies, but I have to be honest, Jordan. This is quite shocking. I feel like you desperately need to see a timeout now with PRX because
เอาแล้ว
we felt that.
เอาแล้ว
as well from onside, aren't they? They've kind of consistently had their players in the right places. They seem to have a good understanding of where PRX is
ทีม
going to
ไท
be
ยโดนกันมาหมดแล้วครับ
stacking that side accordingly. So 5-1 the scoreline right now, and onside almost
โดนกันมาหมดแล้ว
doing it a bit too easy right here. We're just not seeing a whole lot on the board from PRX generally.
Yeah, I mean you can, you know,
เคยไทยจะโดนด้วยเหรอ
like an eco round for PRX. You mentioned, you know, we can kind of give them some liberties in some of these rounds, but like
เกาหลีเดย์
for so long, it's ways too readable. You put a cove right at the mouth
ถ้า
of
เป็น
a
ไปเลยแพ้ไปไหนต่อ
man
หางกลับบ้านครับรอยจีนนะผมแชมเปี้ยน
Yeah, also the fact that the only round that PRX have won so far has been the ante-bonus, which was the round where onside walked two players down and gave Forsaken a double kill, which was essentially a 3v5. So we actually really haven't seen a whole lot from PRX
ใช่ครับ
on this attack.
ซึ่งเริ่มด้วยกันหมดเลยครับผู้สนิทด้วยกันหมดเลย
They're going to be able to win rounds
ไม่มีใครได้เปรี
consistently
ยบครับ
off their own bat. Obviously that may change
เฮ้ย
here.
ดันว่ะ
Into round 7 off the back of the timeout, and it starts to feel like these rounds become a little bit more must-win for PRX. Info is there, but it's not taken advantage of by onside until Cloudy slides through 2. With the Hunter's Fury, good trades out from him in the end.
Okay. At the same time, Divide snuck in towards top of a link.
Right here.
And
Skip
there was a
เลย
clone
skip
that
สวยๆ
broke a shear wall around A side as well. That keeps onside on their toes for the time being. PRX looking to get the spike delivered over onto B. The dimensional drift might give away the plan, but it's Divide in this lurk position that's so pivotal right now.
It doesn't look like they're going to run into him. It'll be a safe rotate from onside all the way through the defensive spawn instead of trying to cut through the center of the map. Obviously, Divide can still get across nice and quick if he needs to with that TP. So 3-on-3. Onside stealing themselves for this post plan, and that Cosmic Divide is going to get launched on in by onside just to try to cut that side
ไม่คุณ
down
รู้สึ
a
กว่าโด
little
น
bit.
ว่ะ
See if there's less angles to clear here for onside, but they really are taking their time on their way in. Flash out from something, a good one. Ray had no chance, but a decent trade out from Cloudy. 3K in the round so far and needs a fourth here. Envy for the sweep, denies the defuse and doubles down onto Wolverine. Finally, a round on the
อันนี้
board
แพ้ก็
here
ได้
for
ไปแชมป์บุรี
PRX.
ใช่ไหมใช่ครับ
Now
เป็น
looking
ไป
a
เลย
little
นะ
bit cleaner.
เกาหลี
Just
ไป
being
แช
able
ม
to
ป์3ทีม
withstand
คงเลิกดู
the
แล้ว
initial
อ้าว
push that onside
ทำไง
had.
ได้อ่ะ
Slowing things down a little bit as well gives the boys, you know, some room to breathe. So able to take down the push players around B long.
บอนอเขา
And
จะ
then
กุ
for
หลาบครับบอนอ
Divide to sneak through, and even as you know the site gets simplified, there are
เป็น
less
ไปเล่นเล่นด่านนี้ไม่เป็นหรอ
plays
ใช่
to
หรอ
worry about. So
ถ้า
just
โดน 2-0 อีก
a
ใบแชม
simple
เปี้ยน
trick
จะ
of
รอดไหม
playing
ว่าข้อ
around the
อ้างเก็บ
corners,
แผนไม่
taking
เอา
some
นะ
timing peaks, playing inside of
ไอ้
smokes.
ยาก็คนเราอาจจะรี
That's
เซ็ตทันยังไง
PRX
แชมเปี้ยนอ่ะ
some significant kills Next round up though.
Ooh.
Once again, another forward hold from
Yeah.
onside. Siesta getting that flash help out from Hermes and opening the account nice and early on in the piece. Hunter's Fury should be doing some work. Hermes goes down. Maybe Reservoir. See if that gets punished by PRX. Spike's committed, by the way, through that smoke. So they're going to have to go A now.
ผมว่าเคทีเทคอาจจะต่อยอดได้เยอะกว่าว่ะ
Worrisome
คอมชาย
positions.
โดนดิสรับเยอะ
It's just a clone, so it's still going to take a bit of time to Vi. Might get pinched.
Or maybe
No,
not.
No, he still might.
Oh, the push through here from
โอ้
Siesta
โห
and from Ray.
Well,
Eventually
I'm
get
gonna-
the better of Divide. They definitely didn't want to commit to A. I thought he might get out in time. It's not the case. Now they're going to have to battle for that spike. You do have a bit of a sandwich type situation, though. Something
Yo.
and Envy are the bread.
What ทีมไทยอยู่ไหมครับ ทีมไทยไม่
Ray
มี
is
แล้วครับผม
fighting back, and he gets himself the 3K.
ไอ้
Another
เหี้
round
ย
onside. And you know what the
Oh,
best part of
that-
the sandwich is, Quack? It's not the bread. It's what's inside. It's the ham.
The
or
patty.
The
Okay.
patty, the cheese,
The
the
cheese.
jam. I don't know, I'm not
Oh.
suggesting all these go together, but in this case, in this metaphor, Ray was those things.
It's true, man. The sandwich bit back. Like,
That's
what do you
exactly
do?
right. The Vegemite. He was the
Oh,
Vegemite.
disgusting, Jordan, please.
Ray was the Vegemite.
โคตรจัด
Yeah, I suppose
บอกเลย
so.
โคตรจัด
And as a Frenchman, Alex just does not like the taste of that.
Probably not.
ไอ้เหี้ย
But yeah, you can see how much value this op is bringing. And Onside are just taking some offensive lines now because they have the confidence to do so. Smokes out, A main cleared, or at least within their
น่ากลัว
control.
ว่ะ
PRX
เป็นจริง
hungry
โคตร
to
น่าก
try
ลัว
to re-clear that space. It's just like a battle of resources, and every single time Onside start off with a bit more than PRX.
Oh, Cloudy's thinking about going aggressive again here. Onside loving the proactivity in this defensive half. Convergent paths do go through. Jin going to try to capitalize, but just run straight into Hermes. Envy, the only one to claim an entry so far. Now Divide getting involved. And PRX may just have done enough to bully their way into A.
Spike planted.
Still
Sure,
a chance for Onside.
That's a good point. I mean, I'm not sure there's going to be enough to hold on here for PRX.
คำถาม
For
คือ
sake,
เช
it
ลิ
is
ฟสอง
very
บอก
low.
กับวันเดาหนึ่งอันตี
Reckoning
ฮาร์เบอร์
available, so that may well still come
Đừng
into
dù
play.
mày.
Onside taking their time, aren't they? Very happy to try to clear as many of these lines as they can. Divide, he'd love one with the Sheriff. Typically good for it. This time might be a round winner as he
Divide.
claims another. There's Ray out of the picture. It's Siesta up against something who just jumps up
โอ้
on
เดาไม่ได้หร
top.
อกเดาไม่ได้หรอกเดา
And
ไม่ได้หรอกเดา
something's
ไม่ได้
won
หรอก
this
เดาไม่ได้หรอก
every day of the week. PRX
เออ
claim themselves a cheeky
ด่า
round
เธอ
to
ว่า
keep
แบน
the
100%ในแชม
conversation
ป์ผมเป็นไปเล่น
happening.
แน่ๆเหรอ
Looks a
ว่า
bit
เป็นไปเล่น
labored,
ไม่ค่อย
but
ได้
they
ซ้อมแบบ
get
นี้
it
กูว่า
done.
มีสิทธิ์
I mean, a bit of a partial buy, and those are the kinds of wins that kind of bring some wind under your sails. Just being able to burst through the convergent paths, not the cleanest of entries from Jing, and you would hope to see
แต่
a
ไม่
bit
ทิ้งท
more.
วินเลยเหรอ ไม่รู้ว่ะ
was
ผมว่า
kind
คน
of
ดูบาง
wondering
คน
where
ก็
the
ยังดู
layer
บ้าน
of
ม่วงอยู่อะ
utility was.
ผมสตรีมคิกอยู่เหมือนกัน
But at the
ใคร
very
ดู
least,
คิ
you
ก
know,
ก็ดู
down
ได้
to the traits right at the end.
แต่ใครแบบดู
Something
บ้านม่วงอยู่ว่า
shaken,
ได้เหมือนเดิม
still being able to thwart Siesta's op.
ถ้า
and
ถาม
now
ผม
that's
ก็
gonna be
ใคร
onside
มี
a
คิกอยู่แล้ว
little
ก็ฝาก
bit
คน
more
บนคิก
broke.
ดีกว่า
So playing against the back
เออ
foot, and finally we get PRX starting off rounds the way that they would like. It's a high-low right outside A though, and then maybe a pop flash dash.
Seen that pop flash play a couple of times. PRX lost a player to it earlier on in the half. This time though, it'll be okay. Oh my god! Oh, something's got to collapse.
ฮะ
What?
โอเค
I don't know.
Where has that come from?
ฝากเปิดคิกเลยนะ ใครมีคิกอะเข้ามาตกใจคิกนะครับ ถ้ามี
Well,
แล้วอะ
that'll be one way to take the A side.
Just maximum value. That's a blue chip stock right there.
Spike.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, you do actually, apparently. That is. I mean, I suppose a blue chip stock might not be maximum value, but it tracks.
Thank you.
เออ
Well, this is
ติงติงติง
a
ติง
rough retake attempt,
โอ้
but
ติงติง
something having a bit of aim practice. What's he doing? What is he doing? He's tried 360 no scoping him and it's not happened, but somehow he survived. Well, that certainly was something.
กูว่าเหมือน
Can we
กัน
get
หมดแต่แค่
Alex
ออมมัน
Cam?
อ่านยากนี่แหละทุกค
How
รั้ง
do
ที่
we
เล่นมัน
react
พั
to
ฒ
that?
นาตลอด
What's the
มันน่า
react?
กลัวจริงเว้ย
The
จีอะ
POV replay of that.
No shot. Yeah, they just kind of
Huh?
unfortunately lined
Huh?
up.
Huh?
Hang on, come on. It's
Huh?
the fact that this is onside's eco, and they start to have some more lackadaisical fun, something lighting up the kill feed. We'd love to see more of that.
Okay, but at what point does this get
Yeah.
serious for onside, right? They've
ONG
had to leave
ไม่
the
ได้
whole
รับ
half.
เกาหลีครับ
Now
ONG ครับ
PaperX slowly feel like they're getting back into it.
มาสวัส
Another
ดีครับ
couple
ผ
rounds
ม
left in this half. If this goes 6-6, I feel like that's danger territory for onside.
I'd say it's here. Onside starting to play a little bit more default now. Definitely respecting PaperX with some of the peaks and lines that they're starting to take. This is curious though. Davai is the one holding the op down middle, just looking for Siesta or anyone else who might be pushing around this position. And the dimensional drift into A site. PaperX still doesn't necessarily have to commit, but if they do, they have the setups for it.
Well, Davai already able to strike onto Wolverine.
Yo,
and that
รอดได้
space
ยังไง
starting to be
ไอ้
created
เหี้ย
over
อะไรเนี่ย
towards
กู
A.
ดูอะไร
It's
อยู่
not exactly what PaperX want though. They're on their way back over towards B, which it seems onside have kind of read.
Still going to be slightly weaker though. I mean, only a couple players on B site.
โอ้เดินเลยว่ะ
Oh, but Siesta push forward.
โอ้โหคม
Good connection onto something. Maybe this has gotten a little bit too tricky for onside. Let's see if Siesta
Goodbye.
can claim another one with that off push coming through from
ยังไง
Forsaken and from Jing, and Envy's
30
been
seconds left.
able to find his counterpart there with a shock dart. So site has been taken.
Spike planted.
Two players are trying to retake it. Ray, with that Cosmic available, probably doesn't want to invest it here in a 2v4. You would think it should be a little bit too easy for PaperX to close this round out. And what was a good start for onside is now slowly starting to slip away.
มาแล้ว
We
มา
finished
แล้ว
off
มาแล้ว
by
ขึ้น
Jing.
ติดแล้วหรือเปล่า
Five up now for PaperX, and they are mounting a nice comeback in the
ยังไง
first half here of Abyss.
And this is what makes this matchup so incredibly fun. I mean, even though, yeah, okay, we're talking about onside, maybe a challengers team. They have the courage to make some of these plays. Now they're starting to fall
เรื่อง
back
ความมันเด้งกลับ
against
มาแล้ว
that a bit because of PaperX and the aggression that they're starting to bring forth.
เสีย
Just
ต้า
being
นะ
able
คนดูไกลเหรอ
kind of work
กู
with
บอกเลย
two
ชุดนี้ทั้ง
banks.
ชุด
They
นั้นมันดู
used
โหดจัดอะ
ults
เกาหลี
to
อะ
sell a bit of a fake around A site. Davai lurking with an op aggressively up middle gives PaperX still more options to push back into B. They still had utility, shock darts and everything to attack back site. Works out really neatly now, and it's going to be
จะ
onside
แก้
with a
ผ้า
bit
ใช่ไหม
more
ดู
of
ครบ
a half
20,000
purchase.
กูก็เขียนอยู่
To
บิ
try
กิ
to
นี่
hold this off.
ไอ้
But
นี่
you
บอก
can
แก้
tell
ผ้า
they're
กู
starting
จะ
to play
รู้
a
อ่ะ
little bit more
ฮัลโหล
concerned now, and Davai is able to disrespect that space. He's into vents again.
Yeah, he's just been lurking this position the entire half, and now something able to calibrate onto Wolverine. That will open the B site up. Davai again, meanwhile, just continuing to put in that good work, and this round has fallen to bits for onside. They don't even get a chance to play it.
โอ้สกินเฮดไม่เอาคำน้อง
Just
ไอ้เฮียมันจะทานหลอดได้4 วันนะกูถามจริง
reactive to
นะ
everything that PaperX is
20,000 ก็เยอะ
throwing
แล้ว
at them now. Of course, at the same time, it's
เรา
like
ใจพอแล้ว
you don't play this map that often as either onside or PaperX. Couldn't quite glean too much from that game against Nongshim, but now just a couple players left with PaperX in every single advantage in the world. It would be hilarious if they started to throw in the round, but there we go, the bandit kill at the end.
So 6-6,
นี่เพราะเราตาย
PaperX
รออะไรอ่ะ
upholding their end of the bargain in the end.
20,000 แชท
I
เป็น
mean,
เก
you look at
ย์
that start
Ui,
and you think, okay,
Chẳng yom
well,
là
what, a 6-2
Chẳng
lead,
yom là.
1 point for onside. They've certainly missed
บิ
a
กินี่
really
ใส่
big
คือแบบไม
opportunity
โครบิ
here.
กินี่ต่อ
You're
มา
not
ใคร
gonna
ใช่
get
หรือ
that
ไม่
chance
ใช่
against a team
อ่ะ
like PaperX, certainly not in an elimination game all that often.
เรียน
and
ตาแทนสวัสดีค
being
รับ
able to capitalize on that and push it through to something like an 8-4 or maybe even better. I wonder if that's their chance at maybe this
ใช่
map
เมื่อไหร่
potentially
เจนั่ง
even
ระหว่าง
this
คนอื่
series
นเลยอ่ะปก
also
ติเรื่องนี้
now going begging, because how often do you really get that opportunity against a team like PaperX? I have to hazard a guess, not very.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with everything you're
ถ้า
saying.
ที่ว่าไม่ได้ใบแกว่ามี
You
สิ
really
ทธิ์
have to consider the fact that
ดึงเด็กพวกนี้ไม่หรอ
Abyss
มีสิทธิ์นะ
is Onside's, I guess, best bet in this map. Vito,
เซนวีสวัสดีครับ
Ascent didn't do too well against Sharper, was like 13-2. PaperX Ascent still pretty strong, especially if something's still on that
ไม่น่า
Euro,
มา
a
ดู
lot of
เค
tricky
รียดๆอย่าง
plays.
วะ
But if you're thinking about this map alone, like, you might think,
Nine
or you
gamer,
might say,
yeah,
don't really blame Onside for some of the plays and calls that they were making on that defense.
ไกอา
But
เข้าร้านค้า
we're
กันเลย
talking
ดีไม่
about
ดีน้อง
needing to qualify their
แต่
chance.
สกิน
We're
ใหม่
talking
ดีกว่า
about
นะ
needing to make a deep lower bracket run. And to do
Alec,
that, they cannot
Alec,
be
Alec.
making reactive, just stock standard
Yeah.
plays. Yes, it's tough to read PaperX when, it's this sort of a scoreline in this juncture in the map. But if you're able to be
ฟัง
that
มวย
kind
ที
of
ที่เราไปตามตลอดเลยเหรอ
ที่เก้จะไม่ได้ไปแชมเปี้ยน1 นาโนวินาทีชนะเก้2 สายของ PRX อองไม่ก็มีแอลต้องขึ้นไปท็อป 2 เท่านั้น3 ที 1 ขึ้นไปท็อป 4 แต่ห้ามชนะไปท็อป 3 เท่านั้นทีมที่ได้ไปจะมี NS ONG ไม่ก็มีแอล PRX ทีมจัสว่ามันจะเกิดปะถ้า
you
เกิด
don't
นะ
see
เป็น
that
กู
sort of
คง
like
เศร้าทั้งปี
confidence for him to push
ว่า
straight
ไม่หรอก
through defense, take
ว่า
the
มัน
kills
เป็น
in.
ปี
So
global ว่ะ
we'll see how this attack side half goes for him. They definitely still have the potential to make it
ซัม
through.
นีคนประเทศอะไรครับรัสเซียครับ
Certainly. See how this pistol goes. That'll be the important piece of the puzzle to start to get that momentum flowing again for onside. Will be kept at bay for the moment.
เชอริฟซิกูลาริตี้ฟิลดีไหม
Slowing things down.
ก็คือเบนเชอริฟแล้วอ่ะ
Their way
Hey,
in,
out the
the
way, Mau,
inroads are
out.
being made. Cloudy and
Out.
Siesta
เบอร์
dodging. Let's try and back in with one. It's still not going to be enough to hold on to the site there for Paper X. They've got numbers here though, and they are unable to use them. Siesta for the
พี่
double.
จ๋ามาช้าจังเลยน่าหนูงอน
Another
แล้ว
pistol may well go the way of
Dạ,
onside
khổ
once
ไม่ต้อง
again.
มาง้อ
It's
เล
down to
ย
something to try to close out a
พี่
1v4,
จ๋า
which
พี่
I
จ๋า
think
นอนเช้าว่ะ
ถ้าพี่จ๋ารู้จักโทมิโอกากิยูล่ะ
Especially
ก็
when there's smokes and when he's getting
แล้วก็
ยก
surrounded
โท
and
ษให้ก็แล้วกัน
little strafe shot from
Lutak,
Siesta
lutak,
as well.
lutak.
That was incredibly clean from
นอน
onside.
เช้า
Just a
เกิน
พร้อมซัมวัน
Beautiful
จะเห็น
execute.
ข่าวเป้าหมายใหม่
Game back
แด
on.
มนี่ยัง
อะไรวะ
They're off, to be fair.
เป้าหมายใหม่เดมนี่คืออะไรอ่ะ
Kind of felt like some of that momentum going the way of Paper X might be a little bit too much to overcome for onside, but now with the pistol under their belt,
ให้เจเจ
once
มา
again,
แล้วส
they're
วัสดี
gonna
ครับ
start to
ตา
cover
สวัสดีครับ
Paper
ผ
X,
ม
at least early on in this half.
I'm kind of picking my brain a little
พร้อม
bit
ซัม
at,
วัน
at how
สอง
some of
ห
the
มื่น
high
นี้หวัง
tide
ว่ามุงคง
serve
ได้ใช้จ่าย
position.
ที่เกาหลีนะ
Because there was
ไอ
a
ถั่ว
little
คงไม่
gap
ใช่ค่า
towards,
ประกัน
you know,
ตัว
like
เรื่องอ
bridge,
นาจาร
I
ที่
think,
เกาหลี
on A side.
กูว่าได้ประกันตัวว่ะเพื่อนพูดจริง
Just like a recon and a peek out from heaven.
โทมิโอกาสกิวมาจากเรื่องอะไรมาจากไอ้นี่ไงไอ้
Thinking that they can take a
Đạn
lot of
Picard
these
đã
tools
sụn.
head on, but not quite.
ทำไมเกาหลีชอบเล่น1 3 2 2หรอ
as well.
อาจจะไม่รู้ว่ะ
We got to be
เห็นคน
careful.
อื่นเล่นแล้วทำตาม
Cloud's got that sheriff in hand.
We do like the Vilurks.
Oh, I don't know if I love that.
Six, 7.
Goodness. Wolverine does. He's certainly enjoying it.
โอ้โหเฮียฟาร์มเลยว่ะ
So no harm, no foul here for onside.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe Jin can get one at the back end, but even that is not necessarily going to give us a whole lot to get excited about. Cloudy will finish it off. So
บางวันสวัส
onside
ดีครับ
up 8 to 6.
ทำไมด่างพิฆาตดาบนะครับ
2
ดาบพิฆาตศูนย์เทียตองของ35 เดือนครับสวัสดีครับเสีย
Possible.
Boy,
Marshall
what do you
and a
have?
couple of other guns. I mean, they can always get the upgrades too.
ขอบคุณครับผม
The one that Jin got was, I think, yeah, Hermie is just a ghost player.
วิตาให้ใครแบบนี้เหรอ
Are you all doing? Come on, boys.
อุ้ย
He's not. He ain't wrong. They're playing kind of.
แม่ง17-8 เลยว่ะเฮียเซต้า
We'll see though. It's Paper X defense. And the players that you want to watch out for are, well, I guess right now, Divide with some of the lurks that
กู
he's
นี่
had,
สไน
but
โน
also
หนึ่งอ่ะตอนนี้จะรู้สึกกับไม่อย่างคมสไนอ่ะ
Not very far forward now, though. It's just
Okay.
Jing, and he's been smoked off.
Yeah. Once again, that A site going to be tested. Siesta able to just push his way in. Not really too much of a defense being shown. Okay, Jing gets the freebie, the free 2K. Overlooked and punishes for it.
สวย
Just falls apart now for onside. Cloudy is fighting for his life, but there's no
นี่ไง
life to
นี่
be
ไงนี่ไง
had. Ray,
เป็นเปเล็ก
the last one
2-0
standing.
กูเชื่อมั่นเชื่อกูป่ะ
Gets one in onto Envy. Whips out the Sheriff. A 1v4 is required. It's down to a 1v3 now, but
กูรู้สึกได้
not much of a chance with the weapons that he's got in tow and the setup as well that PaperX have got. I mean, how could you possibly even think about getting this spike?
บางอย่างมันกำลังบอกกูอยู่ว่ามันจะเกิดขึ้น
Should not happen.
He will need an absolute miracle.
He would need Paper X to feed into him, to be honest.
He might get one more if he's lucky. You know, nice good shot, but the trade should
30
be
seconds
immediate.
left.
That's the expectation. Such a strong crossfire, but
Oh,
something in Jing.
he's isolated these fights
hell
nicely.
no.
Hold on a second. This could be
โอ้
two
เฮล
for
โน
He was able
โอ้
to
เฮ
get his
ล
shots
โน
thrown
น่ากลัว
to
จัดไอ้
Divide,
เหี้ย
and I think there was certainly something on offer, but
น่ากลัวจัด
not
ไอ้
to
สัต
be.
ว์
PaperX
ไม่
will
ปัดอ
claim
ย่างเยอะ
themselves their 7th round, and we're back underway.
ใส่บิกินี่สีชมพู
It's what you love and both love and kind of, I don't want to say hate. It's what you dislike about Paper X. They just can't
เป็นไป
sit
ได้เหมือน
still.
จะรีบอยากกลับบ้านไปพักก่อนรอแข่งแชมเปี้ยนเหรอก็พักเยอะแล้วนะเป็นบริกา
Knew where he was
เอา
as
หน่อย
well,
ถ้วย
because
เนี่ย
they got the info.
Yeah.
Good boys.
But it's fine, you know, just being able to withstand that Jing. It's twice now that we've seen those kinds of doubles where it's, you know, the opponent's line
ถ้า
up.
ไม่ใช่เชลีฟฉันว่าหมดเหรอ
Kind of see though. I mean, onside still being able to purchase up. We're following the script so far.
Yep. We'll have to see what the script says for onside right now as we get to listen
เหมือนเดิมไอ้เฮียนี่
how
เป็น
they
เดิ
go
ม
through
เลย
this round.
Okay.
다시 한번 붙게요 오늘. 드론.
이거 오른쪽 클리어하고 나 이쪽 스모크 하나만 던져봐. 시원아. 백픽 가게. 오른쪽 클리어 간다.
붙일게.
기다 아이고. 뱅체크 타이밍으로. 야 시티 스모크다.
가자.
갔어. 맞을게.
야 시티 플라 간다. 시티 플라.
야 한 번 더 할게 시원아. 빠져봐.
둘. 나잘
헤이.
살았다.
헤이.
팀 맞는 거 심.
เฮ้ย
ฟอร์มซัมวันทูเดอะเบสโคเรียทีมนาว
시티 하나 저 뒤에.
ONG bro
Enemy remaining.
เฮ้ย
And that's just how the map was done. I can't believe that that's what happened. I mean, the execute, sure, but Paper X's whole thing was pushing down middle and getting that kind of a flank going through. And then it's just one little box, one little corner that they kind of neglect, and it shows, like, that's
เอา
the
ดี
miss. You just haven't really...
แพ้ตกรอบใช่ไหมครับจับไปเริ่มใช่ครับ
Yep. You have to clear your corners.
Timeout.
We'll get another timeout here. No
Timeout
doubt it's going to be
timeout
from
เลย
PRX. Alex has got some words for the team. This is starting to
ไม่เวิร์กเลยอ่ะ
now get a little bit worrisome. Onside 4 rounds away from closing this map out. PRX, they showed a nice brief sort of spurt of momentum. Start at the end of that second half, at the end of the first half, I should
ปีหน้า
say.
สนุกแน่กูบอกเลยใช่หรอ
They want to do it again here at the back end of the second half if they
คือน่ากลัวว่ะเจออย่างเงี้ย
close this map out. And right now,
คือเลไม่อยู่กับใครซินเน็ตแล้ว
Jury's
ไม่อ
out
ยู่
as to
แล้ว
whether or not that's going to happen.
They
Although I
leen
will
ma
say
ร็ว
that the string of rounds did come off the back of a timeout.
That's true too. And that's also when Paper X started to command some of these rounds with our own plays. Just
เล่นแบบนี้พอได้ลุ้นถ้วยตาไก่อยู่อ่ะ
if not just being able to kind of
ไม่โหดเกินว่ะ
onside we're pushing against them. Onto the defense though, I mean onside have shown that they have some strong executes that Paper X at times aren't able to deal with, at least so far in, you know,
ใครจะเข้ามาแทนพี่ดีมาบอกว่าเซฟิลอ
จากไทยตอนไหนครับที่จะซิปโตตกรอบแล้วเหร
But
อ
what
ค
you
รับ
really
มู
want
ฮ่า
to look
ฮ่า
out
ฮ่า
for,
ฮ่า
as
ฮ่า
I say,
มันมี
is
คำ
just you
มัน
have
มี
this
คำ
double
ในเฮีย
boost.
ในหีไอ้เฮียนี่เดี๋ยวก่อน
Do something in Jing, especially
เดี๋ยวก่อน
Jing
เดี๋ยวก่อนเดี๋ยวก่อน
perhaps. Do something,
They
get some
come
opening picks.
เชียเฮ้
Try to do that now towards the end.
ย
That translates
แต่บุล
into
ลี่บอกกูจะด่า
information. It's Defiant Forsaken.
There's nothing required at the moment. Util goes up, and onside happy to just take the orb. Slow this round down a little bit.
พี่เซมบอกใจส้ม
Speed
ครั
out
บ
some of the smokes.
เอ็นเข่าฉีกว่ะ
Jing. It's tricky. We can hear Alex.
โอ้ย
yelling
หาย
for
ไวๆนะครับ
sure.
หายไวๆนะครับผม
For good reason too. I mean, just
รอบนหัวปีใหม่วันที่
space given
2
up
อ่ะ
on the map. They're not really holding
ฟรอม
on to
ซัม
the
วัน
A main
ไม่ถึง
control that
20,000
they
ได้
had
ไงกลัว
earlier
เห็นละ
on.
ฝัน
So
ร้ายไปทั้งชีวิ
there's
ต
just not a lot of information
เอา
right
ก็
now
ไม่รู้
for
มีเวลา
PRX.
4 วัน
They're going to
มี
look
เว
for
ลา
some in
4 วัน
middle.
ก่อนบิน
Pop flash lined up there for something. Don't see anything. I feel as though a lot of this round really does hinge on Jing. He's got the ulti, and he's got the bulldog, but he's on the wrong side of the map to have any impact with it. So
from someone we need for Korea team in champion bro
Like I
Oh,
said,
hell no,
just
bro.
can't sit still. The 0 points hitting them now.
Max history bro
Hunter's Fury coming through as well.
ผมเอา
No
สี่
connection
มึงเอาสี่เลยเหรอ
initially. Paper X, a little bit of wiggle room there, but Hermes just strikes down 3. Forsaken goes one better.
Down B.
Well, not quite, but he did it with a pistol, so I'll give it to him. 2 on 2, we're
From
back
someone
again.
we need
Forsaken
champion
out
ที่
of
ไม่จะแล้วจ
nowhere.
บแข่งอีกทีประมาณช่วงไหน
That is
ตุลาครับ
unreal.
แชมเปี้ยนจบตุลาครับ
Forget Jing. It's all about Forsaken with the Sheriff. We're going to get that plant down now as
Absolute
well.
cinema.
Reckoning goes through.
Absolute
and that's the end of
cinema,
that.
JJaz.
Paper X will take the round.
Oh my
onside.
god
I mean, that's not even a fumble. That's just pure brilliance from Forsaken.
Thrifty.
มีแนวนอนแล้วเหรอมีแนวนอนแล้ว
Play that for Forsaken's POV again. You just
ไอ้เหี้ย
can't.
เจสันแอปซูลู
There's
ซินิมาว่ะ
no way to play around this.
โอ้โหไอ้
Look
เม
at
นให้โหด
that. This
ไอ้
is.
นี่ให้โหดกว่า
We had like a clip with
โอ้
Monyet
Oh.
and Killua, 4K
One
for
bullet.
4K. This is
Oh.
Forsaken going from that to a full clutch with Jing on the other side.
โอ้ย
Flick of the week.
Oh, man.
That trumps every other thing that
There was
we've had.
about 7 flicks of the week in that round.
เอามาดูกัน
That's
แบบนี้โมเมนตัมกลับมาไหม
Well, onside still have the lead, but maybe for not much longer. Something's able to strike in onto Hermes. The B side is open. Onside looking to move in. Divine keeping Paper X at bay for now. For some reason, Siesta it's been picked off there as well. It's not looking good for onside. If they try to hold on to this side, Paper X are not messing about. They're working their way forward already. Just no answers to be had here for onside. Ray has to try to hold it down himself. Here's that port up. Divine will finish it off. Paper X. That defuse and back in for a
มันต้องมาจัดตอนเนี้ย
a bit just because this is like Paper X being Paper X. Nobody's watching for it sometimes. Envy sits on top of the spike and it kind of gives away a little kill, but nonetheless, I mean the whole team being able to play around that, you love to see a bit of discipline being exercised. Forsaken, just knowing he spots the cosmic divide, doesn't really have to play too far forward by himself, and that's what you need to see from the team sometimes. Just not overheating too much. They had the numbers advantage with the initial op kill from something. So starting to build up more rounds like that, we're tied up now with Paper X and onside, and this can definitely go a bit further too. For the next round though, onside could be a bit more for worse, and that could be where things start to flip around.
ทำไมเล่นปกติอยู่ที่460
It's hard to say. I mean,
บังหรือเปล่าเราโดนอีกรอบ
we're
สิ
thinking about onside and their story so far from play-ins, from challengers up to this point. Siesta, there's like so much shit about him online, on our desk, on the Korean desk even. And then we've seen some plays from Wolverine, Ray, maybe even Hermes as well. We need to see, if Forsaken's pulling off insane shots like that, and we haven't really seen too much of that from onside, you're just not matching the
ทีมยาวยันยุโรปเลยบ้าใช่ถ้าจบก่อนก็ไปพักก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวมา
up in EMEA. It's gonna be tough to make a lower bracket run without
ผู้เล่นทุกคนมีถุงร้อนหมดไป
plays.
ครับหมดเลยครับผม
100%. Like I said,
It's kick สวัสดีครับเริ่ม YouTuber
onside to get a little
ONG
bit more out of
เขาเรียก
that
โอนิ
first
กิ
half
ริ
as
โอ้โห
well.
เฮียโอนิกิริ
If they
ตอนไซ
had
ด์เกมมิ่งครับ
an 8-4 lead, even a 7-5 lead, you'd still be out in front right now. But because they only got that 6-6, things have equalized down to 9-9. And in this high pressure moments, you think Paper X will be the team that is able to handle that a little bit better. Siesta though has other ideas. He goes straight into there as well. Oh, they're locking it down. The A site is closed. And Paper X have the lead for the first time in the series.
Alright, that's it. Shop's closed. Come again another day.
Maybe map's closer as well.
Abyss looks like about to get shut down by Paper X.
Especially if the next round does not get picked up by onside. But this was such a great opening pickup though. And it just comes down to a bit of spacing. They had the null command popped, but because there was no blind or anything tossed in front, just to dive into the cloud burst, they did not expect Paper X to already be in position on the front. It's tough, but that's kind of just, the ebb and flow between two teams trying to get those tendencies. Start things off a little bit more slow this time around. For Paper X to sweat. It's just Divine to anchor A.
Smokes up. It's not going to keep onside at bay though. Same idea. Siesta straight into his own cloud burst, but again, Jing is there. Waiting for him. Siesta out of the picture early on in the piece. They have provided themselves a little bit of space, but there's also a lot to work with for Paper X, and just dancing around this Jing, doing everything that's needed. Envy will finish it. Paper X up to 11, and they are doing it on easy mode on the defense.
Starting to look like it. I mean, onside just throwing more stuff at A side and C's trying to see what's next, but in this case, without much legwork done, it's the same sort of execute with the dive in. This time around, they did have the arc close, but it's off to the right side, which does kind of get blocked with the cloud burst. So Paper X is in the right position, and in that case, they were. It just doesn't hurt them at all. They're still able to react as soon as that cloud burst disappears, so it's tough for us to kind of retool their plays and executes. I think you don't go A again.
Yeah, maybe not.
ตอนเจอหน่องชินเป็นเพลงซ้อมมาบินมาซ้อมมาแพ้รอบเดียวจริงใช่หรอรู้ได้ไงเนี่ย
Maybe 2-3 rounds ago that we got the first one here from onside, so you can really tell that they're starting to feel that pressure that PRX is building.
Just the fact that like they are the Korean challengers team to make it through, playing in Sangam like one of our last couple of days here where Pacific started.
The turnout's pretty good for them.
It is, but you know, looking around the same, it's more turnouts for PRX, but maybe, you know, it's debatable. But like that, they could be feeling some of these things as well and pressure too. But like, you just gotta believe, you know, the only challengers team that we have left, they've trumped every other team they've beaten this whole sense. They certainly have a lot of potential. I mean, look at the
คือเปิดหลอดเดียวมีคนบอกให้เปิดเควสอ่ะก็เลยเปิดให้วันนี้ครับคุณจิม
But starting to run a bit dry in economy, and it's something on the op that they need to watch out for.
Oh, and he's just not going to miss shots like that. Ray's out of the picture early on in the piece. He's back straight in for another one onto Wolverine. Eventually traded down, but he has done what he needs to do.
Jing.
Get the port across, and Jing's taken out by Cloudy.
Uh-oh.
Still the big sun is the point of contention, and somehow Siesta is just going to go wandering into no man's land, and that's free couple of kills from PRX.
ใช่ไหมมันแมปบุกครับจริงๆแล้วอ่ะ
Yeah, free spike.
Cloudy will need something special to win this one with multiple players looking in his direction.
If he gets one kill, somehow conjures up a storm with Hunter's Fury. I don't know, shock darts. Devi is low.
Devi's low, yeah. Oh, steps being made though. Devi's heard that and commed that to the rest of the team. So the swing will come through, and PRX will claim 12. To think at one point, this looked like a map that Onside could win and could win cleanly as well.
But it was nothing but a chance. They had to have done it.
ความเลิศลับของ Just V2 เปิดจำผมได้ไหมทางเรามีสินค้าใหม่มานำสอนตุ๊กตายางแบบพกพาสะดวกสบายเราได้ปรับปรุงตรงหำทำให้ยัดตูดได้ง่ายขึ้นเบาดังแข็งแรงขึ้นเราอยากให้ลูกค้ารีวิวให้หน่วยควรปรับปรุงไหนบ้างขอบคุณครับ
ครับผมอันนี้มึงไม่ใช่ V2 จริงปะเนี่ย
not wanting to traverse back towards A side. He tried middle, but something's off was there. Now he's down B.
He's just everywhere at the moment, isn't he? It's another opening kill from something. Siesta has managed to claim control of the site, so Spike will pivot across as well. But Jing spotting out Cloudy, looks to try to take that fight forward, and that's a mistake again. Cloudy gets the better of Jing instantly, popping that Hunter's Fury as well to try to delay PRX in on this retake. And so far, the hold is looking pretty good. It's 3 players remaining here for PRX that they need to use to work to try to make their way back into this site. Divide picked up initially, so just Forsaken and something to try to scrounge it together, but it does not look like PRX are going to find the win here.
They might have the lead, and they could even close out this map,
my friend, how you doing?
Something's not fully quite right. Like, this isn't Masters Tokyo PRX. This is
ดูไงแบบบุกบักกัน
Jing,
ช่วย
honestly.
ดูเรื่องโชคพอยต์เลยครับเรื่องการตีไซด์มันตีได้กี่ดังอะไรเงี้ย
Yeah, you feel like Jing's trying to force it a little bit too much.
Now you see some of these plays, right?
Bad night, what
some of the
happened,
other teams
bro?
too. Players who do run the waylay, maybe even Primi, perhaps. But like,
อันยังครับผมอันยังขาปลาปางวันนี้ครับผม
there's nothing else. He's just diving in, hoping for a
ไม่ได้เลยเนี่ย
quick kill. Cloudy
อันนี้หิวไปหน่อยวะ
hiding. So no other retake then either, and everyone's just kind of yeah. Feeding into onside.
no.
Why don't you listen, JJ?
เอาแล้วโมโหแล้ว
Just running into one by one. Yep. You gotta watch out for how the next rounds go, though. I mean, something still has to be up, and he's got a lot of information now.
Oh, quick play in here from Siesta, hoping that someone's going to try to join him in that curve. It's not going to happen, but Ray still able to initially open the account onto Envy. Still, the defenders are there, doubled up on the site. Jing looking to try to deliver. Does get one onto Cloudy. Now able to pop those convergent palms. It doesn't seem to be too much of an issue for onside because they're still fragging. Second time. Spike in hand now for Wolverine and something coming across. This one winnable, of course. It's a 2v1.
The angles.
Yeah, potentially going to be cut off as well by that smoke, but that also gives him a bit of room to work out. Ray's going to watch it. 11 on the board onside. Hunting.
Peanut IMT. What is IMT, bro?
I need help, Jordan. I need breathing exercises. Trying to
พี่นอนกี่ชั่วโมงอ่ะ5 ชั่วโมงครับ
Oh my god, you got a paper bag?
อันนี้แม่กลับบ้านหรือแค่ต่อกลับบ้านครับ
Again,
อีกทีแชมเปี้ยนนู่น
gets a bit too eager, dives behind, but not quite having the later
รวมร้านจีนต้อง
animation takes a
3
bit
ที
of time
เนี่ย
before
ส
his
วัส
gun
ดีลูก
gets
ค้า
ready.
จำผมได้ไหม
อันนี้ของจริง
ผมตอบข้อความคุณลูกค้าใน
เอา
เพจ
แล้ว
ไม่ได้แต่หำปลอ
เอา
ม
แล้ว
ขนาดใหญ่สุดข
เอา
อง
แล้ว
ทางร้าน
เอาแล้ว
เรา
แปลงร่างแล้ว
คือ69 นิ้ว
แปลงร่างแล้ว
We'll be hearing about that
แปลงร่างแล้วแปลงร่างแล้วแปลงร่างแล้ว
สนใจไซส์ใหญ่ขนาดนี้ลูกค้าชื่อ just ใช้ไหมครับ
ไม่ใช่ครับ
For the final round of
ไม่ใช่ครับ
elimination, and it's the same approach for onside. They
เอ
go
ออันนี้
quickly
ของ
into
จริง
the A site, which is completely undefended by PRX. Smoke out on top of site. It's really not going to be enough to allow PRX back on out. They'll
สองราวอ่ะ
drop behind tide there as well.
But
But
Jing
down early on in the piece. Forsaken is able to find a crucial kill onto Siesta. Wolverine up close and personal, trying to go up the rope. It was a leg shot that came through there from something, but still finished off by Divine. Hermes for the double. And PRX might be staring down the barrel of an overtime here, having to make it happen as a duo. Divide pushing his way forward alone. Needs both.
No
Gets
way!
both. And now something on that side, tapping that bomb. Trying to draw out the peak
If
here
you
from Hermes, who is waiting until Divide is right there. And PRX, by the skin of their teeth, will take map
ไอ้เหี้ยโหดสัตว์
one.
ไอ้เหี้ยโหดสัต
I
ว์
wouldn't
ไอ้
want
เหี้ย
to
โคตร
be
โหดเชี่ยโคตร
sitting
โหด
back there, waiting to hear from the coach. I will be honest, but a win's a win.
A win definitely is
Save the day.
one. It
Save the
makes
day.
it so close, but you have
Save
to
the day
admit the
here.
effort was
Come on,
done
man.
there by something and Divine, namely just being able to get so much done. And of course, we're Forsaken on that clutch too. So much value with the
เซฟเลย
harbor.
เฮีย
Interesting enough with how this composition can work, but you also need to admit that Onsite did challenge PRX in some of those early rounds. I mean, you have to think about the quotes and how like sometimes Jing feels like he's one in a million, but here he's one out
โด
of
เน
five.
ท
He's
20,000
part
นา
of
ที
this
วันมัน
PRX
ถึงเราจัด
team.
ถึงทำไมไม่ถึง
We'll see
เรา
though. I
มี
mean,
พัน
for
กว่าคนเดียว
now,
คนละ
this
20
was
บาท
just the
เนี่ย
first map,
ถึง
and
เล
we
ย
still have a set on the next. We're gonna toss it down with the coach interview on the stage.
หัวร้อนเปล่าเหรอ อันไหนฟังสัมภาษณ์
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with
Bella.
Coach Alex of PRX. Now the
Yep,
team
yep.
made it through. It was definitely a nail biter, but were there any curveballs that onside threw your way, or what is happening through your mind right now?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's curveballs. I don't think we're very good at this. So like anything anyone does on us is like something new to us, you know. So like it's just we just have to take it as it comes.
Win's a win. And now moving on to Ascent. Do you think it's going to pan out the same, or what do you want to tell the boys?
It's probably going to be the same, man. It's going to be messy, but I think if we get through this game, we'll figure it out.
All right. Well, best of luck to you. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
โอ้ดาวิวเบลล่าครับผมเขาถามว่าคิดยังไงแบบเมื่อกี้บ้าง
However, I feel like there was a lot going in Alex's mind that I don't think he could have shared on the broadcast at Ridbella. But
เราไม่ได้เก่งอาบิดอยู่แล้วนะครับผม
I mean, these last few
ถ้าแบบ
rounds
มี
were
ทีมอะไร
just
ทำอะไรแปลกๆใหม่ๆสำหรับเราก็คืออ๋อใหม่หมดนะครับทำอะไรซ้ำๆสำหรับเราก็ใหม่เหมือนกันนะครับเพราะเราเป็นทีมที่ไม่ได้เก่งอาบิดอยู่แล้วครับผมส่วนแบบเซนต์แบบหน้าผมว่าน่าจะเขาเรียกอะไรวะภาษาไทยคือเมสซี่ภาษาไทยคืออะไรวะน่าจะงงเหมือนเดิมงงเหมือนเดิมนะครับผมอาเซนแต่ว่าถ้าเราชนะอาเซนได้ผมว่าเราน่าจะปลดล็อกอะไรบางอย่างครับไม่เละอ่ะเขาไม่ได้พูดในเชิงเละยุ่งเหยิงแล้วกันยุ่งเหยิงงงอ่ะ
That round is exactly a perfect example. So
Hey,
I
hey.
think Onside need to regroup fast. They're a good enough team to win this series, but they have to be clean.
แต่ว่าชุดนี้เป็น
I
ยังไง
will
บ้าง
see.
เหรอ
I mean, that is the weak spot right now.
yeah.
PRX's
ONGเหรอ
map pool at the end of the day, and I think that was a messy game from both sides. But that's what makes for pure entertainment. At the end of the day, you have some big plays from PRX. This is an insane round from Forsaken.
เอาไม่เมสซี่ไม่บอกเมสซี่
They should be proud of themselves. Let's see how they go into Ascent, because this is a map that PRX has won a couple of times now, even though they've had some close games on it. It used to be at a bit of a sore spot in their own map pool, but they're picking it in.
Oh, I feel what's up, oh.
So far in Pacific.
ไอ้ยัง
Yeah,
วัน
you're
เกิด
right. It
กับ
was
เจนโบ
very
แมน what the
entertaining
fuck
indeed. I mean, it had a little bit of everything, I suppose.
เริ่มแบบ2
You
ใน
know,
กี่
you
นาที
had
ประมาณ
lots of reactions
ประมาณ
from
5 นาทีครับ
Alex.
ฝาก
You
คนไล
had
ค์
the
กดติดตาม
crowd
เป็นคนนะ
going
ใครไม่ได้กดอ่ะ
absolutely
บ้านนำ
crazy
กดใจเลยนะ
because they weren't sure which round was going, which way was whether it was going for PRX or
ฝากกดเลยครับ
Onside, and especially when it came down to the wire there in this match. But for Onside, they started off really, really strong, and they started off, being able to show that kind of confidence that they had in the challengers, and I just feel like that maybe the pressure got to them and PACIFIC
แบบต่อไปเดาสกอร์เลยครับจาน เซนหนอ
They let them back into the game on both halves. There was the thrifty for Forsaken. That was the
สรุปมันฟรีแบบเอาไปให้เขาเติมได้ถึงมิดไนท์เลยโบช็อตหรอ หรือว่าอะไร
There's not quite enough credits in that thrifty to count as a thrifty, Morgan.
Oh, don't get me started. But this is exactly the problem.
มันเป็นเลข13ใช่
When the script is going their way,
มีโอกาสที่น้องๆมาออกพอดแคสต์ของทุกคนไหมครับโอ้ยน้องๆซิปโต้เหรอ
always punish you for things like that. I think there were really great moments here.
ไม่เร็วๆนี้แต่อาจจะมีครับเอางี้แล้วกันอ่ะโอเคไหมผมก็อยากให้ออกครบทุกคนก็ไม่เร็วๆนี้ไม่เร็วๆนี้ดูเซนเองสวัสดีครับจันกินแล้วได้ไหมกินได้เมื่อกี้เหมือนเล่นแรงพุ่งเข้ายิงไม่มีอะไรเลยมันก็มีเซตอัพอยู่ ONG อ่ะ ONG มีเซตอัพเยอะอยู่จำว่าไงครับปุ้งพุงพี่การมาเดี๋ยวพี่การมาซาโบโปรโมทแบบสองเนี่ย Everything you like to order to staff at bar wait free oh wait what the fuck
yeah and up against a team like PRX of course they've seen everything at this point so you can't keep repeating the same thing over and over again onside but going back to early on in this map it was actually quite impressive we were believing at some point
they started so well I was so excited by how they were playing this game look at how they're controlling the space here you have to be so unafraid against PRX Cloudy takes the fight to them in mid gets to and look at Siesta he's closing down
yep so crazy what มึงเสียเท่าไหร่เนี่ยป่าวว่าเมื่อคืนอ่ะ
and he restricts them up he's unafraid they don't have anything to stop him on the flank so he dominates that space this was the first round where I thought hang on they can make this work here they can do this but then, we'll know what happened after but I definitely think especially in this first half they had a lot of really rock solid ideas
I mean, yeah, that was a good flank from Siesta. This was a round where onside. I mean, I love that they're just playing so bunkered down on the site here. They were ready for PACIFIC's exit.
ซีรีส์สนุกกว่าการดูแข่งการดูอเล็กทุกโต๊ะ
You've got Hermes playing top side. Ray is kind of goblining inside of this little.
อยากเห็นท้องทีละคนเลยเหรอทีละคนเลยเหรออันนี้ยากอยู่
And I love that from onside.
จันจะใส่บิกินี่จริงไหมก็ถ้าครบก็ใส่จริงไม่โม้จันพูดมัมหมีหลายรอบหลายรอบหน่อยเร็วมัมหมีคืออะไรวะ
crime there in that first half to be honest with how it was going PRX salvaged that it was that second half that really became the problem for them in my mind
แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวพอดแคสต์คนต่อไปรอติดตามครับเดี๋ยวมีถ่ายละคู่ต่อไปใครทีวันเจอหน่องชิมครับเอ้ยเจอKRXโทษทีเอาแต่ไม่ได้ก็ inflatable free bot โอ้ my god so W ไอ้เหี้ยเซฟอะไรเหรอ
from someone ถ้าทุกคนที่อยู่ตรงนี้โดให้จัสคน10 บาทจัสก็จะได้ใส่ยิกินี้
โอ้ยเชยคือมึงจะให้กูใส่ได้เลยใช่ไหมล่ะเอาเหมยมาเหรอรอบนี้แล้วโกะ3เหมยไอเชียมันเป็นมุกไอ้ยัยกู3เหมยกูจะคุยรู้เรื่องกับมันไหมเนี่ยอ่ะตะกี้กดแรงยิงไม่โดนด่ายับน้อยใจเกมอ่ะโอ้ยอิโซเคนะเบรอแบดเดย์อย่าไปทรงอย่าไปซีเรียสใช่ไหมไอ้ยัยนายหินไม่เก่งมากมั้งแม่งยิงได้ทุกวันในดอกใช่ป่ะมึงเก่งเกินทั้งกันหน้าทำดีทุกวันหน้าสมมุติต้องเลือกอาวุธ1อาวุธจะชอบอะไรดาบคู่ดาบใหญ่คาตานะดาบคู่ดาบใหญ่คาตานะคาตานะ
I mean, that might be a little bit of trauma that last map. I think they're gonna feel like we could have won that map. They might watch this VOD back. Oh, guys, remember the time that I played PRX?
TLVNเป็น free for all โอ้โห free for all เลยเหรอวันนี้รอส่งลิควิดกลับบ้านนะเว้ยกูบอกไว้ก่อนเฮียดูสวยคิดตก
ถ้าครบ 20,000 ขอจากบิกินี่เปลี่ยนเป็นพอดแคสต์ที่มีแขกเป็นพี่ยัดกับเดอะมีนได้ไหมจัส
โอ้โหมึงเห็นกูเป็นใครเนี่ยมึงคิดว่า มึงคิดว่ากูทักไปเขาจะตอบกูไหมฮะกูถามจริงมึงคิดว่ากูเป็นใครวะกูเอาเข้ามากูจะโดนอะไรไหมเนี่ยเขาจะอมให้ผมไหมเนี่ยเขาจะอมตามผมไหมเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยชวนมาทำพอดแคสต์แต่เขาบอกว่าเดี๋ยวพี่เป็นบัญชีให้แทนอุ้ยทำไงอ่ะกู the best ที่มีคนเรียกอีกไหมมันรอดูเลยว่ามี
Yeah, we'll see indeed what they have planned on this one because this is where the true test comes in for onside, right? You lose your map pick, you only have one map left, and it could be the very last map that you play on this stage because this is elimination for the series and PRX. This is their map pick. They've won twice on this map already, and they are still PRX. So the pressure is going to be very heavy on their players.
I think if onside win this series now, it would be so hard.
I want to see what they have planned for this episode. So let's send it back down to Bella, who's standing by with hype from onside.
จีเหรอพี่
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with Onside Gaming's Coach Hype. He called it. He said it was going to be a definitely nail biter, and Abyss was super intense. What did you tell the team going into Ascend, and what's your take on meeting PRX for the first time? 감독님 안녕하세요. 어비스 아쉽게 내줬지만 정말 말씀하신 대로 너무 팽팽한 1맵이었습니다. 어센트 들어가기 전에 선수들에게 어떤 이야기를 해주셨는지 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요?
일단은 어비스 일단은 할 때 예상했어요. 이렇게 팽팽할 것 같은 그런 걸 이미 준비해와서 한번 부셔보자 미러전 이런 느낌으로 준비해왔고요. 어센트 준비할 때 이제 끝나고 나서 1세트 끝나고 나서
แต่กูพูดจริงนะ
때 진짜 별거 없는데
อย่างหนึ่งนะการทำงานเป็นเบลล่าหรือเจนลีหรือว่าไอโฮสต์3 คนที่เขานั่งอยู่ข้างบนน่ะยากนะเว้ยมึงต้องหาชุดใหม่มาใส่ทุกวันไหนเหี้ย
I knew it was going to be an intense match from the get-go, and you know it obviously showed. You definitely saw all of that as well, and it was a matter of just the chances of us taking the side first or them retaking it, and the chances of us winning that is going to be paper thin on the second map as well. So we're gonna do what we have to do and just have fun and hope for the best. All right, thank you, Hype, and 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 온사이드 화이팅.
화이팅.
온사이드 화이팅. Wโค้ดว่ะพูดถึงโรดเป็นสปอนเซอร์หรอโอ้ว้าว
you heard it from him. The chances are going to be paper thin. He's not here.
That's not what your chances to be.
They were looking bold in that first map, so that does make a lot of sense to me.
ยากเรื่องการแปลการศึกษาแผนไม่ยากเรื่องการเลือกชุดทีเกเลยเฮ้ยกูพูดจริงมึงการเลือกชุดมันเป็นสิ่งที่ยากมากเลยเว้ยวันนี้กูใส่อะไรดีโอ้โหทรมานวันนี้จูนวันนี้ครับแบ็คยากนะ
Yeah, it's going to be a tough stylistic match.
มาจากนอร์เวย์เพื่อมาดูเป็นเล็กเจ็ดเค
This is their last chance. They lose this game. They
แต่
are
เบลล่าต้องใส่ชุด
eliminated
ดำที่จะไปสนามที่ออร่าสุดละ
year over. They have to recover now if they want to.
เมื่อวานมัน 5,000 เป็น 5,000 ตัวไหนเคนโซ
One last chance for onside gaming up against PRX. We have had our eyes on this David and Goliath matchup, and now it will all come down to Ascent. We're gonna send it over to your casters, Quack and Elfish once more.
เอามาดูกันยังไง
I hope it might not just come down to Ascent. There's
ใคร
potentially
จะมีแต่ยูนิโคสีดำเป็นผู้แบบมึงเอาก็กูตัดปัญหาออกไงว่ากูจะใส่อะไรกูก็เลยตัดแม่งเลยยิงยูนิโคเดียวดำขาวจบไอ้เหี้ยคิดยากเหลือเกิน
on map 1, but they still had enough to get it over the line. So if it ain't gonna happen there on Abyss, I don't think it's gonna happen here either. Unless they really somehow retool their Ascent defense all throughout just the little week that we had. It's tough to say. It was a 2-10 back then against Sharper in that defense side at half. They really need so much more. They need to show so much. Also, Mika's saying David's on PRX, so how is David against Goliath?
แบบ2ครับแบบนี้เป็นไปเล่นเป็นคนเลือกอะไรอย่าลืมโหวตนะเอามา
Some of the mysteries of the world and the universe that we will never really get the answer to. Anyway, let's get back underway here. This round under construction for PRX.
ตัวไหนอินฟูผู้หญิงเขามีแบรนด์เสื้อผ้าส่งเสื้อผ้าให้อีกแล้วเอ้ากูกินนะ บางทีอ่ะมึงมีออปชั่นหรือช้อยเยอะเกินก็เลือกยากอีกทำว่าไงถึงไม่จริง
pretty peachy for PRX so far.
Planted.
มันไม่ได้แล้วครับเมษามัน
Much controlling everything
คอมมานด์มันพังไปแล้วครับไอเนี้ยมันทำไม่ได้แล้วอ่ะ
Smoke come online as well, but Heaven angles.
โอ้แต่ตั้งแต่2022ขอบคุณนะครับเมษานะครับ
The end of the world though for PRX. They've still got Divide alive, and his headhunter is singing. That's an easy pistol for first one, by the way, for PRX of the series.
Let's go, yeah.
เหลือ 5,000 หรือ 9,000 แมวเฮียบิกินี่ทันที
พร้อมน็อตทารอนสวัสดีครับจัสทางน็อตทารอนเห็นว่าจัสมีรายได้ดีและไปใส่บิกินี่ซึ่งผิดกฎสัญญาด้านสื่อลามกและเป็นพิษทางสายตาทำให้คนอื่นมีอารมณ์ดังนั้นทางน็อตทารอนขอไม่คืนเงินนะจับถ้าอยากได้มาฮองกงนะจะเน่เดค่าไห่คีจาสอคีกระเมยแอคที่ฮาอาปากวไฟวะ
มึงไม่คืนกูอยู่แล้วครับ
buys him a bit of extra time as well.
เดวิดของดีคืออะไรที่เป็นเชลีว่าเดวิดยิงโหดหมดอ่ะ
Quite a bit more though, and you do love
เรื่องยากนะไม่งั้นไม่มีสไตลิสต์หรอกใช่ไหมจริงมุตุ
some aiming space, mid space from earlier on as well.
ผมว่า 2-1 เหรอใช่หรอผมว่า 2-0 ว่ะ
What's going on here? Cloudy trying to open the door up there for Siesta. Doesn't have too much success.
เฮ้ยวันเวนั่นอ่ะเฮ้ยอ๋อมันไม่ยิงทำไมวะ
Bit of a farm fest here for PRX.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll take it.
แบบนี้ ONG ไม่เก่งใช่ครับ
Maybe force the
ONG ไม่เก่งสปินกับอาเซน
a little bit more expensive or
อันนี้กูบอกได้บอก
weaken
เลย
that next round. They'll still get the plant down on A, no problems at all. You have some shenanigans still waiting to happen as Forsaken's kind of taking a bit of a greedy position up on top of the wall there, and he's been punished for it. Now we're back to a 2-on-2, and honestly could still be winnable for onside if they're quick about things.
เวลาโอเค
Though. No armor to their name, so something making it look pretty easy so far. Hermes, that bulldog missed shot is not the end of the world. Gets himself the 3.
มาได้เรา
PRX get 2, but might be in a bit too close for comfort.
จักเกอร์แบบไหนจักเกอร์คุ้มแม่พับโดน 1 เลย
I don't think they lost too much either though, PRX. So still okay enough.
อันนี้เขาไม่ได้ติใช่ไหมครับไม่เป็นเล็กเล่นเขาไม่ได้ติอาเซนยุค
Forsaken and then
ปีที่แล้วอ่ะ
picking up the bulldog after that.
Good patience, really, isn't it?
Info.
คำน่ารักจังไว้ไอ้สัตว์เป็นชื่อเป็นจัดเอกราชเหรอพี่ แต่ถ้าเฮเว่นนะกูบอกเลยน่ากลัว ONG อ่ะเฮียโดนจนกลัวแล้ววะ
Let's get into this bonus here and see what PRX can do. Devise
ดีตู้มาสวัสดีครับสบายดีไหมครับผม
fellas rolling out with some rifles.
คือผมมันเก่งทุกแมปแต่ผมแค่ไม่ค่อยโชว์ครับเดี๋ยวคนจะตกใจ
Primarily be Divide with that headhunter.
ไปวาร์ป
Operate in the
โอเค
early stages of this round at least.
สวย
Spot. So something taking advantage of the info that was given by the
โอ้บลาย
dart.
โดน
Now the clone too, just to try to test
Hey,
on
how
his
about I-
setup.
Where's the trade there from PRX? I mean, Siesta's kind of standing out in no man's land. No one looking to try to swing to help something. It's up.
ตัวเห็นได้นะ
4-on-4.
Tell you what, it's a great blind from Ray
Mi
to
chup
really
yang.
kind of
Yang.
stem this aggression. So PRX now have to look for other opportunities around the map, and that's when Ray goes searching as well. Blocked off by the smoke.
Here.
สมาร์ท2-0 แมปแรกยังกับโดนเทีย2 ตัวอยู่เลยกว่าได้อยู่ดีอ่ะกว่า 2-0 นะ มันไม่เก่งกับเซน ONG อ่ะ
Maybe waiting for the smoke. Ray perhaps looking to push through.
แต่มันมีบิกินี่สำหรับผู้ชายด้วยเหรอเอาก็แบบออริจินอลไปเลย
Otherwise, you're looking at this very defensive.
เลี้ยว
พร้อม
เหรอ
ด้วยรักและห่วงใยจากน็อตทารอนแปลให้นาเผื่อภาษาไทยอ่านไม่ออกเน่เดค่าไห่คีจาสอคีกระเมยแอคที่ไห่ออร่าอาฟาเน่วิชมีปาหา
Come
นา
and get them
โจ
for onside. There's not a lot of time here for PRX to work
กู
with,
จริง
but
ต้าอนุบันดา
still
เต้
making
เรี
their
ย
way
มอม
into
ตะ
that
กุ
B
ลัง
side.
กา
It's
หน้า
not
ไห่
fully
ออ
cleared,
ร่า
but
เด
there's
ค
nobody there, as we well know. Plant's going down. Jing
ฟานา
finding himself just the 1-for-1, and
ซี
Siesta
ซ่า
will
ตะ
put
เน
him
น
to
ยูที
bed.
พี
And
จา
again,
น่า
we
โบ
find
ซา
ourselves
กาติ
back in
ไข่
a
ไปสลีไป
2-on-2. Again, very winnable circumstances here
Hey,
for
but-
onside. Envy
ช่วยด้วย
causing a bit of
ส
a
วย
ruckus, but it will be Forsaken. But
วันนี้
finds the
วันนี้กินเจ
initial kill onto Siesta, and now
รีบร้อนไปหน่อยวะพูดจริง
to try to close this one out. He knew where Envy
วันนี้รีบร้อน
was.
หน่อยวันนี้อยากสู้หมดเลยเจอ่ะ
Was a little bit
ซิริมัน
sharper,
ฟัง
so 3
มัน
to
อ่าน
0 will be
อยา
the
กฟัง
score.
รู้เรื่องมาก
PRX
ไม่รู้เรื่อง
underway
มันอ่าน
nicely
มั่ว
on
เนี่ย
the
ซิริอ่ะ
set.
Yeah, stuck on top with elevation definitely kind of displaces your crosshair. That said, though, I mean, this is also a result of PRX not investing too much in the previous round, so
คือ
getting
ไม่
all the
เก่งแล้วนี่
rifles
ต้องไม่
here
เก่งตลอด
helps
ไป
them
เลยไง
quite a bit.
เขาก็ปรับแก้แผนมา
Nonetheless,
เข้า
though,
ใจ
you do
แต่
admire
บางที
how
มันก็
both
ใช้เวลา
teams were
เอ
quite
อ
aggressive with how
คน
they
เราจะ
wanted
เก่ง
to
ภายในวันเดียว
search
ได้
for
เหรอวะ
information or take some duels. Ray against Divide.
จะนอนไหม
And
นอนไป
also,
แล้ว
I
แป๊บนึง
guess-
ครับ
Yeah, maybe Hermes a
จะ
bit.
ไม่มีแบชชี่แล้วหรอไม่มีแล้วโคตรเศร้าอ่ะป่าบนโพโคตรเศร้าเลย
That's it though. Eco now for onside is
เฮ้ย
does
หนัก
not
ก็หลง
bode well.
แปลกจัง
No, certainly not. Here from
ถ้า
onside
เต็ม
though,
แล้ว
they
ทำจริงไม่
tried
ทำจริ
to
ง
stave off
ไม่มีโม้
PRX in this one.
천천히 하겠다. TP 접었어. 이제 기어나갈게 나 바로. 형 나 살짝 빠질게. 한미도로 점피. 가비. 하나였어 계속. 걸라나.
กูเชื่อเลยแมมมันแดๆแบบที่แล้วยังบอกว่ามันแก้แผนมาเลยจัดเฮ้ยไม่ได้บอกแบบที่แล้วไม่ได้บอกว่าแก้แผนมาแบบที่แล้วบอกมึงไปตั้มมามันเจสันเอาให้เนี่ย
팀이 하나 더.
Okay.
맞어.
Cloudy's making it look interesting. Hold up. So what Forsaken could do on that last half, that last map, and he's going to try and do it himself this time. Something eventually brings to the end that rampage, but Hermes is there now. He's got that one-way cage.
แต่ใครชี้ไปไหนเราต้องรอดูปีหน้าเลยครับ
down.
ปีหน้าโอกาสน่าจะเยอะ
Another 2-on-2.
คนเกาหลีได้ตุนบางคนจริงๆหรอใช่
Here comes dimensional drift out from something, looking for that info. Smokes through. PRX are going to commit
30 seconds left.
to the A site by the looks of things with the info that they've got. He still have to make it across mid here as Forsaken, and he does just. He gets spotted on the way through though.
ขอดีๆนะ
Goodness, what a round.
Yeah, look at the path.
คนดู 5,000 หรือ 1,000 ถอดเสื้อกางเกงไหมแล้วกูจะตั้งบิกินี่ทำไมถ้ากูจะทำได้ตอนนี้
now in their hands. Safer route too. Something could be a bit late to the party depending on the timing that he kind of reads.
ชีนายใครชี้เหรอ
There's
ไม่รู้
very
ต้องรอดู
slim
ปีหน้าเลย
chance
คือ
for
ปีหน้า
onside,
ผม
but
ว่าแบบ
it's still a chance.
เวลาหดนะจริง
Ray with
เปลี่ยน
paranoia
เยอะ
too
อะ
should set up Hermes quite nicely. They have to break down the door first though, so that's what they're going for.
It's going to be smoked off anyway. So you're right. A lot of this is going to come down to Hermes. It's a headshot line being played there by Forsaken. Hermes is just going to have to take.
โดนบายปะวะใกล้อะไม่โดนใช่
Push his way forward, see if he can find a
สวย
duel. Unable to win it.
ไม่โดนได้ไงวะ
Ray also not quite able to find the trade there onto something. So round's probably
ส
over.
วย
And it is in the end at the hands of something.
4-0
Close. It's a good
ทำไป
effort
ถึงยอด
from
ทำไหนเอ้า
onside.
ก็ไม่ถึงก็ไม่ทำไง
Yeah, especially Cloudy, a player that you don't see too often in the kill feed. But that was
แต่ว่าปีหน้าคือการเปลี่ยนแปลงลอตเตอร์ใหญ่เลยเพราะเป็นระบบจริง
quite pretty.
ต้องรอดูไอ้ระบบ
Really nice from
เรื่อง
Cloudy.
การล็อกพีไม่ใช่การล็อกพีการล็อก
Yeah,
สัญ
it
ชาติ
wasn't
ด้วย
quite lined up
สมมุติว่า
as you would have liked to. So not too bad. But it's
เป็นทีม
just some
อินโดอ่ะ มันต้องมี
rounds
อินโด
where
ขั้นต่ำ
PRX
3 คนมั้งหรือ 2 คนอะไรเงี้ย
a bit, but otherwise
อุ้ย
as is the Chico
ไม่สบายกันหรอ
greed is good. Something just
บาง
gets
แพ้
the
เชื้อหรอก
dimension
คือดูบางแล้ว
some
ป่วย
early
ตาม
kills
อ้าว
as well. Toward a force
ให้
now
ไวๆนะ
though, there is an up on the other side too.
เสร็จแล้วไม่ตุงใช่ไหมเล็กมึงรู้ได้ไงว่ายูเซเดม
Push down middle here from PRX, mostly dry. A little bit of Util getting tossed
แต่
in
ปีนี้
now.
ผมว่า
but
พี่หลัง
Forsaken
แชมป์มาตอนเนี้ยตอนนี้ยังไงก็ยากกว่าพี่
High positions and they're
Black
not
Champ
working
Pop
out
Lan
for him. Siesta's found the double. First round in the making here for onside.
Wait,
Flash
offside.
actually catches Wolverine, so he has to back up. Maybe Envy
โอ้ออฟ
right
เป็น
into
เกมเหรอ
the
วะ
top line. Not going to be a good idea either, but
มี
Jing
ชุบ
is
นะ
hoping to
วอลได้
salvage.
ชุบได้
Rez as well,
Chip
off
high.
onto Envy, who immediately dies straight away. That's just a feed for Ray, and now Siesta for the 4K.
No way.
Well, beautiful round from onside.
No freaking way this happens. I mean, yeah.
No freaking Ray. This happens.
Well, that would have been great if Ray was one of the players in the round, but
He got 2 kills.
okay. But Siesta, look at that. And of course, Wolverine, the self-blind, but it just buys enough time
No
for
freaking Ray.
for Wolverine to get in the position.
No freaking Ray.
All right, Elfish.
โอ้แล้วกินเป็นเล็กก็น่าจะโดนหนอคือเหมือนว่ามันจะมีข้อมันจะมีกฎพิเศษว่า
PRX not like
ทีม
really
พาร์ทเนอร์
anticipating some of these
พวกนี้
positions
ที่
or
ทำมา
plays
ก่อน
from onside, and that's
อาจจะไม่ถูก
I suppose.
เข้าใน
Then again,
Gột
not
nắn.
having played against them that much, it's just
Well, early days.
keep them on their toes.
Yeah, plenty of time to adapt into this one still for PRX, and they've got quite a buffer to play with.
Oh, I tell you what though, this is great for onside because now they are close
เตรียม
to
ตาม
all
ไม่
five
ทำไอ
ults,
ซ์
and a lot of
กด
these
อะไรกด
ults
กับ
can
ลอ
help
ตเตอ
them
ร์
just kind
ปีหน้า
of weather the storm of this defense side. If they have big ways to come back and are run it back or Hunter's Fury soon. If not, the overdrive for Siesta. It's pushing PaperX in a bit of danger territory now, though.
เรื่องสัญชาติแบบว่าทีมกับเพลเยอร์
Hermes and Cloudy.
Got that cage to work with for now, but only
เรื่อง
for so
import อะไร
long.
เงี้ย
Has to break open that wall to add the element of doubt into the minds of PaperX. There could still be somebody sitting towards the defensive spawn
มันจะ
here.
เริ่มบุกอย่าง
Side though,
ถ้าทีมรับเริ่มได้ออกบอกมาดูกัน
See Ray go back. 1 for 1, not going to be good enough for them so far, and here comes PaperX.
30 seconds left.
Just
เอาละ
brutalizing
10 ต้น
their
อาจ
way
จะ
into
ก็
that
ปีหน้า
big
ก็จะเป็น
side.
ก็เป็นแบบ
Really
จบ
maybe
แบบไทย
didn't
ครับ
need the extra
10 ต้น
assistance
ไทยแลนด์
of
มันก็ได้
Ray
แล้ว
there.
Spike planted.
ที่ไทย
Now he has to get it done on this rotation alongside Wolverine. There could be a run it back.
Let me see Thailand
here, but it's the wrong one as far as onside are concerned. There's nothing really left for Ray in this round but to try to find some exit kills. See if he can maybe hold on to this.
มันไม่ใช่ว่าต้องจดบอลที่ไทยคือแบบว่าเราเลือกว่าเราอยากเลพิเซนประเทศอะไรอ่ะ
On their bike.
Oh yeah.
คือถ้าแบบฟาลคอนอยากเลพิเซน
Get a bit tricky with it.
อินโดนีเซียก็ได้ก็คือต้องเป็นแบบอินโดนีเซียเท่านั้นอะไรเงี้ย
You know the game against Nongshim was tough.
นี่เป็นเล็กทีมแตกมันไม่แตกเพราะว่าจะมีกฎพิเศษสำหรับทีมพาร์ทเนอร์ครับ ทีมที่ทำมานานแล้วอ่ะ
leaving Abyss in, they just want to get some more reps in, and
เป็น
it's
เล็ก
nice
สิง
to
คโปร์
have
ใช่
that nonetheless. And of course, Alex definitely wants to
เอฟเอได้พาร์ทเนอร์ไหมผมไม่รู้ว่ะ
as well. But apart from all of that, it's what we're seeing is just being able to
ตั้งกฎว่าเป็นเล็กกว่าคนดูหายมันไม่ใช่ว่าเป็นเล็กอะมันจะมีทีมเกาหลีบางอันที่มีญี่ปุ่นด้วยหรือว่าแบบ
and they trip themselves down with Abyss. I think that's kind of
จีหนึ่งอะไรเงี้ย
But then at the same
มัน
time
ทำมาแล้วอ่ะ
now it's like yeah we were on a tricycle we're taking out the training wheels
ต้องดูหาแฟนคลับไหมบอกว่ามีพาร์ทเนอร์อยู่แล้วปีหน้าแต่ว่าไทยอ่ะแต่ไม่รู้ใครได้
I just don't see it for outside. We're not seeing anything too inspiring yet. Like the closest thing that we've had so far on this map was Cloudy with
ถ้า
that
มี
little
เอเจนต์พาสซีฟกดคอนโทรลค้างแล้วนอนหมอบค้างกับพื้นได้โอ้โห
Yes, Siesta's
เกลียดไหม
foreplay was nice. But you know that's kind of easier
โชว์
said
แมต
than
ตอนไหน
done.
ไม่น่ามีโชว์แมตนะครับผมไม่รู้มีหรือเปล่า
See if he can try and get involved in these rounds a little bit earlier on. If he's going to be the only point of difference.
ทีมมีติดบอยเซิร์ฟแบนกอร์เนอร์สองที่บอกอ่ะ
sort of walking into the setups of PaperX. You know, your device got.
แต่10 โต้ต่อสัญญาไหมก็อย่างน้อย1สิ้นปีนี้
We have 2 to 4, so
ส่วนปีหน้าก็เดี๋ยวว่ากันใหม่อีกทีครับ
up against him.
It's always one of those big things. Well, onside, like mentioned before, they do have those ults. You can kind of understand wanting to stay alive enough to make use of them or fully utilize them, but I do want to see onside just kind of disrespect PaperX a bit. Don't play into PaperX's pace because that's oftentimes what
ถ้ามันทำนี้ในทีมแต่ทีมคนมีเยอะชาติอะไรก็ได้ประวะกดประเดียวไม่คือก็มันก็ดีนะมันทำให้แบบมันอินขึ้นไง มึงเก็ตป่ะคือพอปีหน้ามันจะเปิดเป็นแบบว่าคัดในประเทศก่อนไง
come together for onside is those opening kills from Siesta. Bai has crept very far forward and he's going to get a
พูดตรง
freebie.
ๆทีมไทยแต่ละประเทศต่างประเทศหมดเลยอ่ะมันก็ไม่อินหรอกใช่ปะล่ะ
exploited so easily.
แต่ถ้าเป็นทีมต่างประเทศเพลเยอร์ไทยมึงก็อินอันนั้นมากกว่าไง
Tries to fake it out and he's not able to do it. Davai is just putting in a shift this round. Eventually will fall to Hermes.
มันจะได้มีเลเวลเซนหน่อยมันจะได้มีอะไรสนุก
Trying
นะ
to figure out where PaperX are headed. It's no surprise that they are on the A site. Hunter's Fury not really doing a whole lot of damage here. Hermes in a spot of bother as well as that smoke
ชัปเปอร์รวยครับ
shows his noggin.
ชัปเปอร์ไม่มีปัญหาหรอก
Now it's all on Cloudy. That is a pretty tough ask to get this one in a 1v3.
ส่วนตัวชัปเปอร์ฟูลเซนไม่รู้อะถ้าดูจากความรวดเร็วทันใจผมชอบชัปเปอร์นะตัดคลิปโคตรเร็วออกคลิปทุกวันโหยแม่งดับยูจัดเลยเนี่ยมีอะไรดูทุกวัน
Okay. But it's also like a little oopsie boopsie, you know. You have a little fatality in the form of something dying, sure. But ultimately, that allows for Divide to sneak all the way up catwalk because, as tends to happen, Siesta was just caught.
ที่วิ่งได้แต่เสียงเบาลงครึ่งหนึ่งโอ้นี่ก็กูแต่ว่าไม่แฟร์
Catch up to Cloudy.
ต้องนับแฟนคลับต่างประเทศไหมอันนี้ผมไม่ชัวร์ว่ะ
So Vandal goes through, but that's really not
ที่แหละ
the
คิดถ่าย
greatest
เล่นเอ้า
surprises considering
อย่างน้อยมันก็มีอะไรให้มึงดูนะเว้ย
Now down 6-1. It's a similar scoreline to what we saw in that first
ลา
match
ซิโต้ลาซิโต้พักก่อน
onside
ไอ้เหี้ย
and PRX, where
พัก
onside
ก่อน
was
เล
the
ย
team that
ซิ
was
โต้
up
อะ
6-2
สัตว์
at one point.
ไป
And
15 วัน
obviously
ถ่าย
we saw
3
they
คลิป
were not able to capitalize on that. You imagine that PRX will be able to capitalize on this lead. And
ไอ้
at
เหี้ย
that point, this series is over.
Yeah, that's part of the storyline for sure. I mean, maybe you want to see Coach Hype calling in timeout some
อ่ะ
point.
อัน
But
นี้ค่อนข้างไม่ทำเหี้ยอะไรนะครับ
ฟรอม
เปล่าหร
รา
อก
ชาโจรสลัด
ทำเองตัดเอง
เท
ยาก
เปอร์
เกิน
กับทารอนใครรวยกว่ากัน
it's the ults
ชาร์
that
เปอร์
really
ทารอน
go
ใครรวยกว่ากันเหรอ
Bit of A main space being held, but PRX just
ตอน
kind
นี้
of
คงชาร์เปอร์นะ
anticipate the plays around
มึง
it
กับ
too.
ทารอน
I
ไม่
mean,
แตกหรอก
they've
อีกได้
seen
เหี้ย
so many times. PRX have the experience that maybe onside a little bit more lacking. Pixel angles in one ways. Oh,
ชาร์เปอร์เยเวนบูรวยนะทีมในไทยอันนี้จริง
Now Jinx is going to
เขาเป็น
backfill
บอก
into
ว่า
that
บุรีรัมย์
position
โดนหนึ่
and
ง
get
เห็นปะ
another one. So PRX just ripping this A
ทา
side
รอนรวย
open
กว่า
unless
เพราะพิงกัน
Siesta
คนอื่นไปเยอะ
has
อ่ะก็พูดถูก
anything
ครับ
to
ไม่ได้
say
พูดถูก
about
ไม่
it.
พูดถูก
But he's got multiple lines to worry about. Lurking behind him will be
มัน
a
บุรีรัมย์รวยสุด
concern.
นะ
Hit
เขาว่า
by
กัน
that
นะ
paranoia as well, but somehow sliding his way through gets the better of Envy. It's a one-man army at the moment for onside, but apparently
แต่เอ็ม
that
พูดมัน
one-man
ดีๆว่า
army
ชา
is
ร์เปอร์
still
เป็นอะไรนะ
not quite enough.
รอ
Site
ดูครับ
will be taken, plant will be down
ว่าจะเป็นอะไรใครยังไง
up close and
โอ้โหเหี้ยคม
personal.
ว่ะ
Shotgun sniping gets the better of Hermes.
and then it's Cloudy again. Hero rifle
แพ้
from
ตกรอบ
before.
เหรอใช่ครับ
But it's just so much that he has to put together and so many obstacles in his way as well. Oh, that was enough. I was going to say high-low, but Jing had the elevation. from
แต่ก็ต้องรอดู
And it's
บุรี
just
รัมย์มาโล
funny
หรอบุรีรัมย์
because
ไม่ได้ทำมาโลครับ
Jing
แต่หมาย
had
ถึง
the
ว่าแค่สัง
sword
กัดที่
kind
ร
of
วยอ่ะแบบว่า
control
รวย
the entrance of
โดน
the
หนึ่ง
main
อ่ะตอนนี้ก็มาหน้าบุรีรัมย์อ่ะ
and Divide just like
แล้วก็ไล่ลงมาหน้า
walks
ฟูล
around
เซนนะ
it,
ใช่ไหม
which gives Siesta that slight opening. You can
หรือ
tell
อี
like
ว่ามีคนบอก
probably
อี
Alex
รวย
watching
รวย
that is
รวย
starting
รองลง
to
มาว่ะอันนี้กูก็ไม่รู้ว่ะอันนี้ผมไม่รู้ก็ได้
have some heart palpitations a bit. But it's still good enough with something and the whole setup around right at the end. So like you say, it's definitely going to be difficult for onside.
บุรีรัมย์มาโลไม่ได้ปั๊บคนไหลก่อนปั๊บปีหน้าทำได้ครับ
It's curtains on their entire season.
ปีหน้ามีแบบว่าทำได้แต่ไม่รู้เขาจะทำหรือเปล่า
See a bit of that pressure over towards the A side of the map. You do have two players to defend it, and onside for now have done enough to push PRX away.
Portal closed.
Meanwhile, something's
เม
kind
กา
of
ตอน
just
นี้
working
มึง
middle
เชียร์ใคร
of
เอา
the
เล็บ
Flash.
สังกัดไหนรวยสุดในโลกอ่ะฟาลคอนไหม
It's not a bad one. Info given. Onside aware. There's multiple PRX players out mid.
ทั่วอีสปอร์ต
Yeah, PRX trying to mark and read Siesta as to where he might be positioned, but onto a rifle now, and everyone's just kind of pivoting all across. Oh, it's a running back shut down.
Might be the world's fastest runner back. Drone is at least getting the info that PRX are working their way out of mid towards B, so you can
วาโลโซนฝรั่งใครเข้ารอบบ้างไปถึงเพย์ออฟหรือแชมเปี้ยนครับ
on the site itself.
นึกว่าจะต้องทานรอน
Fast rotate for Hermes,
AGL รวยกว่าฟาลคอน
PRX not pulling the trigger just yet on
มินรวยไหมหรอ
either of these sites, but Divide gets that late lurk
ผม
out
ไม่ได้
into
อันนี้
middle
ทำด้วย
that
ใจ
catches
ล้วนๆนะ
Hermes, and now it starts to fall apart.
30 seconds left.
Two players down. Onside.
มินทำไมไม่ทำมาโลไม่คุ้มครับ
25 seconds, but they just don't have the soldiers to do that with. Siesta, again, a one-man army trying to hold on to B, but cannot do
ต้องรอ
it.
ดูปีหน้าเขาทำไหม
ทีหนึ่งกับ KRX พี่ว่าใครครับจบเท่าไหร่
ที่หนึ่งครับ2-1
It's really
แล้วจันรวยไหมรวยจะเขืออาได้ไหม
resource.
Spike planted.
Not sure what else Ray could do. I mean, it's such a deep smoke as well. They'll set up a progression to try to allow
มันจะ
him
ฝ
to
นตก
sneak
ไหมมันจะ
forward,
ไม่ตก
but
เลยครับผม
Forsaken's hiding inside. Spammed around it.
ทำไม่คุ้ม
Brace
บอก
just
เลยไม่
looking
ได้
for exits. Won't be able to find it, and he's going to get hunted down.
Yeah, 1 for 1, not good enough there, obviously, but 8-1. How about that? As far as PRX are concerned, this is going swimmingly.
It's beautiful. It's really. Back on Glaze PRX.
Yeah.
Back in that form, it's like this really harmonious push
ถ้า
and
บู
pull
ทำมา
of
โล
the PRX
และนั่นมันใคร
side.
หรอ
And the ocean spray is cold, man. I mean,
ว่า
look
เขาอยา
at
กซื้อ
how
ใครเขา
like,
น่า
just
ซื้อได้หมดอ่ะ
they're trying to get some information.
พูดจ
They
ริง
shut down the run it back. They put themselves in that pivot position around middle. And then even though onside does have a couple of players on B, like the relay bolt was sent out, and that's
นายกับบ
enough
อล
of
ได้
a
แข่
go
ง
signal for
ไม่ได้
Divide
แข่ง
to
ได้
find
เงิน
a
เดือน
flank.
ไหมผมไม่รู้เลยครับ
Happy with the resources that onside already spent. Now it's the economy that's not fully broken for
มัน
onside.
อินแอคทีฟ
and
หรือ
they're
สำรอง
trying
กู
to
ไม่รู้
work
ว่า
around
มันรู้
more
ไง
unorthodox positions. A couple of stacks around the off angles, but the one
โย
recon
โย่
just
คีบริหาร
clears
สมัยนะครับผ
all.
ม ต อนฮาร์ลอนนะถ้าจะไม่มีคือถ้าเป็นสำรองได้ครึ่งหนึ่งมั้ง
and that's enough. Once again, PACIFIC going to default their way back over towards A.
Deploying drone.
It's a little trip.
Paranoia is going to be a good one that trip, of course, causing a little bit of a ruckus, but PRX still just happy to wait.
เขายิงสู้อ่ะเขาอยู่หมดเลยนะ
See if they can find themselves another entry. Pot flash. Oh, it's going to be cancelled. What? Where has that come from? Just a bit of spam into the smoke and the entire strategy for PACIFIC collapses in front of our eyes.
ตามว่าไงจ๊ะ
Spider sense was tingling for Ray, and he's almost on for the ace. It's stolen away, of course, there by Divide, but I don't think Divide's going to close this out alone. Try and escape. Yes, so we'll chase him down onside. Clean up around out of nowhere.
แล้วจันนั่งว่างๆแบบนี้ได้เงินเดือนไหมโอ้โห
All right, this is shout out to Andy. That was Ray with some.
แต่เสียดายว่ะอยากดูทีมชาติปีนี้ว่ะแต่มันไม่ได้ดูอ่ะเขาเสียดายทีมชาติเลยแชท
I can't believe it. He did have X-ray, but check him PC.
ตอนมึงรับปริญญาเขาใส่เครื่องประดับมันไม่ให้ใส่ครับห้ามใส่อะไรเลย
No, but that was awesome though. I mean, really. It was quite readable, not gonna lie, for PACIFIC. Just being slowed down by that trip, they had the reaction to quickly elude and
เห็นบอล
avoid
จะใส่
that.
บิกินี่เต้น
But
ที่
still hiding
เต้นครั้ง
around
น้ำที่ปูซาน
it,
จริง
all it takes with that
หลอดเต็มก็
simple
ท
check, and now Siesta
ภาย
has
ใน
an
วันที่
op
2
again.
อ่ะ
There's a good chance that they get away with maybe a
ทีม
4-8
ชาติ
or
เอซี
3-9
มาใช่มันโดนเลื่อนไปปีหน้าครับ
outside.
เพราะสงคราม
Well, still every chance that PACIFIC go through and claim 10.
โอเค
Maybe if Siesta can get involved
Challenge
early on the
it.
piece, Race is going to come through there onto Forsaken. The refrag isn't quite there, but there's still a fight happening over middle.
Hey.
Siesta with that overdrive, sliding in onto Envy's position, and Divide unable to claim a connection with the tour de force. We'll have to retreat back to safety and maybe leave the initial parts of this job up to Forsaken. Spike's a tough one to retrieve as well here, actually.
Well,
no smokes for Forsaken on offer.
TP.
Pick it up. ผ่านไหมโอ้น่ากลัว
Okay.
สวยว่ะคุณเบส
Hanging around a little bit too long. Ray and Cloudy had already exited
CCV.
middle, so Siesta is caught isolated.
Yeah, that's always the thing for PACIFIC. They just wanted to try to scout or source out as to where onside may still be positioned at the end of that little
30
kerfuffle.
seconds left.
But for now,
Spike dropped.
in a 2v2 situation and the
ไอบีครับ
spike onto Forsaken
Backside.
can pull off TP
เจอเอ้ยบอกดิว่า
plays.
เห็น
Spotted out Cloudy at the end, so knowing that it's more than likely a 1-1 setup for onside, they can very well overwhelm the site.
Info's given as well off the back of the dart. The shock darts might try to slow things down here as well. Must win duel for Divide. Misses the shot. The spam's not there to deny the plant. Forsaken still alive here as well.
Oh, big
Somehow
kill.
Cloudy gets
Trademark.
nothing done.
Ray slowed.
And Ray
เขารู้ด้วยว่าแฟง
has his position given away. Makes the job even more difficult. Gets himself a smoke down, hoping for a peek from
โอ้
Forsaken.
โห
But
ไม่มีใครหยุดอยู่ว่ะแชท
timing is perfect. Forsaken will claim 9 for PACIFIC.
ไม่มีใครหยุดอยู่ว่ะ
Round before the switch.
Good effort from onside.
โอ้ยจริงๆมัน
but
ไม่เก่งอาเซนครับ
they
อาเซน
just
สปิน
sort
มัน
of
ไม่เก่ง
lost
เลย
their
โอ้ย
heads
เจีย
a little bit in that mid control.
Yeah.
อย่างเนี้ยมันที่เราทำ
Sticking
ไง
around
กด
a
เจ็ดแม่
second too long.
กดสไปร์แล้วเจอแล้วเตอร์ครับ
You admire it though, you know. I mean, just it's,
เดียเพิ่ง
it's
กลับมาจาก
not
โรง
exactly
เรียน
a
โค้ช
bad
ในเรียน
position
จาน
if
โอ้
you
ยเก่ง
wanted
มากครับ
info.
กู
Yeah, but it's a
กูกิน
3v2 and you
ที่
Yeah.
ผ่านมันไม่ได้ครับ แต่มันพอได้นะ
2v1s.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like that's just not good enough from onside.
Just yeah.
รับปริญญาเดือนหน้าอวยพรหนะครับอุ้ยคอยทุกอย่างไป
Great
ดี
play
ๆนะครับผม
nonetheless.
ดี
Now
ใจ
they're
ด้วย
looking
นะ
for
ครับ
Title's crunch.
เก่งมาก
PACIFIC
เก่งมาก
just avoid it completely.
มีครับหนองชิงไงครับเพิ่งแพ้มาบอกไม่มีใครหยุดอยู่ครับผม
Post plant as well for PACIFIC. Now
แต่ได้ไป2
it's
0บอกไม่มีใครหยุดอยู่
They're clearing out
กู
the
หมายถึงตอนนี้สิครับ
entirety of
เออ
heaven as well as short
ที่ใดน้องรัก
to try to line it up for Envy. And at the same time, look at
หรือโอเล่นจัด100,000เดี๋ยวจะไปขอมาให้เอา
Forsaken
ไป
keep
ตั้งแต่
getting these
5,000แล้วเพื่อน
positions.
ขอให้ได้ 5,000
He's
เล
got
ย
a chance at another couple there as well, but he doesn't quite manage to land the shots that he needs. Still, it looks like it'll be enough here. PACIFIC have just swarmed their way into that A site. It's
Spike
Cloudy trying to
planted.
make amends for that last round here. A 1v4. Down to 3 now. Something spots him out, gives him a little bit of a kiss on the way past. Down to 45 HP now, and it's not finished off.
ด้านน้องขอกำลังใจหน่อยสู้ๆครับพี่ล็อบบินฮาร์เป็นกำลังใจครับผม
as a duo. It looks
ไม่รู้ว่า
like
เกิดอะไรขึ้นแต่ว่า
they are more than happy
สู้ๆ bro you got
to
this
try
bro
to play it together.
Enemy mark.
รออยู่กี่วัน
Rowdy almost
ถึงวันที่
in position to make something happen, but in the end, Envy will finish it 10 on the board for PRX, and they are working their way towards a series victory here. It will be a comfortable series in the end
2
after
ตี1วิน
quite
3
a chaotic first map of Abyss.
Yeah.
อ้าว
The spike.
That said, though, it really does kind of tug at my heartstrings a bit. I would have hoped to see Onside do a little bit more, maybe even take a map away. But nonetheless, despite all their best efforts, this ends up still in a 2-10 first half with them starting out on the defense side. They picked this side, so it's kind of unfortunate to see it happen. The plays are neat. Siesta, you admire the courage, the confidence to try to make some of these plays happen, but like you said, it's, you know, kind of eventuates into some mistakes sometimes. He is still the first half MVP, but when PRX is in this
2 ราวก็10แต่ครึ่งแรก MVP คือเซียต้าแดมเด้อ
second
Damn,
half with PRX
Damn, bro.
on their defense. When
Ơi,
oh my god, what
มึงว่าไงวะ
when PRX is on their
เฮีย
little, you know, Euro plays
มัน
and
ใช่เหรอ
top plays as well. It's
ก็มึงสนุกสุดแล้วจ้าโอ้ยขอบคุณครับเดี๋ยวบอยครับ love you bro
to say the least.
ว้าวสวยสะอาดดิเค
Really going all out.
We've seen a lot the past several days, man. Do you know about New Lie?
What's that?
It's like this movie that released in China where it's made
ไอ้เหี้ย
by
เอ้ย
small
มึงดูดิไอ้เหี้ยมึงดูนะ
days, man.
โอ้โห
Do you know
ว้าว
bad?
ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ย
Alright.
ไอ้ท่ามือเป็นหลัง
But
มือไอ้
people
เหี้ย
love it now just because of the story.
ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ย
Just a little bit of lore drop.
There
Anyway,
you go. Boom.
คุยอะไรเนี่ย
Lord drop.
ไอ้เหี้ย
PRX defense.
ตากล้องเป็นบูลลี่จัดอะกูบอกเลยไม่ตั้งใจเว้ยเหี้ย
Connection. Back on out and still looking for more fights. He will lose his head. Lose the A site there as well. PRX.
มีอะไรต้องมีจับว่าโอ้ยขอบคุณครับโบโบมีถั่วให้กำลังใจแต่กูเบอร์เพื่อนจะกลับมาดูหลังจากเพลงอินสอบถามหน่อยน้องๆจะกลับมาไหมปีหน้าครบชุดซิปตัวแบบชัวร์ๆปีนี้มีแน่นอนครับปีนี้ถึงสิ้นปีมีแน่นอนแล้วก็
Scanning ahead.
Tart should get a bit of info there. Flash as well.
รอดูหลังปีนี้จบครับว่ายังไงต่อ
So far onside.
เซ็กคินีออนลุกไล
All
ค์
pretty
มีเบลเอา
healthy.
แดม
PRX not finding the shots that they need. They're like fish in a barrel right now on
เฮ้ย
onside.
มันเอาโอ้สวย
They're not
เอา
very
ดี
good at shooting fishes in
อุ้ยตึง
barrels
เอาดีตึง
apparently. Why? It's a 1v3. Ray has to get this one done alone, but they're all so low. It'll take just a couple of taps, but he missed every
GG.
shot.
GG.
Unbelievable.
GG.
What is that round from onside? They had them, hook,
GG.
line and sinker. They were fish in a barrel and they were trying to go fishing, but the hook missed, the line missed and the sinker missed and everything. Oh my god.
เป็นเล็กราชาสายล่างวะเนี่ย
That was the perfect setup for onside.
ไหนดูไอ้ติงมาติงได้ไงวะ
Just
หนึ่ง
stunned to see
สอง
it.
สามโอ้
There's
โห
so many moments where PRX is just dipping
Guys,
in and
มันเข้า
out
มือ
the
จัดอะ
tree.
You've just got to shoot them.
It's tough though. I mean, I guess PRX weren't fish in that scenario. They were eels. They were so
เข้ามือ
slippery.
จัดอะตอนเนี้ย
Such a tight corner, and the pressure is definitely on for onside. If not for before, now
คนเราเก่งไม่เหมือนกันขนาดมึงยังอ่านหนังสือแบบเด็กประถมไม่ได้เลยจัดเมื่อวานไม่ใช่
forced by, and this is their
แค่แบบ
last hope.
ล้วนที่แบบ
Siesta
ตา
opens
กล้อง
things
มัน
up
ตั้ง
strong.
ใจ
Not shabby at all.
ผมไม่ได้บูลลี่ครับ
Gets a bit of
โอ้
helping
สวย
hand
เจ
from
เจ
Jing, who actually does have to double down to try to hold on to this A side. His util
10 ตัวยังไม่ใครอีกเหรอเดี๋ยวมีออฟซีซั่นเนี่ยครับทุกคน
but
โอ้ยคม
just looking for a little bit of wiggle room now. Leaves it on to Envy,
อ
who
อฟซีซั่นออฟซีซั่น
is able to get himself one.
เล่นไม่เครียดเลยน้องชิลละมั้ง
The judge, by the way.
คนชิลด้วยละมั้ง11-3เนี่ยเพราะเปิดซัมติงคัทด้วยเชื่อว่า
Oh,
Okay.
he wasn't expecting that. So onside.
ยูกิสวัสดีครับยูกิวอซับโบ
Good way to try to turn things around. Of course, you need a lot more
ถ้าตอน
rounds.
แข่ง
It's a
อยู่
great
แล้ว
way to
ลูกส
start.
ลับตัวกันเล่นได้ไหมจ๊ะแบบชิวจนรู้สึกว่าอยากโยนออกไม่ได้ครับไม่ได้
Maybe
ครับ
the next as well, 4-11.
สลับตัวหรือสลับตำแหน่งอะไรได้ก็นอก
It's
จาก
nice
ไอ้
to see that,
ต่อเมื่อ
you
แบ
know,
บจบ
even
แม
with
ป
their
แล้วอ่ะ
backs against the wall, Siesta, the whole team just kind of leads the charge
Hey,
straight up
tama kaya?
through A short. And I don't want to say it again, you know, but yeah, you gotta put Jing under.
วันนี้เราเจอ
microscope
นา
at some
จี
point.
ไหมเว้ยครับ
That
กูมาถ่ายบอลไม่รู้ว่า
was-
จะ
he
ตี
peaked to a 1v3.
เราเจอนาจีใช่ครับ แล้วก็ฮันเดตีฟอะไรวะ
Anybody else coming
ฮันเด
through
ตีฟ
A
เจ
main?
อเลฟมั้งนึกปืนอยู่แล้ว
Here again.
ไม่รู้เป็นไรเนี่ย
Not seeing anything outside of B at the moment, so the rest of the setup for PACIFIC is going to persist.
ออฟซีซั่นวันไหนหลังตุลาครับแชทหลังต้องประมาณพฤศจิกาออฟซีซั่นอะ
Be careful there, homies. I was going to say, Divide looking to find
No
some
way.
headshots. Jing as well in through middle, claiming one. Divide's position is going to be a real thorn in the side of onside here. He
โอ้เดวายยิงไม่โดน
more than he ought to have. The rest of the fight wasn't happening.
จริงปะ
Forsaken and Jing were not
อุ้ย
interested.
คม
But Jing still sticking
อีก
around.
ตัวมันเจเจ
7 more shots available to him.
อ่า
Eventually get
Jason
finished
Dundee.
off by Ray, but
By
Forsaken
kick.
up close
How
and
hit that?
personal with a classic. Surely could not get this one done, could he? I don't think
Damn,
so.
man.
Ray will finish it and onside survive. Another scary looking round.
วันนี้จ้าเจ
I
ส
was
ที
gonna
ที
say
สวัสดี
he
ครับ
does. Then people definitely have
วัน
to.
นี้อยากอีมีหรอ yes sir
But no, that
ว่าถ้า
was
2-0 ก็อาจจะได้
still
มีพักหน่อ
pretty
ยวะ
neat with all the little shots thrown at
ไอ้เมก
onside.
เฮดวอลแอดพาร์ตรออะไรอ่ะ
The peek out from
เดี๋ยววันนี้เฮดวอลลิควิดต่อไอ้เหี้ย
and all
เอ็ม
around
ชนะ
the
แน่นอน
place, really.
กูรอเลย
It's more plays like these that will kind of temper onside's aggression somewhat and force them to think. But we'll see how the rest of it goes. I mean,
วันนี้ลิควิด
depending
โดน
on
กู
how onside
แค่นั้น
kind
แห
of
ละ
falls around or make some plays, it could be different. It's an op now and
Oh.
shock darts too.
Yeah, it's a really good shock dart as well, by the way.
ตัวว่า
Able to get out to safety. So 1 for 0 so far. That's not what onside is looking for, but they're still trying to push their way into B. The trouble is, there's 3 players to defend this site. Imagine it's going to be a pretty tough ask for onside unless they decide to call the cancel, but I think they're a little bit too committed right now. Call it sunk cost fallacy as Envy chimes in onto Cloudy. He will fall, but you've still got 2 more players here.
Oi.
And Forsaken,
Team A.
alongside Divide and Jing, make it look easy for
มา
PACIFIC
เดี๋ยวมัน
to
มี
get to
ป่วย
12.
กูคิดอยู่นะ
Match
Yeah,
point.
just
ระห
start
ว่าง
off
คน
the right
เอ็ม
foot.
เอกับอเมริกาจะเอาเวลาไหนนอน
We're just checking
คนเราจะนอนกันทำไมวะถ้าเราแบบ
initially with the op and the
คนเนี่ยมนุษ
shock
ย์อะ
darts, but you can see the value of it once they hear all the footsteps and kind of really
ลิ
breaking
ควิดโก
apart
แชมเปี้ยนแล้วตัวมันติงนอนอยู่บ้าน
onside
เดี๋ยวพวกมึงก็ได้นอน
pushes.
นอนอยู่บ้านเหมือนพวกกูนี่แหละรอกันไอ้พวกลิควิด
We
ทั้งหลาย
went
เดี๋
A
ยวกัน
couple of times. Now PRX kind of
Lock on,
anticipates
lock
a
on.
B push, and they just managed to guess that correctly. And
Timeout.
having Divide just jiggle around or hold the angle long enough
แหวก
for
ไม่ใช่
Jing
นี่แหวก
and
ทำไมครับ
Forsaken
ถ้าเรา
to
มี
get
ใคร
close
กู
in
วิ่ง
makes it incredibly difficult.
โคตร
So
W อ่ะ
timeout, maybe the last buy. Siesta is 2 away from an overdrive. It's not going to be the easiest feat, but at least Wolverine does have to run it back. But like the
นอนอะไร
desk
ครับ
said
นะ
though as well,
โอ้
like
โห
in that
เยี่ย
previous
มแต่ละคนเขาว่าสวยกันจังวะเอาดีแป๊บนึง
segment,
เฮ้ย
the fact that onside on their
เอาดิ
attacks, oftentimes it's always these all in
เปิ
or
ดใบ
nothing
เฟิร์น
pushes.
W ครับสวัสดีค
They're
รับ
just dumping everything that they've got. Of course, Jinx Mom again, lovely to see her. But yeah, just like dumping everything into the site.
จูไม่ชอบมากาวเหรอเปล่าหรอกไอ้พวกมากาว
Fast,
บูลลี่ผมมาเยอะครับใน
if
แช
the
ทอ่ะ
opposing team doesn't react
ตอน
in
ฟัน
time,
ติผม
then
แพ้
it works.
มันถึงเวลาผมละ
PRX, and they're starting to anticipate some of these plays, maybe not. So I wonder what this timeout will provide for onside.
นอนเลยครับกูที่เข้าที่ 1-2 กูการันตีไปแชมป์นะครับ ใช่หรอ
Thank you.
They need 8 rounds
คือ
in a
ถ้ามึง
row.
แพ้แต่ว่าฟุตเข้าที่ 1-2 มึงการันตีหรอ
Yeah.
มากาวโดน FM ไม่โดน FM 2-0 แม่งเลย
Light shields too. Okay, it's another try. We'll give B a go. 4-1 split.
สรุป
just
ฟันติชนะ
maintain a
มา
bit
กาวได้
more
ไหม
map
โอ้โห
presence, slowing things down a bit as well, but let's run it back otherwise into B.
โอ้โห
Flash around the corner
คิด
there.
อยู่ไหมเดี๋ยวต้องไปเปิดตารางยุโรปดูอ่ะ
Sitting at the back of
อันนี้
side
เข้าอาทิต
here.
ย์สุดท้ายแล้วของยุโรปอ่ะ
Something's good enough to get rid of the run it back, but now he's got to do a little bit more alone. You'll see the double peak come
Ôi, sweet quá,
through.
เอา
It's
จริงปะ
just too much to handle.
เฮ้ยเมื่อกี้ได้ว่ะเมื่อกี้ทีมเวิร์กจัดเลยว่ะ
Needed the 3rd player there for PACIFIC once again. Nice clean shot into Hermes, but still not sure that's going to be enough to put this retake together. I mean, Jing potentially can get a revive through here as well, but he needs to fight for control of the site first, and that's not going to happen. Jing out of the picture. We are back into a 2-on-2. Paranoia through, not quite going to be enough to catch up with Wolverine's position, and that shot dart
โดนพระราม
too much for
Bruh.
Forsaken. Device going to give himself every opportunity here as he just TP's back on into Boatshed, but the reality is the time has gotten away from him and there's no reason for onside to even peek him at this point. He'll tap, try to draw through a peak, but
อ๋อ
not getting what he needs out of this one. So onside are gonna go to
แล้ววัน
5.
นี้ถ้าแค่ชนะทีวันจีก็การันตีเป็นแชมป์เลยอันนี้รู้แต่ก้นทีวันชนะว่ะ
keeps them afloat. Wow, not bad. I mean, for a second, you might see a clear standard duo, Jing and Forsaken being able to swing, but they kind of
ชนะมึงโกนหัวไหมโอ้โห
expect an
เอางี้เลยเหร
extra
อ
layer of Wolverine still being around B
มึงจะเอา
main.
จริงเหรอ
They run it back on the entry as well, just doing
สม
quite
มุติ
a
นะ
bit.
ถ้า ONG คัมแบ็กได้เป็น
It's a good
12 นี่มันเลยไหม
shake-up from onside. Just need more of those rounds still. Siesta with the entries has
มีโอกาส
been
ปะวะ
tremendous. But now taking things a little bit more slow, PRX starts to reinforce the B side a lot more heavily.
That same shock dart coming through from PRX, this time not quite as impactful as what we saw earlier on in the piece. And Headhunter also goes a little astray there. You've still got numbers over towards B though. And if onside decide they want to commit to this, they might run into Jing! Oh, the 3K and Invitair as well. Doesn't exactly have the greatest of weaponry, but he's got enough to hold on to the side here. Backing it up, pop that drone to get the information through. Forsaken could have TP'd back over to B, but in the end, he's just going to lock down things in middle. There's nowhere for Hermes to go without being spotted. Now there is, if maybe Forsaken falls off that line, he does see him. For a second, he might miss that timing, throwing that smoke in.
This smoke is perfect.
Yeah. Envy's set up right behind it, and Hermes going to try to spray. But it's Envy that goes one better, and that is that. 13-5, PRX. They begin their lower bracket run. It is a big mountain to climb. Up next, it's Barrel. But even so, we know what PRX can do down in these lower brackets, and they are a team that is not shy of these kinds of playoffs runs. Unfortunately, for onside, that will be as that dream will be
Yeah.
ปมมือให้มันหน่อย NT หน่อย NT ONG หน่อยเร็ว
readily available though. I mean, there's
แม่งมาไกลจัดเลยนะเว้ย
format to go off with.
คือมันตบทีมไทยเรามาจริงแค้นมันนะแต่ว่าต้องให้มันหน่อยวะ
Incredibly fast.
มึงเก่งแล้วเว้ยไอ้เหี้ยมึงไต่จากเทียร์2มาแล้วก็ชนะเพย์อินเข้าเพย์ออฟNT บอก NT บอกเก่งแล้วเนี่ยมาไกลเฮียเลยแม่งท็อป8อ่ะ
But at the same time, again, with PRX starting to find that form.
ND ครับ
Imagine they should be able
สมเป็นไปเล็ก
Yeah, I mean,
กลับมาแล้วเวลคัมแบ็กครับผม
your first match here in the lower bracket is up
เฮ้ย
against PRX. I don't know that there was necessarily an easy team that you could draw, considering both T1 and KRX also down in the lower bracket. So whichever way
ยังแค้นอยู่แค้นได้ไม่เป็นไรแต่ว่าต้องดีใจให้เขาด้วยเนาะแม่งเก่งจริงว่ะ
How deep they actually made it. I don't know how many people necessarily expected those play-in teams to really do
คนเก่ง
so
มัน
well.
เก่ง
I
จริ
think
งๆต้องชมมันหน่อยวะ
Charlotte impress and onside certainly
ถ้า
have
ไต่วิ่งแปลกๆวะทำไมวะ
But you're right. I mean, next year, who knows? They're a team that I think we should be.
ช่วยเดลงมาได้เดี๋ยวจะเป็นคลิปที่วันเบนแคมป์ก่อนครับหลังเกมที่วันก่อน
Towards the end of that second half.
แล้วต่อไปน่าจะช่วยเดลพอดี
Just kept sticking into some of these positions. Finally finds huge multi kills, and that's kind of what ended the match.
มันดูซึมๆหรอมันชิลไปหรือเปล่าเกมเมื่อกี้
Turn things around the kill.
ดูไม่ตื่นเต้นหรือเปล่า
Scoreboard too. So that's a great triumphant win for PRX. We're going to toss it back down to the stage.
เอามาฟังสัมภาษณ์หน่อย
PRX의 포세이큰 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다, 포세이큰 선수. Alright, congrats, Forsaken. 유일한 챌린저스 팀 온사이드 게임을 상대로 PRX가 2대0 승리를 가져갔습니다. 이렇게 해서 플레이오프 여정을 계속 해내갈 수 있는데 오늘 온사이드 게이밍과의 경기 한번 들어보면 좋을 것 같습니다. Congrats on the 2-0 win, Forsaken. Now you just sent the last challengers team home, and now you get to continue your playoffs journey. How was it facing them today?
I think so far it was good experience facing against them because like we knew that they are like fresh team, you know, coming into VCT PACIFIC, and yeah, I'm really happy that we won. And actually the first map almost get me heart attack because we almost lost, but luckily we win. So yeah.
รู้สึกไงบ้างเจอ ONG ก็เอาจริงๆก็รู้สึกดีครับรู้สึกสนุกเพราะว่าเป็นทีมน้องหน้าใหม่นะครับที่แบบว่าเข้ามาใน VCT PACIFIC ก็แบบว่าเป็นอะไรใหม่ๆที่เราได้ลองได้เล่นด้วยนะผมก็รู้สึกสนุกดีแต่ว่าแมปแรกนี่กับหัวใจวายนะผมกับแพ้แต่โดยรวมก็สนุกดีครับเป็นประสบการณ์ที่ดีครับผม
페이퍼렉스가 가져갈 수 있었습니다. 이전에 좀 아쉬운 습관들이 있었다고 이야기를 했었는데 오늘의 어비스에서는 좀 잡힌 것 같은지 만족도에 대해서 한번 들어보면 좋을 것 같습니다. Yeah, speaking of Abyss, you guys take the win on this one tonight. Well, you guys mentioned that there was a little bit of a bad habit going on. Did you guys get over that this Abyss? I mean, Alex mentioned that there were some habits that you guys wanted to fix. So I want to ask you, did it work today? What's going on there then?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of like fixing a little bit with Abyss, because like after we lost to Nongshim, we kind of like knew like how to play this map better, you know. So yeah, coming into like this map today, I think we show that we can like fix our mistake the last Abyss. So yeah.
You're satisfied?
Satisfied.
อะไรเคยบอกว่าคุณมีอะไรให้ต้องปรับแก้เยอะเลยอยากรู้ว่าไปปรับแก้อะไรมาไหมที่ทำให้แบบว่าวันนี้เรารู้สึกว่าเราเล่นดีขึ้นหรือเปลี่ยนไปก็อัพแล้วผมตั้งแต่เราแพ้น้องชิมมาเราก็รู้สึกว่าเรามีอะไรให้ปรับแก้เยอะแล้วก็ไปเรียนรู้มาจากตรงนั้นนะครับแล้วก็มาเล่นวันนี้ก็รู้สึกว่าเราอัพเกรดขึ้นนะผม
페이퍼렉스가 하위조 승률 100%거든요.
จะจำน้องไม้ตอนปีหนึ่งได้ไหมน้องไม้คนไหนอ่ะโอเคสวัสดีครับผม
경기 어떤 경기 예상하는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Next up, you're
facing
OG Challengers team Barrel, right? Well, it seems that you guys have a low graphics win rate, 100% this year. Will it continue? Will the streak continue?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, I mean, we always like lower bracket anyway, so I think, yeah, we're gonna try to grind from lower again, you know, bring our motivate back, and yeah, hopefully against final later we can show them that we can win against them. So yeah.
เย้ก็ที่ผ่านมาเป็นไปเลยพออยู่สายล่างจะมีวินเลท 100% รอบนี้จะเป็นอีก1รอบไหมก็หวังว่าจะเป็นอีก1รอบนะครับผมเราชอบสายล่างนะครับก็หวังว่าเราจะชนะได้แล้วก็โชว์ให้ทั้งโลกเห็นได้นะครับว่าเราเป็นคนเหมือนเดิมเย็ดไฮเจสวัสดีครับติ๊กว่าซับเบลไหนรูปคู่เบลล่าไม่ถ่ายอ่ะแก้ไปแล้วดิอ๋ออันนี้แก้เลย 2-0
Some would say that this is exactly where they want to be because they're just
สรุปสแต็กมันยังอยู่เหรออยู่ครับ
but also you know it's PRX at the
สม
end
มติว่า
of
พี่
the
เดินไม่อยู่
day
ละโอ้ไม่ได้เราสมุดไม่ได้ไปละ
maybe below average day it's still a pretty
ทีม
scary
จานนั่น
team
เนี่ย
to
สวัสดี
go
ครับ
up
สวัสดีครับผมไม่ได้คุยอะไรมาเลย
This was never close. I think for onside they needed that Abyss to be able to win this series. They couldn't get it done there, and then this was just domination from PRX. I think they're very good on this map stylistically. I think they had the advantage in the comps, and onside I just don't think they quite got there. Sad that is the end of their dream now. Their run will come to an end for the last remaining challengers team. But
ก่อนแข่งเกมคืนนี้เอาคลิปนี้ไปดูอะไรอ่ะ
Support each other and the game will support you. The advice I will give to the teammates is stick to the plan and be a good teammate. This is a team game, and I think the biggest mistake you can do is forget that it's a team game and start playing on your own. One round away from Barcelona, I think I just picked up Outlaw on overtimes again, and
No.
It felt good to win today. We managed to show way different Valorant and finish them at 13-4. There is a lot of matches ahead. We need to adjust the depth and add the depth in some certain moments to not be readable.
Yeah, Phoenix, you want to Omen.
I think KAIJ is a very good player. Individually, he is very, very good. I think that's the most important for the young players to actually find a very good leader who will rely to and who will
ดูทันแค่ดูทันแต่คู่ต่างเรียนยุโรปก็ไม่ได้ดูอ้าว
next weekend to make sure we're gonna show not the same Valorant but even better Valorant. It's an amazing feeling to be on the big stage.
กูรักลูกพี่แนนนะแต่วันนี้นะครับแพ้ครับพูดแค่นี้แหละพูดจริง
What they've accomplished so far
They have
here.
very different expectations
Don't
of
you
some of
mind
the hallmark names of Pacific. I've seen already
Don't
teams
you mind
that have been knocked out in the play-ins that have been here from the start. Players that after they lose a series
นะครับจะกลับไปกอดคอฟนาติก
guys in the hall. I'm coming. I bloody not a scammer. 51%. Chickadee guys in the hall. I'm coming. What about my Microsoft rights? I did not give you the rights to redeem my card. Bloody rascal, you need deodorant. Meta, is that you? Oh shit, smell that chicken down here. He's coming. Chickadee guys in the hall. I'm coming.
เย้ย
Well, bloody, what shall I say? Oh my goodness, hurry up! Say something crazy.
ไอ้ยังมึงรู้จริงไงโปรแกรมเฮียเนี่ยไอ้สัตว์ไอ้เว็บเฮียเนี่ยโอ้ my god แนนซิลลิควิดเหรอครับใช่ครับไอเจลทีมลิควิดครับเอาบ้างเหรอ
And worth mentioning as well, I mean, PaperX.
Oh my god, what the fuck, man?
particular map, this
มันเสีย
will
ตังค์อ่ะ
be,
ใช่ป่ะ
at least they've been able to
เหมือนมันเสียตังค์อ่ะ
curse of losing to Varel Nongshim back to back, and now they beat one of the teams to come up from Korea, the Korea talent pipeline. Match MVP goes to Forsaken. They will tee themselves up a revenge match against Varel. They lost to them at the end of the group stage. This time they will
เพราะ
not
มัน
be
เสียตังค์ครับ
repeating
ต้อง
that,
ซื้อ
Mika.
Yes, absolutely.
เหมือนเป็นเว็บอะ
And
ต้อง
that
สมัคร
is
แบบ
Victoria's
สมัคร
Sentinel
เสียตังค์
for
ถึงจะทำได้
Forsaken as the match
Oh, he was such a great
MVP.
sentinel. You know, I loved all of his sentinel gameplay. And this
แต่คะแนนจบที่สี่มันนับไปยังไงครับ
จัสนี้คือไอดอนวาโลที่อยู่แต่แรงเขียวที่ใฝ่ฝันที่จะขึ้นแรงแดง แต่พอขึ้นก็ตกอยู่เขียวเหมือนเดิม
โอ้โหอีดอกมึงรอนะกูพูดจริงหนังกูกลับมาจากเกาหลีนะกูอิม3อย่างน้อยเชื่อกูไหมหลังกูกลับมาจากเกาหลีกูใส่ดีเลย์นะกูบอกไว้ก่อนกูกดแรงกูใส่ดีเลย์กูกดทั้งวันทั้งคืนมึงรอดูเลยโมเย็ดมามึงรอดูไหนบอกเล่นเกมอื่นด้วยก็แบบผสมไงก็เล่นวาโลเสร็จแบบพักวาโลใช่ไหมก็ไปเล่นเกมอื่นก่อนแล้วก็กลับมาวาโลต่อไงแต่กูใส่นะกูใส่ดีเลย์โอเคไหมบอกไว้ก่อนเลยกดแรงก็ใส่ดีเลย์ไม่สนแบบว่าก็เวลาพักไม่ก็คือวาโลใช่ป่ะใส่แรงปุ๊บแล้วเราก็ต้องมีเวลาพักแบบกินข้าวพักสมองหน่อยก็อาจจะไปเล่นโอวอตไปเล่นซีเอสไปเล่นแมคคาร์บูบ้าอะไรเงี้ยเดี๋ยวดูดีจังเป็นจังสวัสดีครับไปทำอะไรเกาหลีแล้วไปโคสตรีมครับเล่นเกมหมีในห้องน้ำไปจบดีที่เกมไม่โคตรทรมานเลยเกมเฮี้ยนั่นแค้นแม่งจริงว่ะเริ่มเกี่ยวกดทั้งวันเผลอๆจบม่วงโอ้โหกูเห็นเกมผีหนึ่งหน้าลองเหรอ The Unworthy
เงียนสวัสดีลูกค้าทางร้านเราต้องขอบคุณลูกค้าที่สนับสนุนหำปลอม69นิ้วเราจนทำให้เรามาถึงจุดนี้มีสาขาใหม่มีพนักงานและร้านใหม่ๆทางเราจะให้พนักงานเราเป็นคนส่งข้อความให้ลูกค้าต่อแต่ไม่ต้องห่วงทางเราไม่ได้หายไปไหนแต่จะกลับมาใน Avenger Doomsday รักนะคุณลูกค้า
ครับรับเหมือนกันครับอุ้ยขอบคุณด้วยครับรับอุ้ยฮะพวกนายว่ายังไงเมื่อกี้200อุ้ยขอบคุณครับรับมือกันครับรับมือครับนะครับร้านประจำกูไปไกลแล้วนะครับร้านประจำกูเหมือนลูกค้าเยอะขึ้นทุกวันนะครับเปิดสาขาใหม่นะครับพนักงานก็มีร้านข้างๆก็มีนะครับแต่มันเป็นเดโมอ่ะเพราะเราจะรอไหมเราจะรอมันหรือไม่coming soon นะเว้ยมันบอกอ่ะแต่ขอดูคลิปได้ป่ะดูคลิปไหนดีวะดูคลิปเกมเพลย์แล้วกัน Every path leads to a choice อุ้ยทุกเส้นทางที่เราเลือกจะเปิดโอกาสใหม่ให้เราความมืดกำลังมองเราอยู่เหี้ยแม่เหี้ยตกใจกูต้องไม่จะจำสแกร์สัตว์ดอกอุ้ยน่าเล่นว่ะอุ้ยแชทอุ้ยพวกนายว่ายังไงจะมีคอลแลบกิวไปทำงานกับร้านประจำไม่อีกไม่นานผมว่าเดี๋ยวจะมีครับร้านประจำเดี๋ยวจะเรียกกิวไปทำงานละเย็ดแม่ inspired by real near-death experience passed down from a family อุ้ยเขาบอก inspire มาจาก ครอบครัวหนึ่งที่เคยเจออะไรแบบนี้มาก่อนว้ายเหี้ยพ่อตายดอกเหี้ย Are you worthy มึงคู่ควรหรือเปล่า
จำฉันได้ไหม JJaz
เนี่ย
ที่ก็หมดช่วงฝึกงานสักทีได้กลับมาดูหลักเครื่องหมายตัว
สวัสดีครับสบายดีไหมครับผมเนี่ยมาดูบ้านแดงหรอสวัสดีครับผมสบายดีไหมครับฝึกงานเป็นไงบ้างเชี่ยน่ากลัวจัดเลยว่ะเฮียได้ GTA 6ยังเห็นแล้วคิดอยู่ว่าซื้อมาสตรีมดีไหม GTA 6 React ตุนมากครับพี่ตัดไอ้เฮียมันน่ากลัวนะน้องเอาไงดีรอเดโมไหมไอเราจะเล่นเดโมหรอเอาไงแชทเล่นจริงไม่น่ากลัวแบบตัวอย่างตีเกนะก็จริงนะลองดูก่อนงั้นเรามาเล่นวันเดี๋ยวนะวันไหนวะขอหาวันแบบพรุ่งนี้Pacificวันสุดท้ายวัยรุ่น10Mไม่เราเล่นสตอรี่ไงเล่นสตอรี่ดีวะGTAอะโอเคเดี๋ยวกันนะพรุ่งนี้คือวันสุดท้ายใช่ไหม29 Pacific 29คืออเมริกาไหมเอายุโรปก่อนยุโรป28 29 30 29 30 31เล่น31กลางคืนไหมคิดว่าไงแน่ไหม31กลางคืนเรามาเล่นได้ไหมเพราะถ้าเล่นตอนนี้มันอีวอนหมดเลย
สบายดีนะแต่ก็แอบเหนื่อยเหมือนกัน555หนีมาดูบ้านแดงแล้วแต่คงไม่ค่อยได้พิมพ์น่ะเดี๋ยวโดเนทเอาหลักกันพอดีเชื่อมันไม่เหมือนในบ้านดำ
จะไปค้ำที่เนี่ยขอบคุณครับรีบอยู่นะครับผมอย่าลืมพักผ่อนด้วยนะขอบคุณครับผมดูแต่ผับจีตอนนี้ชัปเปอร์เอฟเฟกตัวแทนไทยเราอยู่รอบไหนล่ะครับตกรอบนะครับกลับบ้านละไม่เล่นรอNAหรอมันติดยุโรปอ่ะดิ เนี่ยสมุดแต่ว่าพรุ่งนี้ไม่มีเดี๋ยวนะยุโรปเฮ้ยวันอาทิตย์ได้นะวันอาทิตย์อาจจะวันอาทิตย์เลยก็ได้คืนวันอาทิตย์คิดว่าไงคืนวันอาทิตย์เอาไหมเพราะว่าไม่มีแปซิฟิกจนวันเสาร์ใช่ป่ะคืนวันอาทิตย์เรามาเล่นเกมผีเสร็จแล้วก็ดูยุโรปแล้วก็ตามด้วยอเมริกาหรืออาจจะดูยุโรประหว่างพักก็ดูอาจจะดูยุโรปก่อนระหว่างพักเล่นเกมผีแล้วก็ดูอเมริกาก็เป็นไม่ได้เหมือนกันอะไรอย่างงี้ได้โอเคมาโอเควันอาทิตย์นะแล้วจะยืมPS5ใครมาเล่นหรออาจจะยืมญาติมาเล่นวะญาติน่าจะมีPS5แบบไม่ใช้อ่ะ GTA 6อาจจะเล่นนะเดี๋ยวมาสตรีม GTA 6รอดูแต่รู้จักเฟนเบ้ไหมรู้จักครับลองไว้ก่อนกูเซฟไว้ก่อน
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we have KRX on the
ส
other
ตรีม
side
ที
here.
ต้องมีการ
And
แคปเตอร์
again,
ใน GTA
we talk
6ถ้าใช้คอนโซลเหมือนต้องมีครับใช่ไหมคุณมีใช้อะไรแบบ PS5 สตรีมอยากเล่นสตอรี่จะว่าน่าจะดุนะของ GTA 6ใช่ไหมอะไรเกมมันชื่ออะไรนะ The Unworthy The Unworthy มันมี2อันเหรอ The Unworthy มันเหมือนกันใช่ปะเมื่อกี้ฮะ Play Demo อ๋อนี่มันเดโมโอเคเดี๋ยวกูลงสตรีมไปโหลดใส่ไปละ วินลิสยังไงวะมันกดแบบให้ขึ้นหน้าแรกไงวะแอดทูอย่าวินลิสอันนี้โอเคเอามาใส่บ้านซื้อเองเลยตัดเสียจัดโอ้โหเพีย5เท่าไหร่ก่อนกูซื้อมาเล่นเกมเดียวเปิดตัวอย่าง GTA 6ให้ดูหน่อยมันจะโดนสไตล์ปะวะมันดูบนเน็ตฟิกอะใดๆน้องตรงบ้านแดงมันมีคนอื่นแบบเลี้ยงอยู่นะกูกลัวสอบถามหน่อยปีหน้า VCT ทีมไหนจะได้ไปเล่น Pacific 2 ทีมไหมครับทีมพาร์ทเนอร์กับทีมแชมป์ลีกไทยมันแล้วแต่ซีซั่นเลยครับมันมาบน PS5 ก่อนเหรอใช่ปีนี้มาบน PS5 กับ Xbox ปีหน้าอาจจะคอม20หรือ21คู่นี้21ทีวัน
if they're going to go toe-to-toe with what is a super team. Because on name brand and on firepower, you look at T1 and that's an incredibly scary team. This is where KRX needs to be good enough to go head-to-head with them.
This is why I always pick Freeing for my build diff, by the way, but whenever I do, it just
ไล่ตาลงทุนหน่อยมึงอาจจะเอามาตีมเกมในเรื่องก่อนเอาบอสไปแมนนู่นนี่เหรอไม่ก็เริ่มจากไอ้นี่ก่อนไงเชียตุรกีกูคิดถึงเลยว่ากูอยู่ตรงนั้น I was there bro กูอยู่ตรงนั้นเนี่ยวะหาตัวเองมาอยู่ประมาณเนี้ยกูอยู่ประมาณเนี้ยก็เริ่มจากนี้ก่อนเริ่มจาก GTA ก่อนถ้าติดใจก็ค่อยซื้อมาเล่นอะไรอย่างงี้เริ่มจาก GTA ก่อนผมไม่ได้เล่นคอนโซลมานานมากคอนโซลผมเล่นล่าสุด PS2 แบบโคตรนาน
Every single chance. If Mako loses today, there is no chance for him. He'll be missing his first ever one. If Buzz loses today, there's still a chance, but it's not in their own hands anymore. It's crazy.
And Mako's wanted that trophy for so long.
How many years are we saying, yeah, Marco's going to get a trophy. He's going to get a trophy, guys. He's going to get a trophy.
GTA 6 require การต่อขั้นต่ำ
there is no trophy in the Pacific.
ก็บอกเลยเขาคุยกันก็ไม่ไหวอ่ะกูรู้เลยอ่ะ
He's gonna miss out. That is literally this game.
พี่จะเล่นไฟเอ็มหรอพี่ไม่เล่นไฟเอ็มพี่จะเล่นสตอรี่ครับ GTA 6 สตอรี่อ่ะในเรื่องมันสนุกปะใช่ปะถ้าจำไม่ผิดอ่ะ GTA 50 ปีที่แล้วก็หนุกอยู่นะใช่ไหมชัด วันนั้นมึงส่งเสียงเชียร์ใคร My God โบสแต็กเบอร์สแต็กโนหนึ่งGood ตามเสียงไว้รูปไฟเอ็มหน่อยสวัสดีครับ baby
T1 and KRX in 2025 kickoff. They played T1 is actually able to get the better on the international stage of KRX there.
Yeah, you see 2026 as well. It's been much better for T1 beating them in kickoff and stage 2 there. So really the pressure is much more on KRX in my mind to flip that script, take it back to how it used to be.
Yeah, and also you have to think back to like all of the times when KRX, you have Termi there as a coach as well, who has long been wanting a chance at that trophy on the global stage, right? We have the map vetoes right now. We have Lotus, Abyss, and Sunset as our battlefield for this series. What are we thinking here?
Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like KRX is almost taking the approach of the underdog a little bit in this map veto. At the end of the day, they've lost their last head-to-head series against T1. Yeah. T1 smashed them on Lotus the last time these two teams played, as well as Breeze. Breeze is out of the map pool now, so we get a little bit of a different flavor of the veto. KRX is going to throw the ball down to T1 here and say, what is your Abyss looking like? Because you haven't played it here. So they're going to have to come up with the goods there. For KRX though, what I will say is that the last time T1 did beat them on this map, they were playing a different comp. This was when they were, I believe, playing one of these double duelist variations. Since then, they have switched to this Vice Chamber comp double Senti. So T1 has not specifically beaten KRX with their current style that they've been running on Lotus.
And I think KRX aren't going to be mad that Lotus has been picked into them. This has been a map that they've liked for a while. They've picked it themselves into series. And I think their style is really nice. I think for T1, if they come out with this solo duelist Neon, they could definitely have some trouble into that Vice. So KRX probably smiling a little bit after that veto.
I think also when it comes down to the wire, when it comes to these high pressure situations, the players on T1 are they just thrive in that kind of pressure. You know, sure they might experiment a little bit on the groups and stuff, but when you're saying, oh, lower bracket elimination match, qualifying into Champion Shanghai, going over to Busan, that's when they actually come alive. That's actually why I favored T1 in this matchup. But also, this match, has some, consequences over for other teams as well. Global esports are watching this match very closely.
Yeah, if you're a GE fan, you're a big fan of KRX. You pick KRX there.
Yeah.
Is that the thought process?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt.
มีโอกาสไปทั้งคู่ไหมไม่มีครับแบบทีวันเคไปด้วยกันใช่ปะไม่มีเว้ยอย่างใดอย่างเดียวอ่ะถ้าทีวันตกรอบโกลบอลได้ไป KAï ยังมีโอกาส
Teams have been in good form lately outside of a slip up.
ถ้า KAï รอบ ทีวันมีโอกาส G ก็ยังมีโอกาส
KRX have been in good form in the play-ins too.
Well, everybody's gonna have to be on top form today in this elimination match between KRX and T1. Guys, let's send it to the
KAï ดีวะเธอมีคิดมาแล้วหรอพี่จักกินหมูได้ไหมครับพี่จักกินไม่ได้นะครับเดี๋ยวโดนลงทันนะทำไงอ่ะแต่อยากกินหมูปิ้งอยู่นะเนี่ยพูดจริงมึงไปหลอกเขาอีก เอ้าเฮียทำไมหมุนนะอีดอกเรากลัวเฮ้ยคอนเซปต์ช็อตโปรไฟล์ช็อตทำไมมัน PNG หมดเลยวะอีดอก
Today's matchup.
It's come down to this KRX T1 and elimination. Two teams that we usually
กินในที่ล่มเดียวมันได้เหรอมันจะรอดเหรอ
They face off against each other to be able to continue their journey. And now everybody is asking, who is the best team in Korea now?
เฮ้ยอูอินเตอร์เบที่เป็นคนเรียนเอาว่ะคนหนึ่งนะขอเนี้ยพ้นรูปแป๊บนึงทุกคน
potentially eliminate for Buzz, his former teammate Marco, his former coaching staff, and if they're able to do that, then you're going to have to see Munchkin
บาร์เซโลนาเชียร์ลิควิดบาร์เซโลนาเชียร์ลิควิด
and knock him out of
จะได้หรอจะชนะหรอคุณถามครั้งนี้แหละ KAï ชนะจีนไปแชมป์ใช่ไหมใช่ครับ
When you think about this long history, even the years before that, right? It was Mako, Stacks.
และอันนี้คือมีอันนี้มึงคิดดูนะบัตสแต็กเดียเก่านะมาโกมองหน้าอย่างนี้คือยังไงเยสเพื่อนรักเราต้องมาตัดกันเองเหรอวะ
Yeah, champ situation is very easy for KRX.
เพื่อนรักเพื่อนเก่านะเนี่ย
Win this, you stay alive, move further down the bracket. If you lose it, that champ stream is over. Mako misses out on making every single champ. For KRX, I mean, I think play-ins was a fantastic time. I thought they found it. I thought they picked up really nicely, but they stumbled in that opener against GE. Now they have to bounce back.
Yeah, see how they're going to be able to lock in for this series here.
เริ่มไปดูเชียร์ทีมไหนได้อยากให้แพ้ทั้งสองทีมก็เริ่มจะเชียร์ KAï ก่อนทั้งนั้นอ่ะ
T1 are one of the leaders in terms of the chance points, but they'd like to keep their fate inside.
โอ้ยขออนุญาตลงรูปนะครับเดี๋ยวลงรูปก่อน
เดเนียจุสท่าเราเอาเบคอนไปไล่ตีคนอิสลามใครจะบาป
Yeah, there are interesting consequences that happen because of this match. And I think for T1 also there is that expectation for all of the fans that they will be there.
อันนี้ผมว่าน่าจะไม่ดีเท่าไหร่นะครับผมอันนี้ผมว่าน่าจะไม่ดีเท่าไหร่นะครับอย่าไปทำอะไรอย่างนี้เลยทุกคนนะ
is able to become a diamond underneath all this pressure.
นะอย่าไปทำอะไรอย่างนี้เลยครับทุกคนดูนะครับ
are so historic. They're amazing players.
จะไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
We've seen them do brilliant things going international, but only one of them can continue here today. I can't stress that enough. It's gonna be. I don't know how to take this, Pilsky.
We'll see how KRX go.
ไม่น่าดีเท่าไหร่
Go on Lotus. This is T1's pick. They just recently beat KRX, playing a different style on this map, but this time they will have have to tussle with KRX's new style. It is the Vice Chamber that they have been winning with lately. KRX will start out here on the attacking side.
Yeah, for KRX, they love that Vice. I'm really happy to see it against that solo duelist Neon. I think Young is on for a pretty good time here. Now, remember before when these two teams played, Young was getting diffed a little bit by Meteor on that chamber. So
Green Chamber.
Not to
พี่ดาวถามอะไรอย่างหนึ่งลองเล่นได้ไหมได้ครับว่าไงครับ
Oh my god, this is
ว่ามา
for them. They've put T1 in this position. Now they're going to watch them play this game for pure entertainment. Nongshim a bloodthirst.
เพราะแต่พูดเรื่องหมูมันอดคิดไม่ได้ไอ้เหี้ย
waving at the cameras. They probably have their fan signs.
พอดูตารางคะแนนไปแชมป์หน่อยได้ไหมพี่จัดได้ครับ
Meanwhile, you have T1 and KRX here ready to face off against each other. We're starting off on Lotus. This is definitely going to be a bloodbath, and now we have to toss the same question over to our casters. Whack Elfish, who is the best team in Korea now?
Oh, well, I mean, that's hang on a second. That's a pretty tough one to answer. I mean,
อันนี้คือ4 ทีมที่ได้ไปแล้ว
KRX, Gen G, take your pick. I mean,
อเมริกายังไม่มีเหมือนอันนี้ยุโรปน่าคอนเฟิร์มแล้วมั้งหรือเปล่าวะฟุตวิดอะใช่ป่ะส่วนอันนี้แปซิฟิกครับสีเขียวคือคอนเฟิร์ม2 ทีม
maybe we can say who's the worst.
อันนี้ยัง
or maybe who's not the best team after they lose this game. Obviously, we've already said goodbye to onside as well, so I guess they're not quite part of that conversation either. But yeah, I have to echo the sentiment that we got there on the desk. That was, I can't believe this is a lower bracket match. I mean, we're saying goodbye to T1 or KRX today. It feels like we shouldn't be saying goodbye to either, but I guess that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
ไอ้เหี้ยเฮ้ยจำคุก6 เดือนเอาเบล
Like you think about the
มึงต้องคนยังไงเนี่ย
legacy of some of these players.
เซนไม่ได้ไปหรอกพี่จัดเซนไม่ได้ไปครับ
OG DRX. I know Vision
รอ
Strikers,
ม
but
ซัม
like
วัน
DRX.
ประเทศที่ผู้ก่อการร้ายส่วนใหญ่นับถืออิสลามทำไมเขาไม่เปลี่ยนไปยิงกระสุนเบคอนเพื่อจัดการครับ
น้องเอ้ยมึงคิดได้อะไรยังไงเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยมึงคิดได้ยังไงเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยคือมึงหาวิธีจับคนแบบหลายๆแบบเหรอ
Oh my god. Yeah, and maybe for one of these two teams, the last time they ever play on this stage. I mean, I would say there's a chance, obviously, at some point in the future that there is another Valorant tournament here in this venue, but at least under the Pacific umbrella, VCT Pacific will be the last time for either T1 or KRX.
เอามาครับแชทคู่2ครับ T1 เจอ KAï นะครับผมอย่าลืมโหวตนะ
champions even if they lose this. And for
ผมขออนุญาตเติม T1
the implications resting on the shoulders of KRX, who have been looking better in recent weeks, so something to take some degree of heart in. But let's see how this shapes up as we are into the pistol round.
วายหมูหยองโดนเพลย์แชมเบอร์
Out here into
มันอยากเล่น2 เซนให้เดาว่าฟีอิงเล่นไว้ไม่ได้
on things with that headhunter in hand. Elects to just back off and play it a little bit safer.
คือบ้านแอนต่างกับบ้านนาเวอร์แต่ฉันจำได้เสมอนัดเดียวนะ
Initially, at least, there's the push coming through still.
Munchkin lurk. That's always something to kind of keep track of as well.
ผู้เล่นคนสุดท้ายฟูเซนพิจารณาเป็นใครหรอพี่จัดเองครับ
Really wants to actually push that.
กอบกู้ประเทศชาติ
Has kind of kept KRX corralled into this A push for the moment. Stacks on one side, but will be dropping to Hyunmin, who finds the double. But Easy with Buzz have it on lock. A triple for Buzz as he maintains his form. However, back in with a nice quick 2K of his own. Still needs to scramble to try to retrieve that spike, and Munchkin has come across. They've spotted one another now. Bane! Oh! Straight into the headshot. It's T1 that draws first blood.
So close. The parallels between these two teams even. Just having duelists go for duelists, but then suddenly Bane to be able to swing out. This matchup, baby, it's just so fun. Like you watch how Munchkin is able to kind of swing back and forth. Had a bit of concealed. Bane just hope to go for that swing. And that said, just starting things off on the right foot can mean so much for either side. So right now, that's going to be T1. And that's what we're kind of talking about the composition as well. It's this solo neon duelist that might start to hamper T1 on the second side.
มีสมการไหนที่ไม่ตีไปไหม T1 ชนะ T1 ชนะ2 เกมติดเกมนี้เกมเนี้ย
tag in there from Meteor as well. KRX not over-aggressing by Mound, instead opting to pivot their way back in towards B. About 3,000 kills for Munchkin as well, coming up with that one. Unique way to get your 3,000th kill, I would say, but freeing, making things maybe a little bit interesting. Buzz, though, happy to claim another 3K to start this map off. He is looking very sharp today.
ไม่เป็นไรครับเดี๋ยวJJazเองครับJJazขอบกูเองนะครับโอเคไหม
Just trying
ความ
to
หวัง
find as
ทีม
much
ไทยครับ
damage as
JJaz ครับ
possible
ทุกคน
in that department. You could argue that KRX has done a bit. Maybe not enough. There's still a chance for T1 to get a big bonus here onto the next. And
วิ
you
ดีโอ
can see
ให้ห
how
น่อย
much
ประทูน
control
ไป
this
แล้วคุณ
Viper
เจ็บปวดเหรอ
provides. It might not be the same as a Faiz, and maybe you don't really slow down a Raze player like Hyunmin, but his 3,000th kill being a snake
คืนนี้มียุโรป
bite,
ไม่มี
the toxic screen blocking off
คืน
so
นี้
much
มี
of
ยุ
the
โรป
map
มีอเมริกา
gives T1 space now to push up.
Yep. I was looking to get aggressive with it. Let's just drop stacks off to hold on to that ruins control. The rest of T1 looking to try to work their way back over towards C. They need to help Meteor out. He's holding this site solo at the moment, doing a pretty good job of it as Munchkin comes
รู้สามทีมในดวงใจเราไหม
through
เหร
to
อ
help and assist. And Meteor eventually goes down, but he does find that 2K. This bonus round looking good for T1 so far.
ลองชิม
Will cause a little
ดาว
bit
รุ่ง
more
ทีมในดวงใจ
damage
จานหน้า
through
เซน
towards
ฟราติ
B.
โอ้โห
But hasn't got control of the spike.
10 โต้ครับ10 โต้ครับ
And that's a pretty nice high-low. Buzz or Munchkin to be the one to claim the kill.
แล้วมันเอา3-0แล้วมันเอาโบนัสด้วยเนี่ย
But
ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ย
it's a nice
ยังไงครับ
setup.
ใหญ่ไหวหรือเปล่าครับ
T1
เปิด
away
2-0 ไม่หรอกผม
nicely
ว่าไม่หรอก
on
บิ
Lotus.
ดแคร์อีกหน้าโหดอยู่นะ
Of the two for Freeing to get, though, the fact that he gets the upwards flick is pretty neat. But yeah, that said, I mean, just
ทีม
the
ในดวงใจ
entire
ฉัน
setup.
เป็นเล็ก
This is why T1 was kind of more favored going
ใช่
into
หรือ
this
ไม่
matchup, just having the whole performance
ฮัลโหล
throughout
ฮัลโหล
the
พักก่อน
season, and at the same time just starting to really embody this sort of double duelist form. But otherwise, it's going to be Meteor onto the chamber as well. There's just so much value
มี
in
สม
how
การ
quick
ไหน
and
บ้างที่
fast
FN
they
ได้
start
ไป
to rotate and go for these fights all around the
มีครับ
map.
มีสม
It
การ
makes
หนึง
things
ครับ
difficult for
แต่ว่า
KRX, who are now pretty broke.
ทุกอย่างมัน
Taking
ต้อง
it slow and easy.
ลงล็อกนะครับ ก็คือปีหน้าครับ
Yeah, well, see how T1 goes as we watch them try to defend against
ทีม
this
ในดวง
round.
ใจฉันตกรอบเพลนไปหมดแล้ว อ้าว
나 채울게 이거 와볼래 오자?
A 올릴 것 같아. A 올릴 것
사운드
같아.
떨어진 사운드 나무로 가나 보다 스모크 없어? 월다운
일단 적방 안 쓸게 나 이거.
나무 봐줘 태호 형
연막 들어가는 거 보고 있긴 해.
태호 싸우면은 워러팡 나가서 싸우자
พูดทีวันก่อนทีมไทยปีศาจทั้งชาติ
나무 셋 나무 많아 스모크 없어 스모크 3초 스모크 3초
เป็นไปเล่น ONG ให้ชนะเป็นไปเล่นครับ
없어 이제 없어 안 가릴게
나무밖에 갈 데가 없는데. 나 오늘 이거 반샷만 맞는다 애들이 이상하다
야
게임.
죽었지 말자 이거 최대한
싫어 싫어.
야 이거 다른 애가 죽여라 다른 애가 죽여라
아니 애들이 반샷만 맞아.
And they got the alt or pickup as well. Just added points all throughout. They're starting to pad every single thing that they
ไทม์เอา
possibly
ไม่เฮีย ไม่
can
ทำเอาด้วย
in this first half, which definitely will make things difficult. KRX, this may not have been their map pick, but you certainly would have wanted to do a bit more.
Yeah, Buzz is just stacking up the kills as well. He's already up to 9 in the first 4 rounds. So no doubt that overdrive is ready to go.
ไอเชียถ้าไม่ได้ราวนี้อะ
Ring on the other hand has got 2 to force as
เอา
well.
เรื่องอยู่นะ
See what he can do with that over towards the A side of the map early on in the piece. It's the same approach again from T1. Buzz and Stacks going forward. Buzz this time not able to get out to safety, catching him on the exit. It still is position taken though for T1.
มีทีอไว้ใจได้หรือเปล่า
Unless it's such a big shot and
ไว้ใจได้หรือเปล่า
starts to allow for KRX to have more freedom around the map.
Prowler going to be giving away Meteor's position. He just has to continue to back up, and this is no longer a case really of trying to hold on to the site. More just find yourself a pick and then see if you can play for the retake. He has got a lot of options of where to look.
โอ้เขาไล่เป็นท่อนเป็นท่อนไปเว้ย
This is looking like
ชอบ
a
มีการเล่น
pretty
กัน
good
อะ
round for T1. Can't imagine Meteor's going to be able to hold on to this
ไม่มีใคร
alone.
รีบทำเฮียเลยอะ
Maybe not. TP's out, but now you're on to Freeing, who is able to cut off some rotations potentially.
Certainly looking for it. Stacks
Lu đang lũ.
sacrificing his life for the information. Wall goes up too late. He's too late to keep Stacks alive, and so Meteor's going to look to try to activate on his own, but walking into a crossfire and then a headshot from Bane as well. This was doomed from the start for Meteor. Izu trying to recover the round and unfortunately not able to do it. It's just Munchkin left alive, and that won't last long either. First round on the board for KRX.
Here we go. I mean, took him a little while,
ครับ
to be honest, but you know, here they are. Just down to the chamber V
ทีมเมีย
chamber
คู่แรก
matchup,
เริ่ม
and it's
3
Freeing
ทุ่ม
that
ใช่
really gets a counter against Buzz that starts things off with the tour to force.
ทีมเมีย
It
เริ่ม
slows
3 ทุ่ม
down
วันนี้
their opponents on the rotates as well.
ก็โอเคนะ
So it's very lovely to see that sort of form, and it's definitely something that KRX will need moving forward in this series because his op skills against someone like Meteor, it's just gonna be explosive. It's gonna be a brawl. Back at it again though with the 4-1, and this time around it's not smoked off. Say that it comes off a little bit late, just to force freeing to think a bit and stay invested. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from KRX might be walking into a bit of a stack on the C site. It's not gonna be wise.
You're right. A little bit of change up from T1 this time. They've sent Meteor over towards A. Sack the rest of the team over towards C. So a little bit of a swap for a 3-1-1 rather than a 1-1-3.
Wise call from Bane
หากกูไม่ได้แล้วไม่ลุย KRX มา
Also another bit of a story player. I mean, we're talking about the OGs, Mako, Buzz, Stacks.
แต่ชอบสโมไหมหรอชอบนะ
Remember that KRX started to pick up these players throughout the season, and they've developed so much, especially with champs last year. That's why we got the nickname Yum Yum. But here they go now, with the sides being flipped on towards A site. Now they can overwhelm Meteor somehow. Izu getting a read for it too, though, so T1 starting to rotate all around, and I wonder if Yong is picking up any audibles around B side, picking the map.
แต่ส่วนกูแช่ง Liquid ให้ตกรอบ
See what this ends up looking like. Meteor's trying to get himself set on the line. Does that eventually catch Bane, and I think that will be the decision made by KRX as they try to now start to work their way in towards B. That pick onto Buzz. Cause a bit of a ruckus. Hyunmin now down as well, and Stacks looking to clear out Mako. That's bad news for KRX. They just get pincered upon by T1, and Meteor slides through for the final kill in the round 5-1. That last was a little bit of a speed bump for T1, but they continue along their merry way.
Yeah, it's just pretty tough, but it is the situation. You know, we've had some sandwiches today. We had one on Abyss with PRX and Varol, on site, excuse me. But here, it's kind of the same situation. Just being able to read all that information. The Nightfall keeps KRX stuck in, and even though Hyunmin did have a showstopper to maybe find an entry in the B site, it just wasn't clear enough and allowed for Munchkin to slip in through the cracks. Suddenly, that full 5 on towards Ruins.
เขาบอกว่ายุโรปคนเข้ามาดู 4,000 คนงวดจริงหรือปลอมวะรอบชิงอะ
KRX, a showstopper connects. Nightfall went through as well.
วันนี้มีคนแรงไม่ออกแต่วันนี้ดูยุโรปแล้วก็อเมริกาด้วยดิเนีย
Stacks, but Meteor is still here to fight, and so is Munchkin. There's a couple of shots that do go through. Meteor's position is the key right now, as Buzz has been given time to come across to do absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
He did nothing. He dropped the fast lane. He died.
สำหรับยุโรปอะบ้านยังขายไม่หมดคือยังไงวะ
Pop off again because he's just been hitting
เขาไม่เอามาบอกเนี่ย
In this case, got the timing wrong, and KRX got it right.
Yeah, that's true. And they got it right because of Hyunmin as well. You just watch how he finds not just the entry, but being able to play around the corners alongside Mako too. There was so much that Buzz and Meteor wanted to try and get done, but because of Hyunmin just playing a tad bit more aggressive than them,
ไม่แปลกเขามาเราดูฟันติเขารับชิงโอ้โห
trying to retain control of the site.
เขามาน้อยเอา 4,000 หรอเอาดี
Yeah, but this time it's different. T1 have Buzz on the side, which means going to be able to push their way forward and try to go for that forward hold that we've been seeing from them on Ruins. Overdrive, dealt with by Marco. It's a brawl, an all-out fight on both sides. Marco steps up for 3. Oh, that was messy.
Ooh. Still though, the cleanup is lovely. And it's been a long-awaited moment. I mean, Mako clutches and everything. Back in the IGL role, he was kind of reluctant a couple of years ago, but now he's back into that form, and he's still being able to frag out after his teammates just kind of allow him to go for those trades. With Freeing still marking the angle as well, it just kind of allows for KRX to scale ever so slightly forward into C site. They were anticipating that Meteor not spotted towards A, more than likely to be in this position, but now with the rotations over and it's a tour de force, it's still not impossible that Meteor walks away with a clutch.
Yeah, certainly not. He's kind of getting the read now that there's nothing coming towards A, so he's pretty swiftly on his way over towards C. But if this plant goes down, he's pretty much going to be there ready for any potential retake. Very open plant though from Marco.
Spike planted.
น่าเดาได้ว่าแพนในสโมนะ
Planted for Mound.
Yeah, looks like he's going to get out safely as well, which is important. Now Meteor, with his time ticking, is going to start to look to clear out the site. Marco up close and personal. Missed shot there.
Low.
But we'll fall to the headhunters. That's whipped out by Meteor. That's the first piece of the puzzle dealt with. Trouble is now he's got to try to win the duel against Freeing. Tap on that spike.
มันต้องปาดฟิง
Trying
ต้อ
to
ง
draw
ปาด
out the peak and he hits the shot. Meteor gets it done.
โกด
A
เหรอ
bit of a fist bump there
Good,
before
bro.
he decides to sit the defuse. Had
This
to sit
guy,
for a
bro.
second, but he's got plenty of
ตาคนเดียว
time.
ห่างกว่า
And
หัว
that
หน้า
might
ทั้ง
be
แก๊ง
a
เรา
nail
ดี
in the coffin for KRX. The scoreline now 6-2.
Yeah, the sniper's got talent, boys, but Meteor's just going for one better. I can't believe this comes down to a sniper duel
เขาเอาทีม
saving
เดียวกัน
Private
มาชิ
Ryan
มาแข่ง
style.
กันเหรอ
And
ดูจากชุด
Meteor
คล้าย
got
ๆกั
the
น
shot at the end. So much aura just from how the angle was peaked and held and going through back and forth.
โอ้โห
Yeah, little head nods.
โอ้โห
This
เหี้ย
allows for T1 to
ไม่ยอม
keep
แชมเบอร์
their
เหรอให้เราฟิงเล่นไหวไม่เว้น
forces a timeout by Coach Termy. I
เย็นเค
don't
20
know
ครั้งครับ
how you're going to be able to turn this map around because
ทำ
T1
20รอบเลยเหรอคนจังหวะ
feeling it. 20th clutch overall. So many milestones being hit in this
เมเทโอเล่นทุกตำ
historical
แหน่งไหม
matchup
แต่ว่าได้
between the
เกับทุ
two
กตำแหน่งเลย
teams.
นะ
I mean,
ยกเว้น
this is
initiator มั้ง
I think that's a great way of putting it. Witnessing some degree of history in front of our eyes. Obviously, what that may end up being remains to be
จมูก
seen.
ว่ะ
But a lot on the line for both T1 and for KRX. And
ชุ
every
ด
time I
KAï
say
กั
the
บ
name
T1 เหมือนกันเลย
KRX
จริง
in the back of my
มัน
mind,
แบบ
I
เหมือน
also
เลย
sort
อ่ะ
of
เป๊ะเลย
half want to say and
กูนึกว่า
GE.
ทีมเดียวกันไอ้เหี้ย
You know,
yeah.
KRX is playing for GE today as well. Not only for themselves.
วันโดคุโรนามิใน2026ยังมีคนใช้อยู่ไหมมี
Away to champions regardless of the result of this, but it would be a nice weight off their shoulders if KRX just won here.
เมเทโอคือคนที่งงสุดว่าโดนแต่กินลุงๆได้ไง แต่ว่าอาจจะออกเองหรือเปล่า
They need to do it off their own bat. Long road ahead for both T1 and for KRX, making it all the way, but both fighting hard here on the stage. We're back in for round number 9. It starts off a little bit slower this time around. No contest at Ruins from either team.
กูไปแล้วจะไม่ดูหรอที่วันน่ะเอาไปซ้อมสแตนเหรอ ใช่ไหม
This could get a little bit
คืออะไรบิกินี่ที่ปูซานก็ถ้าหลอดเต็มภายในวันที่ 2 จะใส่บิกินี่ที่ทะเลปูซานแล้วก็ถ่ายคลิกเต้นตังนำสไตล์โชว์
Oh no, you got a prowler.
Okay, they're going to walk right into him. That prowler though can be very quickly
ส
dealt
วัสดี
with.
ตี
The
สี่ครับ
judge
พี่แม็กสวัสดีครับ
does a great job of that, but just opting to back up his position and then reaggress again.
He's so far forward.
เรือนไม่เอาไม่ก็แค่แบบใส่ตรงทะเลไง
He's out of a smoke for the moment. Pivot over towards the A site.
Calling the team over.
Big crossfire though for Izu and Buzz. They have to hit their shots. Stacks coming into backfill as well. It's a good read from T1.
There's a Haunt and an Arc Rose to play around.
ที่มันหน้าหนาวเพราะว่าที่น้ำเย็นเมื่อวานอย่า
Claim the kill. Just a 1-for-1 for him. Stacks though holding on. Numbers not favoring T1 once again. It's Meteor in a 1v2.
Can't believe Freeing got that shot against Punchman, though. This could be a very different result, but nonetheless, with a spike planted for a tree now, this is a position that, Meteor might be able to clear.
Yeah, could potentially cross here against Freeing if he hits a good shot. Gets himself the upgrade. I don't know that that was spotted.
เดี๋ยวนะตอนนี้มีใครบ้างนะที่ไปเอเชียไปปูซานอ่ะ
He's not in a bad spot. If he could just maybe sit this for the half, but he doesn't necessarily know that. So in the end, he's hoping for a fight that he's just not getting at the moment. Time is ticking away. KRX playing it really nicely. He sits for the half, takes the fight. Now what can he do? Bane not going to swing. Eventually gets it done. Oh, Meteor, I wonder if he held that, would he have won the round?
Think about it, yeah.
It would have been close.
But Bane loves to push it up. I mean, Bane is just feeling this matchup incredibly a lot as well. He's been said in certain interviews, I think with a publication called Alt Orb, shout out to Genopel. I mean, it's everything just kind of lined up for him. He needs to make a full deep run, and if it actually comes down to that low final game, which is what KRX needs to make it through the champs, it would fall on Bane's birthday too. So look at in his eyes. He's just so locked in to try to get this done. Oh, but T1 have other ideas.
Buzz takes the space outside of A. That's going to send KRX pivoting back in the other direction.
A lot of alts being kept as well for KRX. Strong ones for post plants or just to be able to clear out sites. But Munchkin again, shotguns.
Has the pit. I wonder if you pull the pit here.
And that's why this comes back down once more to Bane and the Prowler and how diligent KRX are. The corners that are being cleared. You see the smokes, you kind of wonder about the sites. They'll push in towards B, not seeing too much else. It's an open site. They could just kind of set up camp around that spot.
Oh, so it's hot.
Plus, once again, waiting for KRX. And not going to be allowed entry into Ruins at all, so it is back towards B, as you say. Nightfall goes through, no connection on that one. Hyunmin aware, though, that his opponents are nearby. Paint shells forward. Stacks gets the better of Hyunmin. Then straight back down by Marco. No end in sight for this round just yet, but that's okay.
Meteor
getting in. Meteor doing damage. This might still end up being an awkward one. You gotta remember, Buzz is up close and personal. Oh, Yong clears him out. Could have been deadly, but Munchkin still is with that judge. Izu being a bit of a pest here. Marco has to accelerate. We'll get the better of that fight, and now it looks to be okay until Munchkin gets involved. Has got that wall up as well, and of course, like I said, the pit earlier on does get invested and freeing, just disrespect him, re-peaks it. KRX will win the round, but considering that was up against an eco, that's an expensive one for KRX.
จะลองคิดว่าปีนี้ไม่มี DI T1 หรือ Gen G ไปแชมป์เลยพูดไปใครจะเชื่อก็จริงนะ
T1 too. I mean, a little bit on both sides, but my God, does it come close. The shotguns, the little heads-up tools that Dong goes for and clears around the corner. I thought this was done when Munchkin took down Mako, but in the pit as well, but spamming the same spot just does it. Back in with the investment, and now it's freeing out the Tour de Force.
ถ้าแพ้นะมึงกูจะขำให้กูพูดจริง
Oh, Marco, what is that?
Whoa.
Just elite Meteor, one bullet to the head, no worries. Now Munchkin doesn't have the luxury of the pit. The Hyunmin will find him. Just a 1-for-1. KRX happy with that.
Yeah, stacking up. So that will be the call to cancel. KRX looking for another option. Spotting up Buzz. Oh my God, he's hungry for info.
Low. Marco trying to catch up with him. Does eventually get some help there from Bane as well. This round's starting to fall apart for T1 and maybe the half as well. Half was looking really good for T1, but KRX on the fight back.
T1 will just have to go for the play now, though. I mean, even if it's 2v4, I don't know if you want to save up. Okay, actually, you still could save up a couple of rifles for the next round, which would be the last of the half. But that play, Buzz, I mean, I wonder if he got pulled in by the C's, or if he actually went forward to mount for cover. Nonetheless, getting tagged up by the C's just hurts his health bar. KRX the opportunity that they're looking for. Looking like a strong comeback now that could end off in a 6-6. Numbers for trades in this situation in the
Stacks. Wait, good on the trades in this round. That's not going to work. I mean, it was a good attempt. I'll give him. Yeah, what you know, like, it's a 1v3 and he's trying to sit it. Nice try. Nice try. It's just never going to work. I mean, like, can you imagine the hubris of sitting that in a 1v3? That's so crazy.
No way. No way he goes for it.
It's just like he's gonna sit that defuse and go, well, I'm kind of cooked anyway. So
yeah, but okay. So here's the conundrum now, because T1 solo Neon against a Vise, in theory, that's gonna be quite pesky to deal with, especially if you fairly strong in the second half. But for now, there's still one more to go. But immediately, it's just screened to mark these angles, and he has the perfect weapon for this. 3 glass cannon rifles on T1. What are we doing? This is desperate.
T1 กูไม่มีเกาะ3 คนแม่งบ้าเกิน
Around number 12, see if they can get that 7th over the line. Got Meteor thinking about maybe probing his way towards Ruins. He's not going to opt to do so. Munchkin pushed forward. As you say, the high-low impactful there. Stacks the 1-for-1, but Munchkin still over towards that side to lock things down if necessary. It has sent KRX packing back over towards A, and now Meteor's looking to take that space. Bane could go down for free, but Marco's watching again.
He's low. Marco.
Buzz is out past the initial smoke. There's another one here waiting for him. Nice time for Marco to be on.
Buzz heard the footsteps. He's eager.
30 seconds left.
It's a good cross. It's a very good cross.
Young's got steel guard in this post plant too.
Buzz around the corner, should be winning this duel, and does get that one at the very least. So we're back in for a 2-on-2. Right about that steel garden, but as of yet, not going to be ripped. Eventually does have to get forced through, you would think, and so down now. Buzz tries to beat it to the punch, but loses the duel against Bane anyway, and that leaves Munchkin alone. Doesn't really have a whole lot of tools to make this one happen. He might have to go for the old sit the defuse trick in a second, which is not quite what he needs. Of course, there's going to be that swing through from Young, but time is a factor now, and Bane waits patiently, perfectly to get that 6 through for KRX. Celebratory nightfall, but 6-6 at the end of the half there, and I think KRX have to be extremely pleased with how that's played out.
Started off a little bit rocky, right?
Absolutely.
But you start to see these rounds, and you have to look at Bane's facial expression again. It's just this story and how much this matchup means to him. Coming into this team after the departure of Stacks. Being charged with the IGL role, a little bit of back and forth with Mako and him. Now just knowing that he has the opportunity, going to Busan, playing in front of his whole crowd, not just Korea, but the fact that he's from Busan, his family, his relatives will be there to witness it if he makes it to that spot. He wants to get that done, and if he actually does make it to the grand final of Pacific Stage 2 playoffs as well, that would just be the ultimate story for KRX with Bane and Mako and Termi even. KRX were a team that kind of let the first ever Stage 2 Grand Finals in the first year of Pacific. It was a reverse sweep against PRX that kind of tossed in that upset. And ever since then, I mean, Termi, Mako, they've just always been so hungry to try to find some big victories. They did manage to get one, I think just last year, but more hard. But yeah.
It's got to be a little bit embarrassing if you come and, like, you know, you see like 3 insane pieces of art, and then yours is just a meme. Yours is like just a doodle. Like that would be me. I'd be sitting in the crowd like I'm drawing a circle with a smiley face in it. It's good. Just mocked.
เชียร์เกาหลีไปเฮ้กูรู้มึงไม่ได้อยากให้เชียร์มันหรอกทีมไม่ใช่กูเชียร์เกาหลี2 ทีมกูเชียร์ทีวันกับ2 ทีมที่เหลือกูเชียร์เป็นเล็กแล้วทีมสุดท้ายกูให้ทีไปมันจะได้แบบมีอะไรสนุกหน่อยเกาหลีหมดสนุกที่ไหนวะ
Which is where T1 are headed.
Slowly. There's a lot to get through over towards C. The wall.
มาเตอร์แบงค์ห้องตัวเป็นจัดเพิ่งเติมเน็ตมายังครับยังใกล้ละ
Well, should provide enough time for a rotate.
เคยเชียร์ทีมไทยบ้างไหมโอ้โหพี่ดอกเชียร์จนไม่มีให้เชียร์แล้วมึงให้กูทำไงเนี่ย
They just bait the wall out. Meteor's gonna take the fight. If that was maybe a miscommunication because nobody was there to help him. Now the swing in from T1. Down on numbers, and they're being slowed down pretty dramatically. So indeed, KRX are able to start making that rotate across. I was looking for some entries, not able to find any, and Munchkin caught by Hyunmin trying to transition and cut some rotates off as well. This has gone poorly for T1 so far. Hyunmin will be brought down, but it's still not enough to really turn this round back on its head. Back on in, aggression out from KRX. Stacks now has to get it done alone. Only got a classic in hand, and he doesn't know exactly where these 2 KRX players are, but he finds another head. That one of freeing. It's now just Bane who's half HP. Stacks could well pull this back for T1. But Bane is wrapping in. Was for a second behind him. Decides to turn back around and Stacks getting it.
My God!
His return has been brilliant for T1.
No shot!
Yeah!
I thought that he might have gambled to go for a right click considering how low Bane was, but he just taps and taps. Little bits of mishaps with lurks around for Munchkin too, but it just comes down to Stacks who always was that
มิวสิ
guy.
โต้ไลน์อัพพิมมี่
Since way
เอนโด
back
จิ
then,
นบอยครูนิดโอ้
Previously,
โห
the IGL took off from T1 for a bit.
พิมมี่เอน
Was
โด
benched
จิ
for
น
a
บอย
while.
ครู
DH
นิ
had
ด
to step
อ้าว
in.
แล้วด็อก
Now
บี้
he's
อ
back
เลิ
and
ร์
he is still IGL.
แคน
and
ดี้
he's
แล้วก็เซิร์ฟผม
always
ล่ะ
clutching up.
แมวแมวแมว
Big gun round for T1 to walk away with momentum here. And they will retain distance against an aggressive KRX that wants to take control over A for the time being.
Yeah, a lot of space taken by KRX, but for all the good it's going to do them,
T1
not looking too concerned about things at the moment. Happy to take it a little bit slower in this round anyway.
Both teams are always playing into each other's hands. I mean, look at how quickly KRX pivot over into a crossfire setup of B, and then now it's freeing with the headhunter shots to try to duke this out around
เอาพิ
rubble.
มพ์ไปล่ามแทนจันเหรอเฮ้ยไม่โดดอ๋อโอเค
Freeing's been spotted by that Prowler. To get himself back out to safety.
Good bit of info, but not much that KRX can do around it. We'll have to relinquish the site.
Still a chance here for Freeing. Couple of headshots will make all the difference. He's been spotted out once again. Bane on the swing. Sorry, Buzz on the swing, of course. Making it pretty short work, and T1 are into the site. Meteor here for the double. Finishing it off with that headhunter, and he wants to stick around for some more, even despite being on 46, now 20 HP. He goes for another swing. It's all good. T1 up to
แต่เดี๋ยวนี้
8.
คิวติดคนตีนะมาดู
Short
วันเขา
work
ล่า
of
สุดรอเลยล่ะ
KRX in this second half so far, but guns will be in hand
เจ
for
อกันล่าสุดเรียน
KRX
คน
this
ตีมืด
time.
เลย
That will make the job a bit more difficult for T1.
Yeah, that's KRX strong with the pistol so far.
เอา
And
วิ
the
ธี
gun
เลอไป
rounds.
เป็นล่ามแทนจันเหรอ
Now you
แล้ว
think
จะ
that
ต้อง
they
งาน
are
อย่างนี้ทำไงอ่ะ
could be again quite likely to walk away with another bonus. They've been great at reading the map and just kind of walking all around
มัน
the
จะกลายเป็นคน
sites
ไร้
and
บ้านอีกแล้วนะ
setups.
ทั้งนั้นอ่ะ
Of course, it was an anti-eco, but you look at how much Buzz and Meteor are getting done.
พี่เข้าใจแล้วยังโคตรเศร้าเลยเจอเข้าไป
will always keep
รั่วอะไรเงี้ย
KRX thinking, festering in the back of their minds. Now it's a sudden quick push and a little bit of a cancel, noting the spams through. That means a couple more players are close by an A site, so looking for other options.
ฟอร์มเชลซีพวกเราตอนนี้เป็นไงคาดหวังได้บ้างได้ตัวที่ดึงมาแต่ละตัวโหด
But otherwise, it's the same setup with the Thorns and a bit of control over B and C, which means depending on how well Yong holds and anchors, if he gets one kill, good. If not, we're in
สม
for
ม
a
ติว่า
Harry
ที
retake.
วันชนะทีต้องเข้าชิงใช่ไหมถึงจะได้ไปแชมป์
Meteor getting up to here, not a lot is the answer.
ถ้าสม
Backs
ม
out
ติ
to safety, trying to
ทีวันช
kind
นะ
of sell a little bit
ที
of
ต้อ
a
งเข้า
fake
ชิง
over
ใช่ไหมใช่ครับ
on the A side of the map. Hasn't really fooled KRX, but it seems like maybe
ไป
T1
กินข้าว
are
กินข้าวเลยนะลูซี่นะ
aware enough that the rotation has gone
สมมติ
off
ที
of
วัน
A.
ชนะใช่ไหม
At the very least does get the better of Meteor
คือถ้า
there,
ที
but
วันติด
you
ท็อป
still
ซี่
want
อ่ะ
T1
โกโบต้องเข้ารอบ
to
ชิง
pressure
เอาอย่างนี้ดีกว่า
towards
อ่ะ
a bit more of a weakened A side.
Just, it's crazy that this happens because of some of these individual skirmishes, the chamber v chamber. And now it's more rotations
30
afoot.
seconds left.
There are two on site, 4 KRX to defend.
Yunman already able to pick himself up one there onto Stacks. He's going to be the lone defender towards A for the moment.
คอมทีวันมันคือคอมอะไรจ้ามันบุกดีกว่ากัน
T1 really playing with the rotations of KRX in this round as they now decide
คือพอมาเล่น
they
สอ
want
ง
to
เซ
go
น
towards
ใช่ป่ะ
B with 13 seconds
การยังไงก็ได้เปรียบ
on
เนาะ
that clock.
ตามหลัก
Buzz has been dropped off
เอ้ย
towards tree to
ไม่
see
ใช่
if he can catch anyone coming
มันได้ทั้ง
forward.
บุกทางการ
Push
เพราะว่า
forward. That's not
พอ
going to
มีไว
happen as
เปอร์กับ
KRX have
โอเมน
rotated
สองส
safe.
โมกอะไวเปอร์เล่นหน้าที่เป็นเซนตอนกันใช่ไหม
down,
ก็
time
คือล็อก
ticking in
ดาว
the
น์
favor of
ที
T1
ไซด์
now. Hyunmin just bounces his
ก็
way
บุก
out
อะแล้ว
into a
เป็นสอง
headshot
สโม
onto
กก็คือ
Munchkin. Marco out
เดิ
of
น
the
เรือ
picture
ไอ้
now as
เดิน
well. We're
ลั
back
ก
to
ไก่
2
ได้
on
เย
2
อะ
Nightfall to try and catch some
ทำให้
info
T1
onto
ต้องแบบว่า
KRX, and
เอ้ย
Buzz
ทำให้
will have a
KRX
field day with that.
โอ้โห
9 for
ต้องล็อกพื้น
T1.
ที่นาน
That was a pretty chaotic round. A lot going on there. But
ๆคือมันแบบ
T1 walk away
ต้อง
with
ทำ
it.
ให้เคลียร์ทิ้งตัวไว้อะ
Especially Buzz is the
ไม่งั้นโดนเลื้อย
lurk
ใส่
convert.
อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
30 seconds left.
I feel like I'm watching like Ryu versus Ken, Batman versus Superman. Incredibly matched all throughout, but
Man,
what it
det gör vi.
takes is a
T1.
late pivot, the mid-round call, and just deep positions being played where they manage to find that
Yeah,
extra
that-
step further
Man,
than
die boek gaat met
KRX. And that's the
Ooh.
bonus too. This is big momentum for T1 to reach double digits ahead of, well, KRX. Buzz's former team.
Whoa!
Start things off nicely. Let's hear from KRX as they try to recover that.
많이 잡으면 좋다.
เชี่ยมันโหดจังวะเฮ้ยกว่าซีกูเปิดน้ำนะ ซีเยอะเลยซีหมดเลยเพื่อน
C 사이트 인.
เข้าซีแล้ว
싸갔어.
เดี๋ยวกูเคลียร์หน้าบีก่อนนะ
공포
뒤 가자 뒤 가자 뒤 와봐
Again.
하준이 형 뒤 와봐
뒤 갈 거야.
이거 형이 문 열어줘 우리 C맨 도착하면
더 있는 거지.
ได้เดี๋ยวมาเปิดประตูกันกูเคลียร์หน้าบีแล้วกูเคลียร์หน้าบีแล้ว
우리 오면 형
กูเปิดประตูพวกมึงรอกูนะ
Planted.
ได้พร้อมนะ
메탈 박스 같은 데.
이거 내가 프라 한개 자 기재 뜨면 더 벌리고 그때
กูแฟดนะอ้าว
Munchkin. Oh, and Buzz.
เฮ้ย
Trying to push their way forward.
กูหยอง
Oh, hello. I mean, I don't think he's going to win the round, but hey, he'll take
Wow.
3.
ว้าว
I hoped. That was
Wow.
a good chunk of damage, Young. Another player to talk about because it's that little KRX musical chair that was played. And he started to shape up, especially in the past couple of series.
Oh,
Even
yeah,
with that
Homsa.
loss against GE, he put up some decent numbers.
โอ้
Sharp shots.
โอ้
But all that said and done, I mean, it's
Great
still
shot,
how
man.
the round begins, the momentum that T1 has, and so much damage
ถ้า
being
ดีวันเข้าชิง
put
จี
through
ได้
with
ไปอยู่
Meteor
ดี
on
นอก
the
จากว่า
outlaw.
ที
Now
วัน
he's
ท็อป
on the
4
tour
แล้วก็
of
วาเรล
force.
ชนะไปเป็นเลกลาจีแพ้วาเรล
PRX wanting to
Tour top.
challenge for Rubble still. Just a bit of conditioning initially, which I guess does keep, T1 relatively invested at the forefront of
คือ
some
ยัง
of
ไง
these
นะเอาจริง
positions,
ๆโกโบก็ได้ไป 99% ครับแชท
It always comes down to these rotations
คือแม่ง
now
ต้อง
and
ดวง
how
เหี้ย
Munchkin
เหี้ยจริงๆ
perhaps sometimes is able
ไม่
to
ได้ไป
find
อ่ะ
space with his lurks. It's the pivot back in the B a couple of rounds ago that I'm thinking about, but now entry, Buzz, Izu,
อันนี้ทีวันชนะไปเจอใครนะ
put Freeing and Mako out of sorts.
ใครรู้บ้าง
Yeah, you've got a lot of pings going down here for a T1. No doubt that they're going to be committing to this A push.
I mean, like the relay book can perfectly hit this position that Freeing's holding.
เจอเจนจี
Or it's a stealthy approach.
Maybe not for long.
ส่วนเป็นมาเล
Buzz on
เจอ
his
วา
way
เรล
in.
ใช่ป่ะ
He's going to try and catch up to Freeing here. That
Oh.
paranoia saving Freeing's life. Buzz out of the picture early and Freeing
ก็ถ้า
rewarding
สมมติพวก
Marco
นี้
for
เป็น
his
เล็กกับ
troubles
ทีวัน
with
ช
the
นะก็คือ
double
เจนจีก็
kill.
ไป
Eventually gets a little bit too antsy, runs straight into stacks, but still this round looking pretty good for T1. Well, I should say for KRX, as Hyunmin just decides to pull the showstopper, but really get much out of it. Spikes dropped.
Wait.
Waiting.
Oh, 10 seconds.
เนี่ยลูกกาสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับผม
Marco maybe gets the kill. Sorry, Munchkin maybe gets the kill onto Marco, but it's not going to be able to plan anyway. So that will be a pretty unceremonious finish in the end. Oh, Meteor can't even slide through with one in the back end either. So 7 on the board for KRX. It was looking like it was just kind of running away from KRX for a moment, but they managed to pull it back. Yeah, slightly.
I definitely got a little bit worried for a second just because I smoked off the spike.
โดนหนึ่งไงจานที่กว่าแพ้คืน
That's
ค้อน
it,
เหรอ
though. It's these incredible
มัน
shots
ชนะคืน
by
เงิน
Free.
ใช่เหรอวะ
Never did expect that he would be able to get that done. Even hit and stunned up by the
1%
relay.
มันก็ยังเป็นได้ไหมพี่กูยังไม่อยากให้จีไปจ
It's all
ริง
thanks to that.
ๆรู้สึก
that
ไม่
KRX
ถูก
was
ชะ
able
ตา
to
โค้ด
hold
มันเหรอ
on, but now they
โอ้
need
พี่ว่ายาก
Free
จริง
just
ว่ะ
to
พูดจริงๆ
neutralize
นะ
the
เว้ย
scoreline. And
โกลบอล
Meteor
คือแบบ
comes back in with an
โอ้โห
alpha
ถ้า
result.
มึงไม่ได้ไปคือมึงหมาจริงหมาที่พูดจริงว่ะโชว์มึงแบบเพี้ยมากๆอ่ะ
Forward. Real connections off the back of that one, and everybody walks
ไม่เหมือนตอน
away.
ทานร้อนหนึ่งแต้มอ่ะ
Relatively
กูเลย
unscathed. T1 will be a little happier for it though, taking space.
Yeah, it's a warning shot that I think they're kind of thinking of too. They know Freeing's still somewhere on the side, and they keep pushing him off his lines.
Yeah, and they're not going slowly either, are they? Buzz is just
But
charging his way in. There's too much for Freeing to do. Dealing with Buzz and the Prowler, and Bane is having some real trouble finding some kills. Hyunmin got 2. It might not be enough. Get the pit pulled out on the A side as well. And Young doesn't quite get
เรื่อง
Munchkin.
น่ากลัวสัตว์
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
Meteor, as Meteor ports back out. You're right though, the Steel Garden. Maybe not a concern for Meteor as he's got that Headhunter, sits inside the pit still, and Yong now spotted! Oh, the missed shots from Meteor! Absolutely criminal.
รอ
He's still advantaged Munchkin inside of his
โดน
own
นะกูบอกเลยโดน
pit.
จัดอ่ะ
Oh, they walked in right behind him. The gun barrel
โด
was
นจัด
spotted.
โดน
It
จัด
won't
โดนจั
matter.
ด
He
ทำทำไม
can't
วะ
turn around in time.
กูทำทำไม
KRX
วะ
make another retake happen.
เฮ้ย
What's that? Willem Dafoe meme where he's like looking upwards. He's like,
yeah, he's looking at the sky.
Oh, that's Munchkin right there.
เดี๋ยวไม่ดู
He just saw a gun barrel right on top of his head. It's like, ah! Oh my god. This is
Man, let's
such
see,
a
man,
lovely
man.
strap between the two, though, and it takes Hyunmin to be able to turn it around.
มันเล่น
Buzz
แกมเบิลเฉยเลย
silencing, freeing, and then for Hyunmin, the next-gen duelist, to
What's
kind of
happened there,
refill in
though?
that space.
I mean, Meteor, the shots that he missed just then in
Yeah.
the pit. Oh, he'd really love to have that chance back.
In the pit, the
คือต้อง
player
สวยสุดๆ เป็น
model,
เพลงต้องห้ามท็อปสาม
Young had
วาเลนต้อง
coverage
มา
from
ใส่ล่าง
Marco.
ทีวันต้องไม่ขึ้นท็อปสาม
So
จริง
even
ถึง
though
ไม่ได้
that
ไป
was
จริงมันเยอะเกินอ่ะ
If you really want to nitpick at it, you could say you want Meteor to, play much closer around Munchkin instead. But yeah, it's the spike too. 8 and 10. It takes quite a bit of effort, but KRX looking like they're getting there. We got
ไม่เป็นไรคู่ถัดไปและที่มีโอกาสเข้ามาเจอถือว่าชิลไหมหรอ
Now they're calling their timeout. They are starting to kind of
มันก็โหดหมดนะจริงวันเร็วก็โหดนะแต่ผมว่าเป็นไปได้ชนะได้ครับ
that they can exploit the op plays, the positions.
ชนะได้ชนะได้
They've been pretty good at avoiding Young setups for the majority of this second half.
โอ้ไอ้เหี้ยเขา
Wow, we're actually like on the fly getting art done.
อย่างนี้เลยเหรอไอ้เหี้ยอย่างนี้เลยเหรอเอาดี
All right, well, 3 ultis online. KRX looking
Pano,
pretty good.
what do you
Last
have,
couple of
Pano?
rounds, starting to work their way back in.
What is this, a B set play with Buzz on the judge entry?
Maybe. Run right into freeing by the looks of it. Yeah, he misses a shot. He could be
เดี๋ยวเจผมมีคำถามสุดสำคัญมาถามครับที่สู้แป้งฟัน
will force him back away.
ครับอาร์มี่สวัสดีครับน้องชายแทบมันอยู่ในไซส์มันไม่ได้ยินหรอวะ
Smoked off by Marco. Yeah.
โอ้ย
He knows that that's lurk, so that's enough info for him. Perhaps KRX and Hyunmin to decide it's either VRA. We see the Prowlers going through. They're not seeing too much.
Marco position from Hyunmin. Marco there, needing a bit of help. Apparently getting it
Good
done.
save.
KRX, they find themselves one apiece.
Oh.
Hyunmin does fall, but Buzz is not able to capitalize much more on that. Marco locking down the important position, allows the pivot in from Bane. Yong
มันกิน
dropping over on C does give Meteor a bit of an avenue
1%
now.
ก็ยังมีโอกาสเป็นไปได้ค่ะริมารูชุบลูกน้องยังมีโอกาสแค่ 3% เกิดขึ้นได้เลยโอ้โห
Thinking about numbers advantage with KRX. Look at how KRX is immediately thinking to control Mount in case T1 with the space that they have decides to
โดน
plant.
ไม่ทีวันไม่โดนเชื่อมันในพีออ
Taken too though, and it's
30
Munchkin
seconds left.
very far forward.
Yeah, I think Meteor's going to look for an aggressive fight here as well. You'd kind of have to, right? See if he can see anything. Doesn't end up spotting much. Yeah, that Nightfall is going to connect onto Munchkin. He desperately needs some assistance at this point. He's just not going to get it. It's all on the shoulders of Meteor. There's the first.
สู้ไหนเนี่ย
Can't
เมื่อ
get
กี้
himself the second. Had the right idea, was able to sort of isolate the initial fights. But KRX will claim another, and this defensive half is
โอ้
really
ยแข่ง
starting
จะ
to
ไป
build
แน่ไม่
now.
เอา
KRX knows that
T1
T1
นี่
are
วะ
bleeding, and they immediately spring forward
เฮ้ย
at
ที่
the
วัน
chance.
กูไม่ไปแชมป์หรอ
This is wonderful stuff. Just from start to finish. The little rotations around, but noting that it was a lurk around, or the initial presence around B pillar and the lurk towards C, Mako and Hyunmin were ready for the fight at the same time. Just being able to
แต่
send in
แต้ม
that
ใครจะได้
nightfall
ไป
right
ถ้า
at the
ที
end
วันแพ้
was
ก็เป็น global เลยค่ะ
fantastic call. Mako and Bane just working in tandem to get this done.
ตัวที่วัน
One
จะไม่ได้
more
ไป
to equalize, and it's quite likely because of T1's
เดี๋ยวมีโอ
broken
กาสไปวะ
economy. So giving up a bit more space now. Just
ที่
trying to
แน่
mark
ๆ
their
global ได้ไป
targets.
อ่ะถ้าทีวันแพ้
KRX looking to control Rubble.
A bit of a weird buy here for T1. Got a few stingers in tow. See what they can do with it. Buzz on the charge forward. Gets the better of freeing. Bit of a drive-by there. Hyunmin under pressure, trying to back it up. He's got the nades down as well to try and get some more space. But Buzz is just too quick with it.
เฮียแม่งเล่นก่อนคนเหลือๆน่ะ
At pace. It's caught KRX.
กูนี่ใครได้แต่
No,
จาก
don't
เช
have
น
a lot
ที
of
วัน
avenues
ก็เล
back
ส
in
โก
for
เค
this
ไอ
retake. Meteor misses a shot. That's crazy. But it's
ถ้า
not
ที
the
วัน
end of
แพ้
the
ไม่ได้
world.
ไปนะจุดมันจะมีโอกาสอยู่นะครับถ้าเป็นไปเลยเข้ารอบชิง
KRX
อ่ะ
are relying on some crucial shots through, and they get a couple there. Marco and Yong. But Yong and Bane still with a tough ask ahead. They brought it back down to a 2v2. Hold on a minute. A 3v5. It could be possible now for KRX. Swing is in. Izu connects the shot. Time is of the essence. Bane needs to fight. He's not finding Izu just yet. Sheriff connects. And T1 getting it over the line. Up to 11. Oh, KRX almost saved it.
Yeah, Low HP though, but this was done off a thrifty. It's an incredible clutch, a Red Bull clutch at that. But the fact that this was all a stinger, bomb rush down, Unga just a shove Hyunmin and freeing off their lines.
You know, Quack, I have to say, you do have a way with words.
Thank you. I try, but this is ridiculous. Come on. I'm so excited, accelerated for this one.
Timeout.
And it comes down to like just the wire of Yong being able to swing around.
Off of drop
all these little trades, and it feels so incredibly close. And then when the dust settles, KRX that are broke again. Like they did so much just to try to stage this little comeback.
It's really not the round to lose, is it? You know, that's the one that you've done all the work to get to that point, and it's supposed to be a bit of an easier round, and then that's the one that falls by the wayside for KRX, really.
อีซูคาโนนเหมือนเดิมแสดงว่ายังไม่ได้เป็น
Big recovery required now. Probably be T1
เป็นผู้นายบุลลี่สุดเนี่ยฮะ
I'm not sure what have you got to work with really here as KRX. There's no showstopper. You do have the tour de force.
มาเดี๋ยวดูที่เป็นในของจริงมาดูเลยเอาไม่รู้ว่าบ้านเกิดคุยกันเองไงบางทีแบบมันไม่อยากเผลออ่านอะไรออกไปไง
See if he gets an opening pick.
It's a good thought. But I think that that's what this timeout is for too, because they're starting to notice that every time he makes a shot, immediately Buzz just swings in. And that's what's happening in C now. Sheer wall to protect though, and that's T1 being cautious about it.
Spotted by Meteor, but he's actually had a pretty good track record against Meteor in this game so far.
แล้วมันกูแต่งโดนดอกทำไมนะตอนแรกไม่รู้สาเหตุเลยครับ อยากรู้เหมือนกัน
down on C for T1
แต่พอกูแต่งกลับมาเท่านั้นแหละเฮียอย่างโหด
Nightfall.
Yeah, Nightfall plus a couple of smokes might be enough to get them in.
Meteor lurk. Blind spot freeing.
Do have those prowlers as well. Freeing indeed. Getting spotted out. Here comes the hit onto C. Brought forward. 4 stacks gets the rest of the team across, and now Buzz coming into play for 3. I didn't even know there was 3 guys on his screen, but he's killed them all. Marco.
ผมเกลียดคณะโคชีหน้าไม่เหมือนใส่
across alone.
You have to play for OT now. There's no two ways about it.
What, you don't think Marco
จะยิงตอนไม่ดีใจแล้วไม่ยิงหน้าเหมือนใส่ไอ้เหี้ย
Sure. Yeah, he gets one, you know, Cadian style. He gets a knife and then he picks up an op and starts to clutch this out 1v5. Let's go, Marco.
Let's go, Marco.
พี่ตาครับวันนี้ดูลิควิดชนะชิวๆโจนกองแช่งผิดหวังไหมครับคือพูดแค่นี้นะครับพี่แช่งลิควิด100 ล้าน%.
I mean, look at that. There was a saying just like
the best team in Korea now
with Buzz as well. Like he would get angry and start to seek revenge, and he comes in with these really fast and furious plays just like that. He becomes a hydraulic press and just crunches down anyone in C site. Is
one way of putting it?
If he goes ham again and he has an overdrive, this could end.
Meteor trying to get out again. See if he can find himself an aggressive fight. Marco just basically wallbang Zizou. Hyunmin getting the better of Buzz as well, and Meteor sticks around a second too long to once again be on the receiving end of a headshot from Marco.
มันเอาให้เสมอเลยป่ะ
That was some great heads up plays. I mean, forward space, alt orb into the showstopper. Numbers advantage should allow for KRX to eke out this round, and if Yong or Bane are some of the other players getting some kills as well, this could give them the alt cycle to kind of extend this map.
Yeah.
ได้เชียร์ทีวันอยู่ไหมเชียร์อยู่ครับว่ะผมลืมใส่เสื้อทีวันว่ะผมลืม
Yeah, they're worried about the sheer wall and everything.
ผมเชียร์ทีวัน
T1 just being very patient, waiting out that smoke. I know they've got to clear the site.
อย่าลืมนะผมคือผู้นำกองเชียร์ทีวันประเทศไทยนะครับผม
It seems like KRX are happy to allow them to get the plant.
And if you have smokes, do you want to play onside or off? Wow, they're
30 seconds.
2-5 ชนะโคตรเกิน
planted in this position.
พูดเลย
Gonna have to mark, or maybe
ต้องไอจีถึงไม่ได้ไปหรอวาเลวต้องชนะ
You have to be trying to take some aggressive fights here if you're T1, but they're really not. Just going to allow KRX to come to them. Got a snake bite. That's really about it to work with here for T1. If it comes down to a late round situation, maybe that snakebite comes into play, but you need a few kills first, and there's one from Munchkin, no more than that. Ring will fall to Stacks, who's kind of hitting everything at the moment. Defuse is on. He's going to have to go for the swing in a second here, and he doesn't quite get there in time. That was very doable, though, had he won that duel against Bane.
Absolutely.
12-10, KRX survive another.
อะไรว่ามาเร็วชนะ
How's the
กิน
money
จี
looking
ชนะมันก็
okay
สัมติง
for T1 by the looks of the brief glimpse that I got there.
This was so close too. I mean, if someone had just gone past, maybe Buzz gets a kill against Hyunmin in
ตามไป
before
เกาหลี
he
ได้
gets
คุย
the
กับ
showstopper.
เกาหลีบ้างไหมมันก็แบบว่าทักทายตอนเขาขึ้นมาแบบอันดูเซลเวลิกูดเวลิกูดชนมันหน่อยอะไรเงี้ยมีแต่มันก็คุยไม่รู้เรื่องกันนะ
Just a bit more. But this is what it is now. Still thinking about some of these ultimates, and at least the ops still retained, but it's glass cannon fashion.
Oh. Stacks having a
ชน
look
มัด
at
กับ
C.
ใครมีชนมัดกับ
Could be a
ไอ้พว
faster
ก
play
ONG
from KRX. Dawn's going to be dealt with. That wall's still
มี
there,
ชนมัดกับ
but Buzz is out in front of it.
And that's okay.
บัตด้วยแต่ไอ้บัต
Munchkin,
เนี่ย
if he gets the plant,
แล้วก็
Viper's
ใคร
hit.
วะวันนั้น
Young is looking, KRX is looking for a retake.
มาร์กาเล็ต
This is not a bad shout at all, though.
วันนี้จะไป
41.
ไม่น่าไปทัน
Pit
ติด
coming
ทีม
up. Hyunmin's going to be pushed back away. You've
Bila
got
kami
the
na
Steel
chun ma.
Garden, which is, by the looks of things, going to connect on everyone on T1 there. Meteor does not care, though. He's got 2 out of 4, so 1 for 1. And Buzz also really doesn't give a damn because he's got the lightning fingers, the overdrive, getting the better of Marco now. And this might just
Buzz,
be it.
let's
T1
go.
have been grinding hard for this win on Lotus. And despite KRX's best efforts, it seems it will come to pass. Bane finished off at the back end there by Buzz. Another 3K in the final round of Lotus. It ends as it begins for T1. What a monumental map that was from Buzz. But the job is not yet done. That's only 1 map down.
It was just so close. T1 had the acceleration, but then it all ends with Munchkin and his utility, the Viper's Pit plus the Poison Cloud. Oh, there's just so much to go off of, but they just found so much value in every single moment that they had. KRX definitely met them at every step of the way, though, and that's why you do have to get quite excited for the next map of Abyss. But for now, a little break, we're going to toss it down to the
ไฟที่มันต้องเข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอลอย่างเดียวใช่ไหมไม่ถ้าชนะท็อป4ก็ได้ไปแล้วถ้าจำไม่ผิดอ่ะ
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with T1's coach KDG. Well, T1 looks locked in. They take the first win on Lotus against KRX. But now we're going to move on to Abyss, a map that we haven't seen T1 play in a while, especially with Stacks being on the IGL. What can we expect from T1 moving on? 감독님 안녕하세요. 로터스 일단 가져가신 거 너무 축하드리고요. 저희가 오랜만에 T1의 어비스를 다음에 만나게 됩니다. 스택스 선수가 IG를 잡고 나서 이렇게 딱 공개를 하게 됐는데 저희가 어떤 어비스 기대해도 좋을까요?
사실 저희가 플레이인에서 마지막으로 플레이오프에 올라왔기 때문에 사실 준비 기간이 2, 3일 정도밖에 안 됐어요. 그래서 2, 3일 내에서 준비할 수 있는 최선을 다했기 때문에 선수들도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 지금 약간은 걱정하지만 반 정도는 예.
I mean, we were the last teams that made it through the play-in, so we only had about 2 to 3 days to prep for Abyss. So I would say it's a 50-50. We're worried for 50. We're pretty confident and excited to play Abyss. All right, thank you KDG and best of luck. 감사합니다.
ก็นะครับเราเป็นทีมสุดท้ายนะครับที่ออกมาจากรอบเพลย์อินนะครับผมก็เลยเรามีเวลาเตรียมตัวน้อยแบบ 2-3 วันนะครับก็ต้องบอกว่ากังวล50มั่นใจ50แล้วกันนะครับสำหรับอภิษห้ามเป็นไล่29เลยหรอฮะใช่หรอเอาดี
They had that little bit of a comeback, but it was just a little bit too late. T1 just had too much of a safety net there at the very end.
They won pistol bonus both halves. KRX still got 10 rounds. Honestly, that was a winnable game.
Whether league or not, it's not going to be the same. Bro. Cannot, bro.
Superstar performance. Honestly, a lot of things put T1 over the top there, but not a bad game from KRX by any stretch of the imagination.
A lot of things
I totally agree. I think this
could change. That's why
KRX going to be kind of annoyed with how that went. I don't think they could stop Buzz properly, and like you say, 2 pistols, 2 bonuses is a huge mountain to climb here. So T1 closing out their map pick, it will be Abyss next for KRX. So big questions there, but if they can keep their hopes
แต่ว่ามีโอกาสกลับมาจัดงานวาโลที่ไทยอีกไหมรอบนั้นไม่ได้ไปเสียดายจัดแชทครับคือน่าเตรียมตัวนะครับมีจัดที่ไทยมั้ง
means
ไม่รู้
so much to
โอเคปะ
Mako, who has
ครับ
yet to lift the global
ไปเข้า
trophy
น้ำ
of
แป๊บเดียว
his
มา
own, compared to his other former teammates who have already done so, and Termi as well. Oh, he knows that he's been saying it. He's been wanting that champs trophy. He's had his eyes on it for the longest time. And of course, Bane, he wants to go over to Busan for sure. He was playing like it also.
Yeah, I mean,
พี่
he was
ว่า
trying his
นี่ใคร
best
มัน
there.
มีคนอยากได้ลีนะคุณลีให้เนี่ย
Story of the match, you had 3 clutches as well on the T1
pistol
side.
bonus, 3 clutches.
Wow.
Slightly more first kills as well. And
That
you still
Divinity,
get 10
oh.
rounds as KRX. I mean, they
คุณคิดว่าคุณ
were
จะสปอย
resilient.
แค่เล็
They
กๆ
were
เหรอ
tenacious here on Lotus. Last time around, we saw Lotus between these two teams. KRX were the ones to pick it into T1 and get punished for that pick. Both of these teams since then have changed and shuffled their comps around a little bit, and T1 once again gets the best of them.
Yeah, it was you know, so many good performances.
แต่ต้องเรียกน้องเบลล่า
on this
สิ
map.
ตัด
We have
3-2 ผม
Mako,
ยิ้ม
of
3
course.
ครับ
Buzz, absolutely
ต้องเรียกพี่
incredible
เบลล่า
playing on that Neon. But then you look at the other side as well. You had some players that were a little quiet. We were
อยากรู้
expecting
เดี๋ยว
a
ผม
bit
ดีให้ไปไหน
more
ลี
from
ซี่อยากรู้
London here. I know I was. He's on my build diff roster, so I definitely was expecting a whole lot more from
เข้าไป
him.
เข้าห้องน้ำแบบ
Kill's
นึงเดี๋ยวมา
been
ชีวะ
really solid on
เข้าไปห้องน้ำ
Lotus,
แล้ว
really every
เดี๋ยวมา
time it's come up for them.
Yeah.
So definitely a slower game there. And then you got to look at Yong as well. It's sort of his job to slow down Buzz, especially in that second half. And I do think just the existence of him on that device forced them away from C a lot. But they're not really managing to hold against Buzz putting up these kind of numbers.
Yeah, good turnaround for Mako. He had a very quiet start to the map, and then he started to hit some belters. Like, there were some rounds where he was dry peeking and just one-tapping Meteor on the chamber. He had some great rubble fights as well. It's very clear that the motivation right now for Mako is high to win this series, and he's fragging like it, even on the IGL duties.
Yeah, absolutely. He wants to get on that global stage, but somebody who wants to get back on that global stage has to be Buzz with how he's playing. And this is what I was talking about. These are the players on the side of T1 that really thrive well underneath all of this pressure to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, we said it before this game, but I feel like he's opened up since Stax has come back into the roster. He's now on this duelist all the time. His Neon is so good. I love how he pilots the agent, and he just ran away with the game.
Yeah, earlier on for T1, he was playing pretty much nothing but Neon. You know, whenever they play those more flexible double duelist comps, it's Izu who's going to be the difference maker there. Freeing on the chamber, though, had a lot of impact for KRX, and it's something worth mentioning, because as I mentioned before, last time around, this was the Lotus pick from KRX, and Yong was on the chamber instead of Freeing piloting it, and we had that whole arc of Termi saying, guys, Freeing is the best chamber in KRX. He's the best choice in this role, and I think you've seen that actually play out in this particular matchup. I think Freeing had more impact than Yong had last time around. Head-to-head in the chamber duel against Meteor was less relevant of a point. I think he was just very impactful, winning a lot of rounds and had a lot of op kills for KRX there. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for a map win, though.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And of course, we were talking about how Bane was playing out of his mind here. It's very clear that he wants to go over to Busan because he is from Busan. He had a little sign earlier on, as we saw in the KRX B-roll earlier. What was it? What does it say?
I can't even remember. They told me what it was and now I've forgotten. But it was, yo, bring it on. Bane, the son of Busan. This was all written in Busan dialect as well. He's the last remaining guy there from Busan looking to play in front of that home crowd.
It said production coach me through this Ma Durona.
Something like that.
Correct?
Don't ask me. I don't know.
Hey, I got a good job. I got a good job from our production. I'm ready to go to Busan. And it seems as though Bane definitely wants to bring DRX or KRX rather over as well. We have here, it's interesting because Munchkin and Bane both had sort of similar roles coming from the IGL role and then sort of being freed up to be able to frag out themselves.
Yeah, these are the two secondary callers of their squads. They're very vocal voices, but Bane has been freed up to frag a little bit harder. And honestly, he was fragging pretty bloody hard there on the fade of all agents there on Lotus. His motivation to go to Busan and play in front of that home crowd is very high. Whether he wins or loses this series, he's going to be heading to Busan one way or another, most likely. For Munchkin on the other side of things, he's been up and down in terms of his individual performance, and he's a player that when he's having a good game as opposed to being a little bit of a liability for T1, it really puts them over the top. He had a lot of impact there on the Viper, so definitely keep an eye on that, especially if he's going to continue playing a little bit of Cypher, a little bit of Senti for T1. That could be a really big kind of win condition for them.
Yeah, for sure. And Bane, as we mentioned, you know, he wants to go home at this point, and that could be a good thing, of course, for the side of KRX. Now we have here Abyss, and of course, this is a bit of a mystery on the side of T1, and for KRX, of course, we just saw this versus Global Esports the other day.
Yeah, it was that map 3 decider where they ended up losing, so them picking into this series is a little bit interesting. Let's hope that they've regrouped a little bit and ironed things out. They were running with that Waylay Yoru on the flip side for T1. When we last saw it for them, it was similar with that Teo.
Yeah, for KRX, it was a winnable game, honestly, a winnable series, but the third map of Abyss was 9 apiece, and GE kind of edged them out in the last few rounds. So I think, honestly, that's going to, on one hand, give T1 a little bit of footage of how they play, because that was quite a long map of Abyss, but they're going to be a little bit more, less rusty on this map in particular, because T1 hasn't played it. I think you can throw that last comp out the window.
Yeah. And definitely, I think that T1 have something else planned, especially because of how important this matchup is going to be. Now, of course, we need to hear on the side of KRX as well. I wonder what Termi is thinking as we head on over to this second map. So let's send it down to Bella, who is on standby with KRX's coach Termi.
Coach Termi, now that was a close one on Lotus, but we move on to Abyss, the map that you picked. I mean, KDG said that it was a 50-50 chance that they're going to take it because they didn't have much time to prep. What are you going to focus on to make sure that you get a comeback, reverse sweep? 일단 감독님 로터스 너무 아쉽게 된 거는 일단 잊고 다음에 KRX가 고른 어비스의 전장으로 넘어갑니다. 이제 KDG 감독님이 시간이 조금 여유가 없어서 50대 50 정도로 아직은 잘 모르겠다라고 말씀을 하셨고 KRX는 이제 역전을 위해서 좀 어느 부분에 집중을 할 예정일까요?
우선 두 팀 다 플레이인을 거치면서 어비스에 대한 연습 시간이 그렇게 많지 않았다고 저도 예상을 하고 있었거든요. 그리고 저희는 그래도 어비스 그동안 잘해왔었고 이해도가 높다고 생각을 해서 픽을 했었고요. 물론 이 T1 선수들도 어비스를 굉장히 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 어떤 스타일로 하는지는 대충 저희가 파악을 하고 있었거든요. 그래서 오늘 경기도 요원 픽도 저희가 예상하는 비슷한 느낌으로 나왔어서 조금 예상은 하고 있지만 결과는 어떻게 나올지 모르겠지만 선수들한테 어쨌든 1맵 자체는 저희가 굉장히 잘 따라가고 있다가 아쉽게 졌다고 생각해서 좀 더 집중해보자라고 얘기를 하고 있었습니다.
기대요. 한번 해보겠습니다. Well, I mean, we both played in the play-ins and we tried. We were expecting that we weren't going to be as fully prepped, but on both sides. But you know, we, our players, the coaching staff, we have a pretty deep understanding of the map itself. So we were confident in going into that. And as for Lotus, what I just told the team was that you guys are doing great. You guys are focusing on what you need to do. So I think it's going to be a 50-50 on our end as well. All right, we're expecting to see and enjoy the game. All right, thank you, Termi. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Well, both coaches seem to say that it's 50-50. It could go either way at this point. I mean, KDG there was also like, oh, I'm not really sure. And now Termi is also like, I'm not really sure as well. But we're pulling the agent comps up right now.
Yeah, no changes on the side of KRX. They're doubling down with this style.
ยังปวดท้องเฉยเลยว่ะ
It was Hyunmin and Young at the top of that scoreboard.
พี่นาที่บอกว่ามีตัดที่ไทยหรือว่ามาสเตอร์พัทยาไม่รู้
Yeah, they're going to be playing the Brimstone.
อะไรทำไมเธอไม่บอกมันไม่มั่นใจว่าแชท
double controller, but this is going to be a punchy one. It's going to
เป็น
be
ลูกยิ้มสวยอ่ะโอ้โหปวดท้องว่ะใช้จังหวะที่โพสไอจีรออะไรอ่ะฝากไปกดไลค์กันหน่อยนะขอแป๊บนึงโอ้ยเมื่อกี้แต่ปวดท้องจริงไหมเฮียเมื่อกี้เฮียกูมัลติทาสมากูนั่งขี้ไปโพสรูปไปฝากกันด้วยครับฝากกันด้วยครับไปกดไลค์หน่อยครับฮัลโหลครับคนดูครับเย็ดจิ๊บโตเจ๊ดโลฝากไปกดไลค์หน่อยฝากไปกดไลค์กดคอมเมนต์หน่อยเร็วนั่งเคลียร์เป็นประโยชน์ยังไงนั่งโพสรูปไปด้วย
พร้อมคุณพ่อวัยใสสวัสดีครับพี่จัสอยากปรึกษาปัญหาชีวิตตอนนี้แฟนผมท้องแล้วผมกับแฟนยังไม่พร้อมทั้งที่ผมศึกษาวิธีป้องกันแล้วว่ามีเพศสัมพันธ์ต้องใส่ถุงยางผมก็ทำตามทุกอย่างเวลาเสร็จแล้วผมก็ชักออกมาแล้วรีบใส่ถุงยางเลยทำไมแฟนผมถึงยังท้องได้ผมเครียดมากครับ
อันนี้มึงเรียนอะไรไอ้ยันมึงมั่วแล้วไอ้เหี้ยมึงอะไรเนี่ย
There's some munchkins in
กูไม่ใช่ละ
dropping bars.
เอามาฉันแบบ2นะแบบนี้ DI เป็นคนเลือกอย่าลืมโหวตนะ
You are seriously the bane of my existence.
ไปกดไลค์กดคอมเมนต์หน่อยเร็วขอหน้ามา
Yeah, you got any issues? Oh god, that's terrible. That's a bad one. That's a bad one.
It's gone too far. It's gone too far.
But no, the desk was right. This brimstone,
Yeah,
it's not common.
brimstone.
Munchkin doesn't have that many reps on it either. But because the smokes deploy simultaneously, the executes can be that fast.
Okay.
Though,
What's happened there?
มาได้ไง
double. Okay.
Yeah, Meteor's just gone. He's just dead. I'm confused. But hey.
บิมสโตน
Good news for KRX.
แบ
Plan
บ
is
นี้
going down in that
ใคร
meanwhile.
เขาเล่นกันใครได้บอกกูที
It's taken a little bit of time, and so KRX have been afforded the opportunity to rotate there. What? There's another shot dark kill. This time onto Bane. We're all back and forth. A 3v3 now. T1, they've been scrapping though, so they're a little bit lower than KRX. You'd think KRX
รอ
should
มสัง
เลย
วั
นะ
นนั่งรับโดวันละพันหวานเจี๊ยบเลยดิจ้า
gets the first
หวานเจี๊ยบ
gunman,
เลยครับ
the
ขอบคุณด้วยนะครับ
second, and then Munchkin down as well. So KRX
ยังไม่ถึง
will
เลย
take the pistol.
ฮัลโหล
The fans have let out a bit of a cheer, and I'm sure
อย่าลืมวนนะ
Jimmy
ไป
will
วน
let
นะ
out a bit of a cheer as well.
ต้องการ
by the way,
สาม
as
ส
we
มองเพื่อผม
continue
เอ
to
เหรอ
reinforce that a KRX win here would mean GE goes to champs.
Yeah. Champs points relatively close, but
I mean,
if
like-
T1 are eliminated, then you know it's out of their hands. That said,
โอ้เฮียช็อกดัก
just hilarious. It's a little bit cute because Yunmin did a little double take towards the corner, but this is just
ว่าแต่
very lucky,
ถ้ามันแผ่นหน้า
very
คนแผ่นหน้าตึงอยู่นะ
perfect shock dart timing that happens to tag out so many players.
ว่า
We're
ตึง
quite
คนแผ่นหน้า
expecting some players to be pushed all the way towards the back end, but still KRX managed to find trains and now looking to invest
So
everything that
ว่า
they've got
บิม
to ensure that they
ไม่
will
รู้ว่ะ
have
อ่ะรอดู
as best of a go as
เออแต่มัน
possible
ก็โอเคนะสำหรับสมมติต้นบวกคิดไปคิดมา
the rest of this map. It's everything
มี
all
โอเมนด้วย มี
thought
บาย
out.
ด้วย
Heavy
มีแฟน
shields,
ยูรูด้วย
vectors. That's where you do kind of watch out for
แต่แค่ตอนกันอาจจะต้องสู้
T1
ชีวิต
and
หน่อย
what
ว่ะ
they can pull
พูดจริง
off as well. Not just the smokes, but Buzz and Meteor were on a tear from that first
เพราะแบบ
map.
นี้เลื้อยง่ายครับ ไม่มีแถบ
Munchkin
ไม่มีเชี่ยเลย
lurking
เลยอะ
still though, and even though Young was the one who was kind of charged
โด
with
นหน้าโดน
slowing
โรเทต
down
รัวๆเล
Buzz
ย
previously. Munchkin was the one who got the better of Young at times, just because of how he's lurking all across the map.
โอ้โห
Now
ดู
it's
ควัน
the spam, just hearing the alt orb greedily being
โอ้โห
slurped up by Stacks.
ไอ้เหี้ยหูฟังดีเนาะ
To be slurped up by Meteor, I think, and didn't work out very well for him.
Cool.
from someone ริมแบบนี้มีไลน์อัพไหม
คงต้องมีแหละครับ ไม่งั้นไม่น่าเลือกมาว่ะ
A lot of times teams would
ต้องมีอยู่แล้ว 100% ไม่งั้นไม่ make
There's a
sense อะ
little
พูด
ledge
จริง
where they can jump up on and quickly break down
Huh?
the vent store, which creates some pressure around middle. And they haven't quite done that, but they will just smoke off and waltz in.
This is where Hyunmin could come into his own. He's ready and waiting for a little bit of a swing around the corner. Oh, that's not quite as clean as it needed to be. It sets it up for Bane. Oh dear, Hyunmin has made a meal of it and he gets knifed in the face for it. This is actually quite an expensive round now for KRX. Izu can't get up to grab the spike. Man, what a mess.
กูโดนก๊อปปี้ไลท์อ่ะ
Just not doing what it needed to do.
Yeah, but it's also Munchkin smoke again. His util, just because it was ever so slightly over the edge, not completely flush towards the back lines. There's this little sliver where I guess Hyunmin was not able to see all that much.
โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยเลียนจัดไอ้เหี้ย
That's what resulted
คน
in
เลียน
the
ไอ้
back
เหี้ย
kill. Stacks
ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ย
As KRX though, you just can't
ตก
pay
ใจ
that
หมด
any
เลย
mind.
เหี้ยโดนก๊อปปี้ไลท์
They're
เว้ยเดี๋ยวแป๊บ
suffer
นึง
some significant losses in economy, which allows for T1 to get back into the game.
You would think so. It's just pistols really for the most part here for KRX. Young the only one holding on to an SMG. Yeah, and even that then is not anything to get too excited about for KRX.
Just trying to pay a bit more attention to middle now because noting that Munchkin was the player who kind of set all that up, that push towards vents. They haven't really broken the door, I believe. So able to still pivot back in and around. We're back towards B.
เคยเจอคอมนี้ตั้งเคยพรีเมียร์ลาวไม่มีแต่ควันหน้ามึงดีชิบหายอ่ะ
Gotta try something, don't you?
timing
Ooh, timing looks okay. Oh, but they've got
โอ้แต่สแต็กเซ
multiple
ฟ
players. In the end, well, maybe there was a back that was turned, but T1 had it covered. Buzz is in on the site. Cracking back out.
Why?
Marco.
Nobody cares cyber.
Still got a few to get past over on B. Rotation is coming through from Young as well, and Munchkin in through mid might be able to cut him off, but Jumpman eventually will fall. Young and Bane.
มันเหลือ2คนใหญ่เหี้ย
1v2, not impossible for Young here. Let's see what he can put together.
Picked up a rifle too.
Spike planted.
smart to take an alternate approach to the site, but the drone.
1-1เหรอผมว่า
He gets one kill here. He might be able to bring that neural theft into play. Oh, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need it.
ป่ะ1-1
Easy with
อ่ะ
Buzz
1-1
just
ป่ะ
walk right into
ถ้า
the
ไอ้
headshots.
หย่องเครื่องติดก้าป่ะถ้าลูกพี่หย่องเครื่องติดก้าป่ะ
Hell of a shot.
เอลมาซาโบ
A double swing from T1, and because it's just slightly mistimed, Young is able to capitalize on the mistakes and quickly find the 2 quick bursts that he needs.
เอาเลย
Ridiculous.
ผมถามไม่ได้ผมถาม
I was
โดนปิดได้
writing off this round already. I saw the pistols. I saw, just KRX trying to.
เดี๋ยวนี้โดนเหรอต้องเปิดเหรอไม่ใช่ก็มีคนบอกว่าอย่าให้เปิดเควส
down B
ข
long.
องเกาหลีอ่ะ
Young being able to.
อยากเห็นทำอะไรบ้าๆกูก็บอกงั้นก็ตามนี้อ่ะ
Oh, the second shot of the Buzz.
Let's go. Hey,
เฮ้ย
look who's here.
ไอ้พวกจีนี่ว่า
Yeah, you can bet who they're cheering for.
Like I said, they're going to be cheering for
ไอ้
KRX.
เหี้ยไม่เชียร์แข่งสุด
See
หั
how
วใจอ่ะ
KRX do go about this one up against a little bit of a half buy from T1. We'll have a listen in with KRX.
ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ย
미드 닦으면서 가자. 내가 사이트 있죠. 나 빠질게.
บ้ากว่าคือซิดตกรอบ
이거 안 된다. 기다려. 양산도 빠졌어. 사이트 온 거지. 사이트 이면 딱 밀었어. 지는 거야. 나 언더 피만 가능해 얘들아. 혜민아 슈트가 저 롱설이야. 롱설 메인설이다. 나갈 준비. 뱀픽 해줄게 얘들아. 그때 상대 소바설 공 생겼다. 물리풀 조심. 빨리 하자. 분리 좋다. 빌라 뒷날 깔았어. 세타금 7-8 연마가 바퀴 7-8 긁어봐. 연마 그대로. 잡았어. 연마 공 찍어줄게. 공 해봐. 이거 메인 물리풀일 거야. 버릴게. 사이트 하나뿐이야 지금. 잡아야 돼.
Well, plants down. T1 don't have the numbers advantage anymore, though, after those 2 kills from Young and Hyunmin. But time's ticking. With Stacks and Munchkin here to try and cause a bit of a problem. There's a drive-by from Munchkin and Stacks sliding in with the Sheriff as well. Spike is planted open. Free! Caught the headshot as well. And T1 of all rounds
แต่
was
ไปจะเอา
still
เมม
that
ไปไหนวะลืมฟัง
What the heck? Smokes executes, and of course,
ไอ้
it's
ลูกปองก็ซาโบ
old Buzz
คิว
with
มา
a
ดิค
little
รับ
bucky, and it just keeps KRX at bay, pushing all the way through into these positions where they think they have the space to kind of reinsert themselves and go for a slight chance at a retake. It makes it damn close, but thanks to some sharp shots at the end as well, it just Munchkin again setting up his team alongside Buzz, just getting so much done. Back into the full buys now, and again the economy goes topsy-turvy.
Munchkin is waiting patiently. Seems like Buzz was doing the same thing elsewhere, and KRX, they do find some success, at least onto Meteor, who's having a bit of a rough map so far. The rest of it, maybe not too much of a concern, though, for T1.
Because otherwise they're still just pretty much reading it. Stacks, knowing how Termi's system works and operates. It's been different and updated now, but just kind of knowing the tendencies of how KRX might want to go for some space after some heavy losses. We'll still be able to go for pinches outside of main, and that's a lot of space, a lot of control. Damage too.
จะพี่ยง
No chance
มัน
at
จะ
a
ยงมันค
retake
ม
in
จริง
this
ว่ะหลอดอะ
scenario.
ผมดูเลยครับ
KRX with still some decent economy, looks to hold on. Bane especially. Again, son of Busan, adequately coined, but gonna have to look for the next rounds.
เป็นไปเล่นเป็นไงวันนี้เล่นดีนะ2-0นะเป็นไปเล่นอะ
Meteor.
ตัวบัค
I was
เคียร์
thinking about Meteor op at some point, but probably not for the upcoming ones. Nonetheless, though, it's really the execution of strats. It's really just T1 and their set pushes that KRX need to watch out for.
จูกินอะไรวันนี้จูกินนมร้อนจูไม่สบายอ่ะกินอะไรแบบเยอะไม่ได้อ่ะ
Yeah, don't want to allow T1 the space to really get rolling on this attack. We saw what Buzz can do in the previous map. Seems to be following suit again here. Quite a bit of work done. All it really takes here for T1 to actually start rolling, I think, is Meteor comes online. He's 0-5. If he's even having a middling
เว้ย
performance,
เจโดนเละก็เลี้ยนอยู่นิดนึงแบบเนี้ย
So
เจ รีบเล่นไง
T1's advances
ใจ
with
ร้อน
an op. That's why Bane died to the spike on purpose. He bought
อย่า
that
ไปจัด
one
ลง
up
แข่งโอ้โห
for
อย่าไป
free.
จัดลงแข่ง
And
เนี่ยมัน
3
แรง
is
ยัง
towards B.
ยังไม่รอดเลยว่ะ
Sky Smoke set down his early presence and pressure, but T1 though They're just waiting around a lot of these
คนดูเขาจะต่อยกันไหมเนี่ย
Starks putting out. The crowd is crazy.
Yeah, they're making a lot of noise. I was just going to say, there's you know, two contingents. Obviously, there's the KRX fans and then there's T1 fans, and they're kind of just yelling at each other.
Love it though. Raise the
เรา
roof.
เมื่อกี้มี
We've
เสียง
had
ปืน
full
ตั้งเลยครับ
houses for the past couple of days, and
ผมไม่ได้ดูอันตีด้วยเมื่อกี้อันตี
you
ขาด
can't
หรือเปล่า
expect that many Korean teams here. But this is a whole different story.
All right.
Dimensional drift entry.
Yeah, let's see what kind of an impact Meteor can have now. If not on the scoreboard, maybe at least he can gather some information. I was pushing out onto the site with that space that was created. The Hunter's Fury out from Bane. It's counter, largely unsuccessful. Gunman down. He tries to push his way forward, and now Marco looks like a dead man. Trade's not there though from Meteor. Yong doubles it down. We're back to a 3-on-3. Munchkin is miles away, but he does have that orbital online to try and delay if necessary, and he might also just get in behind freeing. The time is ticking on this round, I dare say, for KRX. There's the orbital too.
เล่นดีจัด
Yong out of the picture now as well. It looks like T1 have put together another round. Munchkin surely will finish it off. Does with the double. 3-3. The recovery is in, and now it's time for T1 to start and try and make this half their own.
สอนไอ้เลเน่เหรอ
Certainly will be able to do it. That is a heavy loss dealt to KRX.
โอ้โหไม่รีบเป็นเลย
The op was invested in the round, and it
พี่
just
เชีย
doesn't
ร์
come
ใคร
up with
แชม
much
ป์เหรอ
else.
ไม่รู้ว่ะเอาจริงป่ะ
Dimensional drift with that much space. I was thinking maybe it was a Hunter Sphere combo, but they just held all of that down to the post plant.
แต่ถ้าพูดจากใจจริงๆตอนนี้ก็รู้สึกว่าโซนแปซิฟิกมัน
Giving
ไม่
up
ถู
that
กเข้า
much
โซน
space were
อื่นแล้วอะ
not able
ตอนเนี้ย
to hold on. They were trying to work around the utilities that they had. Hyunmin, Buzz with the convergent paths was what slowed it down. So even though Hyunmin stepped past the smoke with his own saturate, just was not able to and allow for his team to hold on any longer. And as always, Munchkin just continuing to devour every single kill after the lurks have been set through it. Like the desk was mentioning too, Stacks in the IGL role now just makes things that much more free for Munchkin to go off some of these plays. And suddenly, so usually we have fans like holding up signs, kind of showing a bit of support, but now it's much more like Korean sports where you got all these dances and little supportive emotes just for the big Korean teams that we've got on the stage. Titans of Pacific.
Pressure mounting now for KRX. Once again, if they do not win here, they will fail to qualify for champions. Which should be the end for KRX and for Marco in terms of that 100% record.
ทีมลิควิดแชมป์สิครับแชมป์เพื่อฟนาติกที่ไม่ได้ไปอ๋อกลับบ้าน
Early here on map 2 certainly, but that's something that's going to be in the back of the minds of KRX, and every round that's won by
ผม
T1
แนะ
is going
นำ
to
ดูเป็นแอปดีกว่าว่ะ
that
ได้
pressure.
นิ่มไอ้คิกอะ
Attempt at a bit more of an aggressive push this time from KRX has not gone well initially. T1 answering it nicely. Izu cleaning up the rest. Mako still trying to hold on. Back up to safety, but either way, I think T1 will look at that and say, yeah, that's a success. We have the site, we have the plan, and
เกาหลีไม่ทำงานทำการกันจะไปดูเกมมันปกติโอ้ที่นู่นมันนี่แล้วมันกี่โมงแล้วเนี่ย20:30แล้วครับ
coming through from freeing.
จบแล้วเลิกงานแล้ว
It does look like it's going to be cleared out here in a second by Munchkin, who's certainly watching that line. Easy kill. This will be another round for T1. They're in the lead again.
รู้อย่างไอ้ใช้ของที่ลงล่าสุดไหมจานเลยแบบที่ใช้ดีแล้วแต่ว่าแบบที่ใช้ดีอยู่แล้ว
I believe it was Izu. How he's sweeping and clearing those angles too. You don't see that too often, but it's almost kind of lackadaisical. But that's because of how confident the whole team is. Look at this. Just strafe and tap, strafe and tap. Every single angle being pre-fired against. And for all the shares that
เพิ่งรู้ทีมที่รวยที่สุดวันโลกคือ JDG มูลค่าบริษัทแม่ 38.4 พันหลักวัตถุ
4 rounds now, and so many of them have gone down to post plants and spike explosions. Back in with the op still.
38,400 ล้านบาทเลยเหรอล้านดอลลาร์ไม่ใช่บาท
So far.
มึงทำบริษัทอะไรวะ
Maybe Stacks in a second, although it might be Stacks that sees freeing. See how that ends up playing out.
This is so uncommon.
Got to throw caution to the wind. Things are not working. Playing default here for KRX. Drone is going to get cleared out by Stacks, but that also will show his presence, and so Freeing's going to go hunting and we'll find Stacks.
Who the hell does that? As an op player too. Okay, big value.
JD Mall.
No other map presence
ไอ้
yet for
JD ที่มันขาย
T1
รองเท้าได้ไหม
It
เกี่ยว
forces
ปะ
KRX to think, but they thankfully do have a 2-1-2.
ดูคนละ
So it comes down to how Hyunmin and Mako can try to hold down the B as best possible.
Yep. Too many tools here to get in. Drone is going to be used. You might see the Hunter's Fury get ripped by Izu as well. Buzz goes in first.
ลูกหมาเหรอไหนวะ
Convergent paths from
หมาตัว
Hyunmin
สี
to
ขาว
try
ๆ
and delay. 30 seconds on the clock. That delay will be useful, but Munchkin's also kind of
โอ้แล้วบินกู
found
เลือ
the
โคตร
gap.
จัดว่ะ
He's aware, by the way. Oh, no. Okay, he's very aware. There's a kill, of course, for free onto Freeing. Marco's position becomes an important one now. Oh, and Hyunmin as well. Only able to find himself the one, but Munchkin getting all the work done that he needs. He has cleared out the site. Oh, and cleared out the rotations as well.
โคตรมาก
A 3K. He's just found
แต่
the
ซิม
gap
ไม่
in
ฟุ
the
กนะแล้วซิม
defense.
อะไร
And KRX are miserable as a result. Nowhere for Yon to go.
Absolutely not. Even if he goes back towards the usual short approach, he'll be spotted out so quick.
อีดอกเอล
Has to kind of
ต้องโด
hold
น
on
กู
to
เลย
the
ว่ะ
rifle, and this first half
เมื่อไหร่
looks
จะมี
like
ตา
it's
แข่ง
gone
ไทย
by
อีก
the
ครับ
wayside.
เมื่อกี้ผมสปอยไปนิดนึงแล้วว่าใครฟังทันก็ตามนั้นว่า
KRX were holding on to
ถ้า
theirs,
ฟัง
and
ไม่ทัน
Hyunmin
ก็
said
ผม
in
ขอ
his
โทษว่ะ
convergent paths, it just does absolutely
บ
nothing.
อกอะไรเยอะกันไม่ได้ บอกอะไรเยอะกันไม่ได้
T1 absolutely
เดี๋ยว
gained the hell
มัน
out of that
หลุด
approach.
เยอะเกิน
The refract was prepped up all the way. They were
JD
just
รวย
trying
พอ
to bait
ๆกับ
out
ช้อปปี้
Hyunmin's
โคตรดูทรง
ult.
หน้า
They
รวย
knew
กว่า
what they were doing, and that's masterfully called and orchestrated by Stacks. At the same time, Munchkin too, and that's what makes T1 such a threatening team. Because at any given moment's notice, you can have Munchkin
ให้ลีนี่ไหมเดี๋ยวมาดู
on these incredible lurks.
มันที่
And
มันเล
some
ยโค
other
ตรจริงเลย
times,
เฮีย
it could be Meteor. So it's just lovely now that we have Munchkin stepping up in this fashion, finding all these gaps,
บิมสโตนเลิกกิ้งอ่ะ
holding
ไอ้
deep
เหี้ย
angles
เฮ้ย
and lines,
พูด
not
เอง
allowing
เล่น
for
เอง
KRX
พูดเอง
to
ขับ
even
เอง
set foot or try to stage a retake.
ช้อปปี้ไม่สนใจเพลงวาโลแรนต์บ้างหรอกกูว่าไม่น่าไหวนะเว้ย
Deploying drone.
Send the team forward with that drone.
เมื่อวานเจ้าของช้อปปี้ชอบเล่นเกม
Noted Buzz not too concerned about that. Wants to get up
แล้วมึ
and
งส่อง
in
สโมก
onto the site. Stacks is there with him. So is Izu for that opening pick. Out through the
Heaven
smoke
hลุดปะ
goes the clone. That'll
Heaven ดรอป
drop, but it won't be to any
โอ้
success
โห
for
เฮีย
KRX at
เขา
all.
เขาเบิ่งกันโคตรดี
It's looking a bit too easy for T1 at the moment. Hyunmin wondering what can I even do about this?
Really nothing. Oh man. If you isolate a kill, maybe you could go.
ขอสักแปดอะบุกอะ กันเดี๋ยวว่ากัน
Izo
ช้อปปี้เคยทำทีม
stand
เอา
out
ดี
at no
ใช่หรอ
man's land will fall to Hyunmin, but the
ชื่อว่า
trade
อะไร
was
ครับ
always going to be there.
Yeah, 30-degree angle.
เทช่อง JJaz กี่เคเหรอ
Bit of a
ขอ
mathematician
10M ได้ปะ
now,
Yeah. Valorant theory.
I've seen it.
สวัสดีครับ
I'm not sure that I necessarily
อยู่นี่
subscribe
สวัสดีครับผ
to
ม
it because
ขอไม่เยอะ
it must be pretty tough to figure out which angle is 30 degrees just by looking at it. But maybe people have got bigger brains than me.
It's always just
ร้อย
the
เค
one
พอ
that's
เหรอ
just a bit more difficult to kind of
1M
peek
1M
into and clear, I guess, is the idea. And it's just having all these additional
1M ได้ไหม
rifles or guns, you know, marking the choke point. Obviously, just makes it that much more difficult anyway for that any chance at a retake. But you just see these rounds and executes with T1 going in, Buzz,
มึง
Meteor,
ต้องบอกไม่ขายที่
Munchkin.
ทำเองกับมือเอา
It's
ก็จะทำใหม่ไง
brilliant.
ทำช่องใหม่ไง
And there's something to be said about how T1 are doing it with a Waylay Yoru comp, which KRX, you can argue, are the pioneers of. Interestingly enough, though, another freeing deep lurk, forward lurk.
มึงกันนี่เอาเฮ้ยนิดนึง
Smokes down once again. Same set of
But
smokes
Meteor.
as well, by the way. Meteor this time
สวย
opening
ค
the
รั
account
บ
nice and early.
โอ้โห
The
เฮีย
entry
พูดจริง
is
นะมันบุก
even
กันแยกใครจะ
cleaner
กันอ
from
ยู่วะ
T1. And if
เฮีย
this
ไม่ยัง
B
โหด
side continues to get bullied in this
ขอ
fashion,
เนี่ยไปแชมเปี้ยนเลย
KRX
ละกั
are
น
done here in VCT Pacific.
แล้วใครเขาปล่อยพายุเฮียเมื่อกี้
I mean, they've already had one this half. But yeah, I mean, it's getting to that point.
คู่นี่ไงคู่ที่ที่วัน
I can't believe
ใครชนะ ใครได้ไปถ้าที่วันชนะเหมือนได้ไปเลยมั้ง
for KRX.
ใช่ป่าวะ
But
ท็อป4ยัง
That's a bit of innovation for you. Of course, the man of the hour to get it done at the end of this round, it's Munchkin. Because the difference between the comps and the reason, part of the reason why T1 has been quite sharp with these is because of the brimstone and the elaborate smokes that have been set down. Of course, in conjunction with
เดี๋ยวนะกูไม่เข้าใจว่านั่นสโมกเป็นฝั่งไหนวะไอ้สีม่วง
maybe the solo duelist because Buzz is just diving in and getting away with so much. KRX have not been able to set up on the right lines or they have not even been able to hold off any of these strong pushes.
ไม่คือพูดจริงๆนะมันต้องแท็บไอ้ด้านบนเว้ย
The trips aren't getting
มันไม่ยอมแท็บกันเป็นที่อะไรไม่รู้มันก็ชนะแล้ว
getting disrespected.
เหลือกี่ทีมเป็นเปเล็กโกลบอลน้องชิมแล้วก็คู่นี้
You're hoping for 8-4
แค่นี้ป่าวะ
Meteor's on the hunt for some
คู่นี้
information.
ใครแพ้กลับบ้าน
Trying to set Buzz up. The first one going the way of Stacks. T1 once again just bullying their way into side. Buzz catches up with Bane as well.
เดี๋ยวโคตรทะลุทะลวงไอ้เหี้ย
T1 are making this look easy right now.
แล้วก็วาเร็วอีกทีนึง
A bit more of a victory lap it would feel for
เอาใหม่
T1
เป็น
than
เปเล็ก
anything
วาเร็ว
looking
น้องชิม
competitive
โกล
from
บอล
KRX.
Are you serious?
This
คู่
would
นี้
be
แล้ว
a
ก็เจน
very
จี
anticlimactic way to exit VCT Pacific Stage 2. Miss out on your chance at
วันนี้พี่
champions.
จะดู AMA ไหมดูครับวันนี้พี่มาแช่งลิควิดครับผ
That's
ม
just the way it's going right now for KRX.
Ouch.
กูเพิ่งเจอมาเลยมันแก้ไงเวลีแดกกล่องเห็นไซเฟอร์ป่ะไอ้แท็บเนี้ยมันต้องเป็นแท็บบนข้างบนกล่องนี้เว้ย
Little consolation prize, but oh, all right, that's it.
ขนาดเลย
Still, though, I mean, clearly the round going this way. And you mentioned a victory lap. Buzz is just running
แชมเปี้ย
circles
นดอทเทเลอร์
around
ประมาณไหน
KRX,
สิ้นเดือน
diving into
กลางเดือนหน้าครับ
Shorty in hand, clearing out the smoke. He's in. I'm on your left. Watch out.
Yep.
วันนี้ KFC หรือฟุตดอ
Again, you just see KRX with
จีต้องรอก่อนจีไม่ได้ไปแต่เกือบแล้วไปแล้วจี 90% ละ
to stall and delay T1 on their pushes. Every single round, it's just smokes. Even if it's even if it's the B side with trips, Buzz can fly above them, not to refract out, and then by that point, the whole team is set up and ready to trade.
Wow. That is a grim timeline.
3 hops.
3 off the back of the pistol there for
ไอ้ยัง
KRX.
มึงดูเขาเล่นดิออฟ3บอกมึงดูเขาเล่นดิ
Saying there's 3 ops as well for a second. Munchkin has opted to go back towards the rifle. It's going to have to be a trade. So something a little bit more aggressive out from KRX, but I'm not sure that that really splits the difference all that much. T1 looking comfortable, and Meteor making it maybe even more so here. He could find himself another as there's still a push headed in his
อันนี้
direction.
ยิง
A
นะไม่
drone
อ่าน
going
น่าอ่านไม่ตอบ
forward.
กูตอบอยู่ว่า
Will
ฟุตเฮ้ย
definitely alert him to
อี
the
ดอก
presence that there's
ฮัลโหล
a little bit more headed in his direction.
ตุรกีเบอร์
In the end, KRX backing off.
T1 backing in.
หมิ่นเทพเน็ตไม่ได้หมิ่นเทพเน็ตครับแต่แค่เฮดวันลิควิดครับ
This could be a
เพราะว่า
9-3
ลิควิดต้องเป็นเพื่อนฟนาติก นั่งกอดคอดูคนอื่นไปแชมเปี้ยนแค่นั้นแหละกูไม่ได้ไปพวกมึงก็ไม่ได้ไปแค่นั้น
Namely, so far, it's
กูจะเฮดวอตจะแช่งทั้งเกมกูรู้แค่นี้แหละ
initiative T1 sees us and how much
งั้น
they
เค
get
ฟซี
away
ทั้ง
with.
ใจ
They clear out all the trips and the cams with the shock darts. Look at this. By the time KRX even get close by,
โอ้มันแถบข้างล่างทำเหี้ยอะไรวะมึงดูดิ
would have the spike set down.
ไม่มีประโยชน์ไม่แถบแบบคนละประโยชน์อะ
Buzz and that light speed.
กูพูดจริง
He's already pushed all the way far behind. Early Hunter's Fury and Izu still holding on to his.
Oh, Yong.
Look at Izu's position.
Does give themselves a little bit of something to think about. That neural theft also important information, and Meteor's kind of caught in 2 minds. Doesn't quite get back out to safety. Oh, Yong again!
โอ้ยแต่กระสุน
Where
ไม่ได้
does
ประ
he
โยชน์
keep
นะ
pulling these kills from?
กระสุน
Oh, it's
ไม่
all
งั้นตี
on
ไม่กดหรอ
Izu. He needs the kill onto Yong, and then maybe one more quickly. The Hunter's Fury was not there in time either. I thought he might just pull that, but
ก่อนคออะไรแต้มพวกกูมีดีกว่านี้ไม่มีแต้มโอ้โหมันติดกันรวมโดนขายจีจุดโอ้โห
to get themselves at least 4 at the back end of the half.
It's awesome though. I mean, you have to admit
ถ้า
that
ฟูชนะวันนี้พวกกูไปแชมป์หมอใช่หรองั้นกูเชียร์ KFC ป่ะ
Young never backing down. Could argue his newest addition to the team, but he's just doing so much. Multi-kill to get the team back in to sit on top of that spike, and now it's a 4-8. It's still not the most ideal of scorelines.
ขนาดไหนวะกูเดานะบิมสโตนล็อกดาวน์ A สโมกไป
in the first match.
เล่นอย่างงี้เย็ดพี่หยองหล่อเกิน
And for KRX that just means
แค่
how much resilience do you have? How much can you persevere? The blood, sweat, and tears that you've shed and poured into
หยอง
this
แบกเกินไปรออะไรอ่ะแม่งตะโกนอ่ะ
Of course, GE still supporting them too. Your boy Autumn.
Yeah. He might not be too pleased with what he's seeing, so it's fair enough. But 8-4. I suppose it is recoverable to an extent for KRX, but this second half is going to have to be damn good.
พี่จัดจะใส่บิกินี่สตรีมครับพี่จัดถ้าหลอดครบภายในวันที่2วันที่บินพี่จัดจะใส่บิกินี่ไปเต้นกลางทะเลปูซานแล้วก็ถ่ายคลิปโชว์
Might have a better go at it depending on how well they're able to read and bait. Was that the sketch that we had before in the first match?
Might have been the one that was coming together, yeah.
เขาเพิ่งวาดมึงเขาเพิ่งวาด
You want to bait out some of the util from T1.
Oh, Buzz gets the info.
Wow.
Refracts back. Lots of players over towards A. This is already a bit of a stack from T1.
เดี๋ยวไม่ซื้อไฟเหรอ
KRX decide that they want to go in this direction. That is going to be a mistake. Looks like they're going to go for it.
พี่จะไม่โดนตำรวจจับใช่ไหมถ้าโดนตำรวจจับอันนี้ก็ค่าไถ่พี่อะ
For a second, but they've just got numbers everywhere. And there is no entry allowed. It is an ill-fated call from KRX. The right clicks going a little bit awry, but Marco still need to get too much done. Munchkin will finish it off. T1 up to 9, and double digits will be soon to follow.
ไม่ไหววะ
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jordan. I'm starting to feel a pit in my stomach again.
Yeah.
No way.
This is really just feeling over for KRX, unfortunately.
It's unfortunate, but otherwise
ล้นเลือดมือหนึ่งได้ไหมเอาเฮ้ยมึงใส่บิกินี่เลยนะเว้ยไอ้เหี้ยมันต้องนิดนึงว่ะพูดจริงทำจริงนะเนี่ย
It looks like KRX might be able to sneak in and fan out from the sides of the
ว่าน่าจบ
initial
แล้วว่ะ
sky
มัน
smoke,
ไม่
but
ได้
the
พิสตอลว่ะ
second one just blocks off more pathways. The corner as well that they were hiding in. And of course, you know, recons and things like that won't be able to clear that out. So now with the guns, Buzz is hungry to close this map out real quick.
Oh, well, you've just got no chance. Or at least Hyunmin will claim it instead.
That was a hell of a drop kick. One dash upwards. Okay, well, a bit of positioning for Yong to try to
มันแดนขึ้นแดนรอบเดียว
cut
ปล่อย
off
ยิงกลางกะ
rotations. It is just Meteor alone, and he doesn't have a gate crash set up yet. He's got the range though, and that's the main thing. Now he's setting up the TP for an escape plan for himself.
From FX2 IG ซิปโตจะแจสรูปอย่างทัว
Be in for a few kills
แล้ว
here.
รอดไหมครับทำแค่นี้
Maybe Buzz will help out as well as Yong has finished off in middle.
Oh man,
it's actually going to prompt the
ถ้า
rotate
ไม่ถึง
for
นอน
KRX to
แผ่
go back toward mid.
ร้องแอแทนไม่เอาปูนสวัสดีครับเลิกดูเขียวเอ้ยมึงเปิดเขียวไว้หน่อยสิ
whole ambush waiting
แล้ว
for
บี
you.
บี
B side too.
Where do you go though? It's a rock and a hard place really here for KRX. Push their way forward. Meteor's heard all of that and sets himself up for that open up. Now it's just a question of who gets this last kill onto Hyunmin. It will be Buzz. So 10-4,
แบบ
I
นี้
should
ใช่ไหม
say, for
พี่
T1.
ทีวันตบเหมือนแบนบ้างดิ
3 rounds away from shattering the hopes and dreams of KRX.
ไปกินเคฟทีโป1-1มาโปอะไรอ่ะ
ช่วงนี้เรียนหนักแต่แวะมาบอกพี่คิงจัสนะคะ
โอ้ยขอบคุณครับสบายดีไหมครับผมเรียนหนักก็สู้ๆนะครับเป็นกำลังใจให้ขอให้ทุกอย่างไปได้ดีนะครับผมสู้ๆเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับ
OD Pixel's waiting. The fat lady hasn't sung yet.
ขอบคุณนะครับผมคิดดีครับ300 บาท1 แถม 1เอาดี
They've got the guns
ไม่น่า
now.
กินว่ะแต่ไม่สบายว่ะ
And the fans are just
โอ้ยเย็นแล้วแฟนคลับไม่
screaming at
บ้า
the
บ้า
top
ครั้
of
ง
their
แล้วตอน
lungs.
เนี้ย
They're shouting DRX.
จานมีคลิปสอนมันเข้าเรียนไหมหรอไม่มีครับแบบมีหรออยากดูหรอ
But I'm sure there's only so much that they can really do.
Assessing their options though. Mako lurking back around. They're trying to see if they can catch a lone Meteor on the B side. He's got an upgraded Vandal though.
เปิดลองเดี๋ยวเปิดรอ2 วันหน้านี้ตั้งแต่เช้าอย่าลืมตั้งแต่อเมริกาครับอันเนี้ย
Waiting patiently for any inroads to be made from KRX, but they're actually not really doing a whole lot. It's a pro being
ไม่
pushed
ใช่วันนี้
towards
อเมริกา
mid,
โคตรน่าดูไอ้เหี้ย
commitment it is not.
อยากดูอเมริกาคนอยากดูอเมริกาเลย
See Meteor TPing away. The site's not clear. At the very least, KRX continuing to take things slowly will be able to bait out more utility from T1, but double controller, it's still so much that they have to get through. And there's 30 seconds left on the clock now.
I mean, you've got that pivot coming through already kind of from T1. Again, they've got 4 stacked over towards A, so if KRX do decide to go there, they'd be in real trouble. If they don't, Spike's having a transition back over towards B. Which is now being taken by Meteor. What? Clean shot in onto Fring is going to give T1 at least a player advantage for now. Munchkin catching Marco as well. Meteor still causing a bit of a ruckus over on B.
Young.
Needs to be Young again, doesn't it? He feels like he's been the guy for KRX. Can't quite land those shots initially onto Buzz, and unfortunately will fall as a result. Meteor puts together a pretty good round of his own. And T1 are up to 11. One step closer to victory.
Maybe even 2. Economy's going to be in shatters for KRX on the next. This was the bonus that they so desperately needed to deny. But look at the mapping. It was just too bad of a call from Mako to try to sell a fake against T1. But, and it's such a big butt too. Ayo. Just having Munchkin, having this deliberate pathing all the way down middle to try to source out Young's position or anyone else from KRX, and this just might have sealed the deal. KRX can't buy up. The next round they're going to have to force every single step of the way. I don't know if they have it in them to go 8 in a row just to push OT.
I don't think they've got it in them either. KRX would need the biggest butt of all time.
โอ้โหอีดอกไม่เคยยิงสแกนเลยแม่งรัวแล้วโอเคกับคุณผู้จริง
Yep. Are you alright? I'm alright. Alright, well,
yep,
let's see how T1 goes about this round. We'll listen in.
좀만 나 믿을게. 내가 니네끼리 조용 이제 조용. 봐봐. 태호 형이 미드 가지고.
ไปแล้วจ้าเจอกันนะปูน
이거 에이밍 들어 터치 좀 이따가 할게. 이쪽 미드
ดึกๆอยู่เดี๋ยวไปมาจะไปครับเนื้อไม่ที3 ทุ่มอ่ะ
상범이 이거 벤트 타고 주셔야 봐 여기. 형이 먹어놓을게. 있다.
ใครจะทำโอลิแฟนไม่ใช่โนโอลิแฟนนะ형
뒤에서도 해주면 좋을 것 같아. 나 이거 받으면 앞에서 할게.
형 그러면은 여기서 스모크 치고 블락 까고 왼쪽에 싸워줄게.
Alright, reading a sack. KRX gonna have to make this one happen against all the odds.
ยิงหมดเลย
Clone goes past, no problems at all. Izu will not make a mistake. Meteor and Stacks are there as well. And T1 are on 12. KRX are being put down unceremoniously.
ไอ้ย่าแค่ดูมันจะจบยังไงเรา
It's like they're being led to the guillotine right now.
It definitely looks like that. Even with the way that they were pushing into that A
หนักเกิน
side.
ไปว่ะพูดจริง
Corner, the clone, not spotting too much, just a minuscule trade.
ใครอ่ะทำไมหน้าเหมือนออตัมเลยวะ
Well, the T1 fans are happy. The KRX fans certainly are not. This could be the final round that KRX plays on this stage. But they are going to make their way towards an open B site. There is no one there to defend. So that, at the very least, could be considered a win. But Buzz, trying to pivot on quickly, might still be able to catch Yong out. Not able to. Marco as well, chiming in with one. So it might not be over right here for KRX. But this might just be the start of a very, very long journey. 2v4 try to negotiate, and it looks to be okay. KRX are not dead yet.
Love that they're going out and just doing as much as possible, letting out a cry. They will not go quietly into this dark night. T1 still doing as much damage as possible. Makes you wonder about economy, but nonetheless, it's all starting to get cycled up now for both sides. And as you mentioned, KRX, there's a lot to think about. That said, though, this was a damn good attempt. A map that they've picked, having tested it against GE themselves, spotting out that T1 hasn't played this that much throughout the seasons. Meteor with an op now.
โอ้เฮียคนเชียร์กองเชียร์มันน่ากลัวจังวะ
T1. A bit more of an unorthodox round, that previous one from them on the defense. Tried to go a little aggressive through middle, didn't work out, so going to opt for something a little standard, a little more standard, I should say.
โดนเคลียร์เอแต่เคลียร์ไม่ได้ลูกควัน
1-1-3 or the 2-3 now, as it were.
แล้วก็บีมีออฟไม่มีอะไรเคลียร์ออฟรู้แล้วนะมีออฟสู้สุดไหม
That's the opportunity.
Meteor not going to make the same mistake twice. Gunman out of the picture. 4 players here for KRX. Still trying to keep the dream alive as that Hunter's Fury gets a bit of work done onto Meteor. And Yong opened the account onto Munchkin. Another plant here for KRX.
That was well calculated. Almost looking like it was fated for the Hunter's Fury to connect to, but now you've got to watch out for the next 3 players online. Yong beginning his expedition.
He knows that he is him right now for KRX. And they need a hero. Maybe a superhero. Maybe that's what Yong is. He's certainly going to be able to grab stacks. Maybe unsettles this round enough to get another one over the line for KRX. But Buzz and Izu have other ideas. 2v2 now. Time working quite heavily in the favor of KRX. That dart goes through, doesn't spot anybody out. Defuse cancelled. And another round for KRX. They will not go down without a fight.
Just going a bit more. But you
มึงแบบ
have
โด
to
นแบบ
admit
มันยังไม่ได้
still,
เคลียร์หน้าเอเลยเมื่อกี้
I don't know if it was a bit of hesitation or needing the team to get
ตามหลังเวเล
into
ไม่ควรตายเว้ย
certain positions to go in for that push, but just a moment's notice and Meteor comes in with a secondary line, taking down Hyunmin, makes things quite dicey. It took Yong, maybe even Mako and Bane just to be able to sneak behind and find some monumental kills. It takes so much to get this done.
ใช่ป่ะแชทเมื่อกี้ใช่ป่ะ
It's a hell of a match, and you would certainly hope that this delivers so much more because the fans are willing this one forward. You don't see this every day.
กูพูดจริงๆนะกูอยู่ข้างมากนะกูรำคาญ
But it's a different vibe when it's the 2 Korean titans going fisticuffs against one another.
And a KRX fan just screaming at each other.
That guy's the one.
Oh my God. There's another KRX fan sitting basically next to us. I don't know if he's coming through the microphone. Losing his voice. He goes crazy. He screams like crazy. And I can see him like physically having to recover like
I see it.
After he's been screaming, it's like, bro, do yourself a favor.
He's like a couple of rows behind.
I hope it's coming through. Either way, KRX are going to need all the support they can get to get through a recovery like this one. They needed 8. They still need 6. The last 2 looked pretty good.
They need to thwart some big ults from T1 in this round. And they've got none of their own unless Freeing maybe gets one close up, but again, it's Meteor that they have to break through first. That's been the conditioning so far. Always a bit of presence in towards B. Here comes Dimensional Drift for Freeing.
Well, he's been having a bit of a rough time on the scoreboard, but can still find info. Spots out Meteor. Will head back to safety. The Meteor now knows that he's under a bit of pressure, so he'll just also
จริงๆไม่แชมป์มันต้องชนะพวกนี้ทั้งนั้น
coming in through middle. That's a clean shot. Hyunmin down. But again, Yong continues to be the hero. Gets himself the 1-for-1. Needs to find a little bit more space here. He wants another fight. It's awkward. There's 3 players on the other side. He doesn't know where to look. And finally, Yong, the raid boss, has been taken it down. And with that, maybe the hopes and dreams of KRX will be lost as well. 3-on-4. Spike plant in. Time working for KRX. But the push coming back from T1. Meteor finding that 1v1. And now it's just 2 players remaining. Mako up in onto the site, trying to buy his time. He's getting a helping hand out from Freeing as well. Izu in stacks. They have no idea where Mako is, but he's not hit his shots, and he's got no idea what to do about things. One more needed. T1, have they got it done? Defuse is on, and they don't manage it again. KRX are alive.
Just enough time.
ขอกำลังใจหน่อยจัสพรุ่งนี้สอบคาคูลัสกับคอมโปรกูแทบอยากร้องไห้แม่งสอบติดกันกูจะเอาเวลาที่ไหนไปอ่านทันปะเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมอยากได้กำลังใจจากเกียรตินิยมอันดับ 2 มหิดลแต่โดนบิดตาม
Just buys up enough time away from the defuse. He might not have gotten all of the kills, but just hearing the timer tick away, it's still Nothing else but a threat to hold on to though.
สู้ๆนะเป็นกำลังใจให้นะครับโอ้โหคัด30 รอบไอ้เหี้ยมันโหดไปปะวะ
It's okay, we got each other's backs.
นะครับเป็นออนเวลาซิตี้นะครับ
Does KRX have
ทำได้
theirs?
ถ้าถั่วแบบนี้รอดมาได้
There's still a couple more hero weapons
นายก็
on
ทำได้
T1.
เว้ยโอเคป่ะ
And this
สู้
is
ๆ
still
สู้
just the
ๆเป็น
second
กำลังใจให้ครับผม
map. Oh, no,
มาโอ
no.
เนี่ยดูดิ
He's been
2 วิ 4 ยังชนะได้ทำไมนายจะทำไม่ได้วะ
All for KRX,
ใช่ไหม
22 and 15 Yong, and that's not
สู้เว้ย
where he will want to end this map.
The weapon's been stolen. Stacks, he burned the ult just to pick up a rifle.
You don't know how big that could potentially be. Every weapon crucial for T1 right now. Like you said, they had a couple, but
ทำไม10 ตัวแพ้
an extra rifle makes a big difference.
The positions have been switched up around with as well. Meteor now into Ava is trying to get a pivot back over, but the main thing I'm thinking about is
มาคนแชทที่ต่อยโทรบอก
Buzz
กู
is
ด้วย
not holding
เฮีย
a
ตอนนี้
linear
เช็คกระสุน
line.
อย่าง
If
เดียวแล้วดิ
KRX
แล้วเฮียอะไร
thinks
อ่ะ
that B site is still the key, the point at which they're going to challenge, they're going to be in for a rude awakening. So this is wise that they're canceling that.
Oh, it's a good call from KRX. Looks like they're going to go A. You think that will be the right decision? Just easy
แล้วไป A
there. Gunmin gonna go have a bit of a look.
Oh.
Yeah, he's scared. Luckily, he can back out.
Here's the other thing, though.
Fake B.
Maybe you get into sight. Maybe you go for the plant. Izu has Hunter's Fury. Munchkin has Orbital Strike.
Oops. Shocked up.
เก็บแล้วนะ
Connect. A nice bit of damage there onto Marco. This is a risk from Bane, and it's one that doesn't quite pay off. It's a 1-for-1. Not the end of the world, but leaves a lot more for freeing Marco and Hyunmin to do. Let's see if the 3 Musketeers can survive this time. Couple of missed shots. Munchkin in for one with that Sheriff. And this might be it. T1. They didn't get it over the line in that previous round. Their orbital comes down now as well. Marco. It's all on Marco. And he can't do it. It was all for him. KRX. They tried so hard. They worked at this so long in the second half. But unfortunately, the dream is over. And they cannot do it for Marco. They cannot do it for KRX. And T1 will be that team that knocks KRX out of VCT PACIFIC Stage 2.
The Titan that charges forth. Setting up with their own compositions, borrowing some ideas from KRX too. Buzz and Stacks eliminating their former team. The fashion in which this goes down. You have to love, admire, and respect the fact that KRX did not go down quietly.
I think the recovery that they showed this season as well is a bit of a testament to the work that they've put in. I think we go back, 6 weeks or so, 7 weeks, and you think about the triple duelist setups that KRX had in weeks 1 and 2, and I don't even know if I thought that they would get to this point, to be quite honest. So they were really looking like they were in all sorts. They maybe had a little bit more luck in terms of where the seeding put them for these playoffs. They might have had a bit of a better time, but nonetheless, KRX out. And for T1, it's big news as they go further forward in the Stage 2 playoffs bracket. They will play Genji next. And they keep their dreams of going through Champs alive as well.
Pacific and Shanghai, another
คุยที่ผมเดาไว้ว่าทีวันนั้นแต่ไม่เดาไว้ว่า2-0 ว่ะแดม
They've won one Masters. Champions would be huge. And it's just so much to get through as well. I mean, this entire matchup feels incredibly fateful with how many career milestones have been hit. Mako as well, the 30th map clutch that he had just recently.
Yeah, I mean, you think about though, it is going to be a pretty tough run down in that lower bracket. You've still got PRX, Farrell, Genji, loser of Nongshim or G as well if you want to continue forward. So that is a very tough ask. But it's time for us to go down onto the stage with Stella.
ที่ว่าไปแชมเปี้ยนทุกอย่างครับ
네, 버즈 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Well, T1 takes a 2-0 win against KRX, and Buzz he gets to continue his dream to making it to all the champions. Well, this was a do or die match. You have a lot of friends on the other side. I mean, what are you thinking right now? You must have a lot to say. 자, 버즈 선수 우선 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 강두대 경기 좀 하고 싶은 말도 많을 것 같고 이렇게 오늘 승리로 올 챔피언스 출석의 꿈을 계속해서 나갈 수 있게 됐습니다. 경기 소감부터 부탁드리겠습니다.
항상 친정팀인 DRX를 만난다는 건 또 좀 되게 흥미진진하고 재밌는 경기인 것 같은데 개인적으로 DRX에 오래 몸담았던 선수로서 이렇게 패자조에서 만나고 싶진 않았는데 이렇게 이기고 올라가야 되는 상황에 와서 너무 마냥 기분이 좋진 않지만 결국 이렇게 된 이상 제가 저희 T1이 DRX 목까지 더 잘해서 챔피언스를 꼭 갈 수 있게 해보겠습니다.
I mean, it's always it's a peculiar feeling every time I play against my OG team DRX. You know, I know them so well, and it's a bittersweet win because I know how much how hard they work for this. And I would like to say that as much as I know how hardworking all the players are, T1, myself, we're gonna do our best to make sure that we qualify to champions and we can represent both teams. That is a very wholesome message from you, Buzz. And you know. It seemed like you guys are definitely locked in. KDJ, he mentioned that you guys were 50-50 on the Abyss prep because of the time that you guys didn't really have, but you guys were locked in. All the other maps that we haven't seen yet, is that the same? Or are you just keeping it from us? Well, tell us, be honest. We want to hear it before the big match tomorrow. It's a KDJ.
ก็นะครับมันก็เป็นความรู้สึกที่ดีแต่ก็รู้สึกแย่เหมือนกันนะครับเพราะว่าอีกฝั่งก็เป็นเพื่อนเราหมดนะครับและเราก็รู้ว่าเพื่อนเราเนี่ยพยายามขนาดไหนกันนะครับแต่ที่แน่ๆเราก็จะพยายามเต็มที่ของเรานะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นเกมไหนก็ช่างเพื่อที่จะไปแชมเปี้ยนให้ได้ครับผมเยสบัตรเพื่อนรักดีไอ้กว่า
저는 저희 팀이 모든 맵을 다 잘한다고 생각하고요. 역사적으로 DRX가 어비스라는 맵에서 되게 강한 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 그런 거에서 저희가 조금 걱정 아닌 걱정이 있기 때문에 다른 맵들은 걱정하지 않으셔도 될 것 같습니다.
We're confident that my team are gonna, you know, we're good on all maps, and historically, yes, KRX has had the upper hand on Abyss, but I'm confident that we're gonna be able to pull through on all the other maps as well. And now, I know for a fact that it's a tough match when you face another Korean team, but alas, next one awaits for you again tomorrow. Genji, would you like to say anything to them? What are your thoughts?
ก็นะครับต้องยอมรับเลยว่าที่ผ่านมาอบิดเราไม่ได้ดีครับ KRX คืออบิดโหดมากแต่ว่าผมเชื่อมั่นในเพื่อนๆผมเชื่อมั่นในทีมแล้วว่าเราสามารถพัฒนาแล้วก็เก่งได้ทุกแมปครับแล้ววันนี้เราก็ทำให้ทุกคนได้เห็นแล้ว
저희가 꼭 이겨서 챔피언스의 확정을 지을 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
We already faced them in kickoff, and we're gonna do our best to make sure that we win against them and qualify to champions. And I know, Buzz, you have a message for us, right? So now is your time. 이제 버즈 선수 꼭 이렇게 무대에서 하셔야 되는 얘기가 있지 않습니까? 지금입니다.
이번 스테이지 2에 좀 MVP도 많이 먹고 하는데 아무래도 펄사에서 제 마우스가 나왔는데 이거 사셔야 되는 거 아닌가 싶습니다. 다들 많이 관심 가져주세요.
I've been getting a lot of MVPs this stage, and maybe it has to do with my Pulsar Buzz mouse, so maybe that's my trick. And all right, thank you, Buzz. What a wonderful interview, right? 이렇게 해서 버즈 선수.
ไอ้เหี้ยกูจะรู้ว่าไอ้บัสไอ้สัตว์ไอ้เหี้ยไอ้ควยเอ้ยแม่ขายของ
A very touch
ไอ้บัสบอกผมมีอะไรที่อยากจะมาฝากทุกคนบนเวทีนะครับผมคือทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้นะครับผมคือแบบทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้ผมก็ได้ MVP เยอะอยู่พอสมควรนะครับซึ่งผมคาดเดาว่าอาจจะเกิดขึ้นจากเมาส์พาวซ่า X บัสของผมนะครับผมก็ฝากกันด้วยนะครับมึงว่าไงล่ะขายของไหมไอ้เหี้ยมึงว่าไง ไอ้เหี้ยเฮ้ยไอ้สัตว์แม่งเนี่ยขายของไอ้เหี้ยมันใช่เหรอวะอะไรเนี่ยแชมเปี้ยนทัวร์แบงคอกอันนี้ไม่จริงนะครับเนี่ยเดี๋ยวคนเชื่อจริงนะขายของเลยวะบ้านขายเมาส์กูขายไข่กูมิ่งริชแมนช็อปนะนะครับฝากกันด้วยนะของดีคู่ VCT อเมริกาเลฟพันธุ์ทีน่าสนใจจะไลฟ์ดูคุณอีกไหมดูครับผมเดี๋ยวเจอกันอีกทีตอน 3 ทุ่มนะทุกคนนะโอเคป่ะ2 ชั่วโมงเจอกันโอเคไหม3 ทุ่มนะครับมาดูยุโรปก่อนนะครับโอเคไหมใช่ยุโรป3 ทุ่มนะไม่ใช่4 ทุ่ม3 ทุ่มดูแข่งแล้วที่ดีใจที่สุดกับเจ็บใจที่สุดของจันหน่อยเป็นไหนอ๋อเจ็บใจที่สุดทารอนตอนญี่ปุ่นดีใจที่สุดตอนทารอนควอลิฟายเป็นแชมเปี้ยน นะครับเจอกันนะขอไปพักผ่อนก่อนไม่สบายนะมีอะไรบ้างวะเหมือนกูต้องทำอะไรอ๋อลิงก์ Facebook แป๊บนึงเดี๋ยวกินยาด้วยรักไม่เคยลืมมันเป็นอะไรที่เราผ่านมาด้วยไอ้นี่เองอ่ะเราอยู่ด้วยกันมานานเราตอนนั้นต้องให้จริงว่ะเฮียใครส่งอะไรมาวะอ๋อโอเคอันนี้ได้
Our identity I told you bro our identity is nonsense and it work you know I want to gamble up like sure I'm always happy for it you know me
Hey double up guys wait 2 ops
Hey 2 ops guys 2 ops
ไอ้ยัย
Let's just trade each other
เป็นเปลกโคตรเหรอ
Nice 3
Nice Quick closer Nice
You better
Nice Holy
I told you bro our identity is nonsense and
Our identity is nonsense ไอ้สัตว์เอ้ยมึงบอกเจ็บใจสุดคือชาร์เปอร์ไม่ลูกกูรู้สึกว่าเจ็บใจเท่ากับตอนทารอนไม่ได้ไปอะไรไอ้ที่แพ้ญี่ปุ่นน่ะคือความรู้สึกเดียวกับตอนชาร์เปอร์แพ้ไม่ใช่เพราะชาร์เปอร์แพ้แต่ว่าแบบเพราะมันโอกาสมันหมดแล้วของทุกทีมไทยตอนนั้นมึงความรู้สึกเดียวกันแล้วโน่นหนึ่งกูให้ทารอนแชทเจอกันอีกทีนะครับผมนะตอน3 ทุ่มนะ3 ทุ่มเรามาดูอะไร3 ทุ่มเรามาดูอันนี้นะกี่ชั่วโมง1 ชั่วโมง 56 นาทีนะครับโอเคไหมมันแบบอีกนิดเดียวจริงเฮียฟุตคาร์ไมคอฟเชียร์เคซีฟุตต้องตกรอบจะได้ลิควิดไปแล้วก็ไฟร์ฟลักเจอลิควิดกูเชียร์ไฟร์ฟลักลิควิดคอยแพ้อีดอกมองกิม78จะมาแรงมันไม่ไหวว่ะอาการมันดูเป็นไรเนี่ยนะเจอกัน3 ทุ่มนะคู่แรกตามด้วยคู่2นะผมโอเคนะเจอกันอีก2 ชั่วโมงครับคุณดูนะครับไปพักผ่อนไปกินข้าวอะไรให้เรียบร้อยกันก่อนนะโอเคไหมครับ
just do นี่ https://w ดอกจัน Facebook c ดอกจันแชร์ 1 go j big chat มีเบรกติดเท่ากับ wwxc
อันนี้คืออะไร
A bullet? You see the shield is... Can Captain America's shield stop a bullet? You see the shield is made from an incredibly strong fictional alloy that can absorb and redirect massive amounts of force without breaking. That's why bullets can bounce right off it. But what happens if you launch an intercontinental ballistic missile at him? Well, he'll just use his second strongest... Can Captain...
อันนี้เหี้ยเกินไอ้เหี้ยคุยเหมือนกูดูเหี้ยกันลงเนี่ยไอ้สัตว์ก่อสุดโหดก่อไทเทเนียมของกัปตันอเมริกาเหรอวะเหี้ยโหดไปวะกูยอมเจอกัน4 ทุ่มนะครับ3 ทุ่มนะ2 ชั่วโมงนะทุกคนนะขอบคุณทุกคนที่ทำคลิปนี้ขอบคุณทุกซับทุกบิตทุก follow ทุก donation ดูแลสุขภาพร่างกายกันด้วยใครมีเรียนใครไปทำงานอะไรวันนี้ถ้าใครมีเรียนใครไปทำงานอะไรวันพรุ่งนี้แล้วจะไปนอนแล้วก็สู้ๆเป็นกำลังใจให้ถ้าใครยังไม่นอนก็ไว้เจอกันอีกทีตอน3 ทุ่มนะครับทุกคนเจอกันนะกูนายเสียจุ๊บเจอกัน2 ชั่วโมงขอพักก่อนกินยา6 7